Therefore, from time immemorial, great sages have been adoring only Mahavishnu, the pure embodiment of Sattva and the transcendent being. Those who follow their example will attain salvation. The aspirants for salvation, therefore, avoid, but without conceit, the terrific elemental deities and adore only the gentle and pleasing manifestations of Sri Narayana. Men with the dominance of Rajas and Tamas in them are drawn to deities similar to themselves in nature, namely the Pitris, Bhutapatis, and Prajapatis, as they are in quest of wealth, lordship, and progeny. But in spite of this, Vasudeva is the one being to whom all disciplines and doctrines are ultimately directed. The Vedas have him as their goal. So also Yaga, Yoga, the yogic practices, learning, tapas, dharma, all have him as their aim. In him is the end and destiny of man. Though himself beyond the gunas, the Supreme Being has his inherent power constituted of the three gunas of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, capable of subsisting in the dual condition of cause and effect. By virtue of this power, the Lord projected all that is seen in the universe. That power, having manifested all forms which are the combination of gunas, he entered into them by identification, yet unaffected by them owing to his immaculate self-awareness. Just as the one fire, entering into different pieces of wood, manifests as many fires according to the fuels, so the Supreme Being, the soul of all, manifests as the many in the various forms produced by the combinations of the gunas of Prakriti, entering into all living beings created by himself by combining the effects of the gunas like the subtle elements, senses and mind. The Lord enjoys the sense objects through the bodies of these created beings. He, the protector of all the worlds, extends his grace and help by condescending to manifest himself as divine incarnations born among devas, animals, and men. 30th Desirous of creating the universe, the omnipotent and omniscient Lord assumed by his creative will the cosmic form, formed of the 16 creative categories like the Mahat Tattva, Ahankara, and the rest. From him who manifested himself thus, immersed in yogic slumber and resting in causal waters, originated Brahma, the demiurge and creator, seated on the lotus springing from his navel. It is in the limbs of the cosmic form of the Lord, which is pure and powerful because of being formed of pure sattva without the least stain of rajas and tamas, that the 14 lokas of spheres are located. Sages with spiritual vision perceived that form of the Lord, striking wonder with its countless legs, thighs, hands, faces, heads, ears, eyes, and noses, as also by its limitless decorations, like diadems, silken robes, earrings, and other ornaments. This Purusha Avatara is the source of numerous incarnations, as also the center of their withdrawal. It is also by parts of the part of him that all the devas, men and subhuman creatures, have been created. In the creation cycle called Kaumara, he incarnated as Sanaka and the other Kumaras and practiced the difficult discipline of unbroken brahmacharya. Next, he, the Lord of Sacrifices, manifested himself as the cosmic boar in order to lift the earth that had been hidden in Rasatala. In the Rishi Sarga, he appeared as the Devrishi Narada and preached the devotional doctrine of the Pancharatra, which lifts man from the bondage of karma. The fourth time he was born of Dharma Prajapati as the twin rishis known as Nara and Narayana, who practiced austerities of extreme severity and who maintained absolute serenity and poise of mind. Fifth, he appeared as Kapila, the most noted among the enlightened ones, and imparted through Asuri a restatement of the forgotten philosophy of Sankhya. The sixth time he incarnated as Dattatreya, the offspring of Atri by Anusuya, and instructed Alarka, Prahalada, and others in the knowledge of the Atman. For the seventh time, he incarnated as Yajna, the son of Ruchi, and his wife Akuti, and held sway as Indra over the whole period of Manu Swayambhuva, along with the species of devas known as Yamas. The eighth incarnation was that of Rishabha, the son of Nabhi and Meru, for demonstrating the way of Paramhansas, superior to all states of life. At the request of rishis, he incarnated himself the ninth time as the Emperor Prithu. This incarnation is noteworthy for the fact that as Prithu, he milked out of the earth all her hidden resources. When the deluge took place in Chakshusha Manvantara, he took the form of the divine fish and saved Vaivasvata by hauling the boat whose shape the earth had taken and in which Vaivasvata was seated. His 11th incarnation was as the tortoise on whose back rested the Mandara mountain, used as a churning rod when the Devas and the Asuras churned the milk ocean. In his 12th incarnation, he became Dhanvantari, and in the 13th he presented himself as Mohini, the charming maid, to infatuate the Asuras and help the Devas consume the nectar. In the 14th incarnation, he assumed the form of the man lion, Nrsimha, and tore open the chest of the powerful Asura with the nails, just as a matchmaker splits the reed at his disposal. Assuming the form of a dwarf, Vamana, in his 15th incarnation, he approached Bali in his sacrificial hall to ask for 3 feet of land, but really to take back the 3 worlds from him. In his 16th incarnation, he, he as Parshurama, effaced the tribe of Kshatriyas from the earth in 21 campaigns, being mightily angry with them for their persecution of holy men. Next, born of Parashara in Satyavati as Veda-Vyasa, he in his 17th incarnation divided the tree of Vedas into several branches to suit the diminished intelligence of man. Taking human birth afterwards in a royal family as Ramachandra, he achieved the purposes of the Devas, in the course of which he performed many wonderful acts as bridging the ocean and the like. In the 19th and 20th incarnations, he took birth as Rama and Krishna among the Yadus in order to lighten the burden of the earth. Then, when the Iron Age of Kali advances, he will be born as the Buddha in Gaya, in the land of the Kikatas as the son of Ajana, in order to delude the enemies of the Devas. Next, towards the close of the age of Kali, by which time kings would have degenerated into mere marauders, he, the Lord, will be born as Kalki, the son of a Brahmana named Vishnu Yasas.
Innumerable are the descents of Hari, who is absolutely pure in his essence. They are as numerous as waterways streaming out of a perennial lake. The Rishis, Manus, the sons of Manus, and the powerful Prajapatis, all are kalas or particles of Hari. While all these are the parts and particles of the Supreme Being, Krishna is He, the Bhagavan Himself. Krishna is the full revelation of the Lord, while the others come from age to age for the relief of the world from the sufferings caused by particular sets of asuras. Whoever reflects devoutly on this most inscrutable mystery of the manifestation of Hari as incarnation will attain freedom from the misery of samsara. In the Supreme Being, who is the pure and formless spirit, his own power Maya fabricates all forms with her evolutes, like Mahatattva and the other categories. Just like passing clouds against the sky and formations of dust against the wind, objectivity is attributed to the pure subject by the ignorant. Distinct from the gross body, there is the jiva, whose form is made of the subtle essence of matter, and is therefore imperceptible to the senses, yet which has to be accepted as transmigrating from life to life. When both these bodies, the gross and the subtle, fabricated on the Atman by ignorance, are sublated through the awareness of their base, that is the realization of Brahman. It is when Maya, the power of the Lord, is pleased to function as Vidya, that the jiva attains to supreme enrichment, which is nothing but abiding in his own glory as the Spirit, the pure being, consciousness, bliss. In him who is the resident in the hearts of all beings, who is birthless and actionless. These births and activities as incarnations are described by the wise as a mystery which only revelation can explain. Without getting in the least attached or involved, he creates and sustains and withdraws this universe in sheer play as far as he is concerned, but not without a cosmic purpose. Being the master of all the six senses and possessed of unrestrained freedom, he permeates all beings and enjoys all objects through them without involvement. Just as an ignorant spectator is not able to recognize the actor behind his makeup, so also no one, having a limited and perverted intelligence, depending on his skill in logic, can understand the mystery of the Creator's manifestation into countless names and forms. It is only the man who is without duplicity and who serves the Lord of limitless might continuously It is only the man who is without duplicity and who serves the Lord of limitless might continuously in love and submission that comes to realize him in truth and in reality. You noble sages, you are indeed blessed, for you are wholeheartedly devoted to the Lord, the Master of all that exists, attaining whom man is freed from the fear of the recurring cycle of birth and death. The great sage Vyasa produced the text known as the Bhagavatam, which is equal to the Veda itself, as it deals with the deeds of the most exalted being. For the supreme good of the world, he taught this holy and blessed gospel to his son, Sri Shuka, who was supreme among the illumined ones. Coming as it does, containing as it does the essence of all the Vedas and sacred traditions, Sri Shuka imparted it to the Maharaja Parikshit. Maharaja Parikshit was then lying on the banks of the Ganga, surrounded by holy men, under a vow of fast unto death. O holy men, sitting by that sage of great prowess as he narrated the glorious accounts of the Lord, I too happened to hear it, by the grace of that great one. What I learned from him, I shall now narrate to you, as far as my understanding would permit. For the guidance of man, rendered spiritually blind by the evil age of Kali, which set in with Sri Krishna's attainment of his abode and the subsequent disappearance of virtue and enlightenment from the world, this spiritual son of a Purana has now arisen in the firmament of thought. Skanda 1, Chapter 4. Congratulating the Sutta who spoke as above, Shonaka, the master of the Rig Veda and the leader of that sacrificial congregation, said as follows: O Sutta great, narrate to us that sacred text, the Bhagavata, which the holy Shuka revealed. To which age does the subject matter of the Bhagavata pertain? Where and for what reason did this sacred text come into existence? Prompted by whom did the sage Krishna produce the text? Sri Shuka, the son of Vyasa, is a great yogi, established in equanimity and in the consciousness of the Absolute. Established in oneness and awakened from the sleep of ignorance, Shuka hides his greatness, passing for a dull man. While following his son Sri Shuka, who was going ahead stark naked, the sage Vyasa came across a bevy of heavenly nymphs engaged in water sports. Seeing the sage, they put on their robes, though they had not done so when the young Shuka had passed that way earlier. When questioned by the sage on the reason for this strange conduct, the damsels replied that he still retained the sense of difference between man and woman, but not so his son, who was endowed with absolute purity of outlook. Moving about as he did, like one intoxicated or dumb or dull, how was Shuka recognized by people at Hastinapura when he entered that city after passing through the land of the Kurus and the Jangalas? What was the occasion for this conversation between the great sage and Raja Parikshit, the grandson of the Pandavas, which conversation, you say, led to the revelation of the doctrine of devotion called the Bhagavata? Sri Shuka is also said to tarry at a house only for a short time, just what is required for milking a cow, and that only for sanctifying the place by his presence. O dear one, we have heard that Parikshit, the son of Abhimanyu, was a man of exceeding devotion to the Lord. Therefore, we would like to hear about the unusual circumstances attending on his birth and of his great achievements in life. An emperor that he was, why did the scion of the Pandava clan forsake all the might and majesty of a vast empire and undertake the vow of fasting unto the death on the banks of the Ganga. He, at whose feet even his enemies took shelter with all their wealth. Why did a king, so young and so mighty, think of abandoning all the good things of the world and even life itself, so dear to man? The devotees of the Lord of noble fame live in this world not for their own sake, but for the good and prosperity of the world. Such being the case, why did a young devotee of the type of Parikshit, even if he were full of the spirit of renunciation, think of abandoning his body, which was a support and a shelter for the worlds, for all the worlds? Please give proper answers on all the matters about which we have questioned you. I consider you as deeply versed in all the branches of learning except that relating that to the Veda. Sutta said, towards the close of the Dwapara Yuga, calculated as the third among the four yugas, was born the Maharshi Veda-Vyasa, an incarnation of a part of Vishnu as the son of Parasara by the daughter of the fisherman Vasu. He, Maharshi Vyasa, was sitting at daybreak all alone at a solitary spot on the banks of the Saraswati, after having taken his bath in it. That Rishi, who had an insight into everything, past, present, and future, perceived the great transformation brought about by time's imperceptible flight in man's sense of values and conditions of life. Seeing the fast decline in man's health and strength, as also his loss of Shraddha, resolution, intelligence, longevity, and good luck, that merciful sage of unclouded insight began to think of securing the future good of men of all classes and orders. He re-edited the Veda, which was a single unit originally, by dividing it into four, so that the sanctifying institution of Vedic Yajna, performed by four officiating priests, may not disappear from the human society. He then revived the Veda by editing it into four books, the Rig, Sama, Yajus, and Atharva, and he also brought into existence the Itihasas and Puranas, the sacred traditional histories and the ancient sacred law known as the fifth Veda. Had it not been for this work of the great Rishi, man with his deteriorating intellectual capacity would have forgotten all this massive sacred heritage. Of these, the Rig Veda was mastered by the Rishi Paila. The musical chanting of the Sama was learned by Jaimini of deep insight, and the far-famed Rishi Vaishampayana took to specializing in the Yajurveda. The cruel-hearted sage Sumantu mastered the Atharva Veda, constituted of magical incantations, while my father, Romaharshana, was entrusted with the study of the Purana and the Itihasa. Transmitted by these sages to their disciples, and by the latter in turn to theirs, these Vedas became diversified into many branches through successions of disciples. It is this Veda, re-edited and divided by the good and kind-hearted Vyasa, that men have somehow managed to preserve among them. Women, Sudras, and degenerate men of the twice-born Varnas have no right to hear the Vedas. So especially for the benefit of these who are debarred from the Vedic rites, the sage Vyasa, out of pity for them, composed the Itihasa known as the Mahabharata. O holy men, the sage Vyasa experienced great dissatisfaction and unrest, even though he had been wholeheartedly devoting himself to the welfare of all beings. So, with a distressed heart, that sage, versed in sacred lore, was one day sitting in a sequestered spot on the holy banks of the Saraswati and cogitating as follows within himself. Observing all the vows and in absolute sincerity, I have devoted myself to Vedic study, service to the teachers, and the adoration of the sacred fires. In the guise of the Mahabharata, I have also made available to people debarred from Vedic study the truth contained in the Vedas, viz., the knowledge of the fourfold meaning of life. dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Still, alas, I, who am considered great and perfect among those endowed with the lust of spiritual and refinement, fail to feel that enrichment and joy of the Spirit. Is it that I have not given an adequate exposition of the laws of divine life, which are so dear to the Paramahansas, as also to the Supreme Being? As he was thus cogitating, there arrived sage Narada at the hermitage of Vyasa, who was enwrapping in grief owing to a sense of unfulfillment in his life mission. Knowing that the knowing that the guest newly arrived was no other than the sage Narada, adored even by the Devas, Vyasa got up at once and received him with true decorum.
Skanda 1, Chapter 5, Atha Panchamodhyaya. Being seated comfortably, the far-famed Devrishi Narada, who constantly moves about the world singing the Lord's name on his veena, addressed Vyasa with a smile. Narada said, O son of Parashara, O high-souled one, is your good self happy in mind and body? For composing the Mahabharata, a unique and encyclopedic work dealing with all the four Purusharthas, you must be considered as one with the mastery of Dharma in its practical and theoretical aspects. You have also completely mastered the eternal Veda and propagated it among your disciples. Still, how is it that you look like one frustrated and grieving? Vyasa said, I am aware that I have all those excellences you have referred to. Still, I feel no joy or satisfaction within. The cause of it is not very clear to me. You are the son of Brahma and possessed of infinite knowledge. Deign to find out and tell me the cause of my sorrow. You are endowed with the knowledge of the subtlest and the most secret of all things, for you have achieved a devout and intimate communion with the Supreme Divine, the controller of the whole universe in its manifestation and dissolution, who by an act of his will creates, sustains, and dissolves all the worlds, and yet is non-attached. You travel all the world over like the sun itself, and like the air penetrate everything. You can get into the hearts of all and be the witness of all their thoughts. So deign to look into the state of my mind and find out what my sin of omission is. For I have accomplished all that man can accomplish by the study and practice of the truth, revealed by the Vedas, and by the observance of the rules of virtuous and austere living. Narada said in reply, You have not adequately described the unsullied glory of the Supreme Lord. I consider as imperfect all those philosophies which fail to please the Lord because of their lack of devotional exuberance, which alone can give full satisfaction to him. You have not expounded the greatness of Vasudeva with that exhaustiveness with which you have treated the Vedic rites and the fourfold end of human life, consisting of dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, works of pure literary artistry that nowhere describe the sanctifying glory of the Lord, are eschewed by the holy spiritual swans, who are ever accustomed to sport in the Manasa lake of Sachidananda alone. They discard such compositions, considering them only as dirty mud puddles, fit for the bath of the crows of sensual worldlings. Literary compositions, which are characterized by the presence of words indicating divine attributes and glory, destroy the sins and evil tendencies of people, even if there are mistakes in every one of their lines. Holy men hear the exposition of such texts and themselves expound and sing them. Knowledge characterized by purity does not shine with dazzling brilliance if it is devoid of the fervor of devotion to the Supreme Being. What then to speak of mere karma, with motive or even without it, if the same is not dedicated to the Lord? Therefore, O high-souled one, you who are endowed with unerring insight, famed for your holiness, ever devoted to truth, and established in sacred vows, do, through samadhi, recall the memories of those wonderful deeds of the sportive Lord, and expound the same for the salvation of all mankind. If this is not done, man, with his eyes, speech, and other senses occupied entirely with unspiritual concerns, will fall into the extremely dangerous situation created by the attraction of these sense objects, and will, like a boat caught in a storm, be tossed about this way and that, without any firm anchorage to steady it. It has indeed been a great transgression on your part to have declared the desire motivated ritualistic rites of the Vedas as dharma to the materially minded and sense bound man. For established on the strength of your declaration in the faith that Vedic ritualism is dharma, they will not heed to their duplication in other shastras or even in your own works. Only rare souls who have attained to the highest purity of being can take to the life of absolute renunciation and realize the supernal bliss of the infinite. Therefore, reveal for the benefit of the common man, who is subject to the gunas of Prakriti and thereby has forgotten his higher nature, the spiritual activities of the Supreme Being through his cosmic manifestations. A man who has abandoned his swadharma for pursuing the path of devotion to Hari, even if he fails to attain perfection in that path immediately, does not sustain any fall. Nothing inauspicious befalls him anywhere, anytime. But pray, what spiritual exaltation has been attained by people who merely follow the rules of Swadharma, untouched by devotion? The truly wise man should therefore strive for what is not achievable in this transmigratory cycle, which carries one from world to world. For fast moving time naturally brings about enjoyments of sense objects as also sufferings in different lives, without anyone's efforts for the same. O dear one, a person devoted to the Lord is never caught up in this repetitive process of samsara, like one devoted to the Vedic rites and the desire prompted activities. For whoever comes to be attracted by the Lord, who is all bliss, is constantly attached to him by the joyous memory of his service and never feels inclined to leave the same, lured by worldly enjoyments. The Lord, who is both the material and efficient cause of this universe, its sustenance and dissolution, may be considered as this universe itself from the causal point of view. But yet the Lord is distinct from it in another sense. Uh, all these truths are well known to you, I have spoken briefly about them only to draw your attention towards them. O sage of true insight, know your immortal self to be a part of that supreme being, born in this world for the good of mankind. So for the spiritual edification of man, describe at length the story of all the great divine incarnations, including yourself. Great men have established that the supreme, imperishable consummation of all spiritual disciplines, be it austerities, scriptural study, sacrifices, japa, gifts of discrimination, consists in the development of keen interest in contemplation and exposition of the glories and attributes of the most exalted being. In my previous birth, in an earlier kalpa, I was born as the son of a maid servant in a community of Vedic ritualists. I was therefore from boyhood engaged in attending on yogis who gathered at the place for the Chaturmasya, Those holy men, though even-minded in their outlook, were mightily pleased with my services, especially seeing how I, though a mere boy, was devoid of all fickleness and boyish playfulness, was disciplined and brief-spoken, and attended on them with dedication and understanding of their needs. Permitted by these holy men, I once partook of the remnants of the food left by them. Being purified in mind by this act, I developed a taste for the devotional life which these holy men followed. By their blessing, I was able to hear every day their attractive recitals of Sri Krishna's life and actions. Hearing every syllable of those recitals with faith and attention, I developed the feeling of delight in the Lord, whose glories are charming to contemplate. After I developed this delight in the Lord, my mind would never disengage itself from Him of enduring glory. In this mental state, I experience that the whole of the universe, in its subtle as well as gross condition, is generated by His power of Maya in Himself, from whom my entity, the Jiva, too, has no separate existence. Listening continuously all through the spring and the rainy season, at the three sandhyas of the day, to the recitals of the Lord's sanctifying glory by these holy men, there sprang up in me that powerful devotion which obliterates all traces of tamas and rajas. When dispersing after the Chaturmasya period, the kind-hearted and merciful holy man imparted to me the transcendent knowledge of the Supreme Divine, which he himself had revealed to them. For though a boy, they found in me a fit recipient, as I was loving, humble, sinless, attentive, self-controlled, and obedient. By that knowledge I was enabled to obtain the grace of the Maya of Vasudeva, the omniscient and omnipotent Lord, by which the Jiva attains to his being. O holy men, what is implied by the story of mine is that karma, dedicated to the Supreme Person, who is the master of the worlds and the all-comprehending being, tends to destroy the threefold misery of man. See how ingredients like ghee, which cause disease in men when taken by themselves, do not do so when they are medicated with curative herbs. So also, even though karma is a cause of bondage for man preoccupied with it, the same karma, when dedicated to the Lord, becomes a potent power to destroy all tendencies and takes him Godward. Whatever work man performs in dedication to and for the supreme pleasure of the Supreme Lord, such karma goes to generate knowledge combined with bhakti. When work is done according to the teaching of the Lord, his names and excellences are always remembered simultaneously with karma. Salutations to the Supreme Lord Vasudeva. Salutations to him who manifests as the triad of Pradyumna, Aniruddha, and Sankarsana. He will attain the intuition of the Supreme Spirit, who offers all his actions as sacrifice unto him, the Lord of sacrifice, the formless being who is described in above fourfold form in the texts dealing with worship. O holy sage, knowing that I have carried out his injunctions, he has blessed me with knowledge, divine powers, and wholehearted devotion to him. O you, who are the master of scriptures, engage yourself in the description of his unique glories, which alone can satisfy the questionings of spiritual aspirants. Proclaim that there is no other panacea for the woes with which men are stricken again and again in this worldly existence.
Atha Shashtotyaya Sutta Uvacha. The after story of Narada. Sutta continued, O holy men, hearing thus about the origin and doings of the divine sage Narada, Vyasa, the son of Satyavati, addressed him again. Vyasa said, when those mendicant sages had dispersed after their Chaturmasya, what did you, a mere boy of that time, do? O offspring of Brahma, what did you do for the rest of your life in that body? And at the end, how did you abandon the body? O divine sage, how is it that your memory about the events of past age are not effaced? Is not time the obliterator of everything? Narada said in reply, after the wandering monks who instructed me had departed, what I did was this. My mother, an ignorant woman and a mere servant maid, was bound with strong cords of love to me, her only son and one without any help in the world except herself. Though desirous of my protection and welfare, she was incapable of protecting even herself, because she was not a free person. See, the whole world is without any freedom. It is like puppet in hands of the Lord. I, who was then only 5 years old and utterly ignorant of the broad world of the time, place, and condition of life, continued to stay in that settlement of Vedas, bound to me, my mother by cords of love. One day, when she went out of the house at night to milk the cow, that poor and pitiable woman was bitten fatally by the serpent on her neck, prompted as it were by the god of death himself. Considering this as a blessing in disguise, bestowed on me by the Lord, who knows what is good for devotees, I started from the place that in northern direction, passing through prosperous countries with towns, villages, dairy farms, and mines, through agricultural regions, villages situated in plains and mountain valleys, through groves of flowering trees, jungles, and forests, through mountain ranges strewn with trees, rent asunder by roaming elephant herds, and endowed with plentiful mineral wealth, by the side of fresh water lakes, resounding with cooings of birds, and the humming of the bees hovering over the expanses
of lotuses and water lilies. I at last reached against an extensive forest region that was impenetrable and forbidding by the wild and thick growth of reeds, bamboos, and varieties of trees, and providing a playground for serpents, owls, jackals, and other fierce wild animals. Hungry and thirsty, tired in body and limbs as I was, I refreshed myself by bathing and drinking in the forest stream. In that solitary forest, without any chance of human being, I sat under a banyan tree and began to meditate on the Supreme Being immanent in oneself, as instructed by my teachers. Little by little, Sri Hari revealed himself in my heart as I meditated on his lotus feet with the mind rendered still by devotion, and eyes brimming with tears born of the intensity of aspiration, with reverberations all over the body generated by intense love, with mind freed from all woes and steeped in bliss. I was merged in samadhi, in which the dichotomy of the seer and the seen disappears. When the form of the Lord, which thrills the mind and destroys all sorrows, suddenly disappeared from my vision, I got up from my seat, most distressed in mind. Eager to have his vision once again, I concentrated my mind in the heart, but I could not regain the vision any more, and I became anguished with frustration. While I was thus striving again in that solitary place, to assuage my grief, as it were, the Lord, who is beyond all worlds, spoke the following words in a voice that was both sweet and powerful. In this birth of yours, alas, you are not eligible to have my vision. I cannot be seen by yogis who are not completely free from all passionate of the heart. O sinless one, my form was revealed to you just once to increase your longing for it. One who has longing for me gradually abandons all other desires from his heart. Abandoning this impure body of yours, you will become an attendant of mine, as your mind has been firmly established in me through that service of holy men, though for a short period. Nothing can distract your intellect that has been established in me. By my blessing, this conviction and recollection of yours shall not be obliterated even in such cosmic catastrophes like dissolution and creation. Bodiless, but yet manifesting himself as a sound through Akasha, that great being, the Lord of all, now stopped having said this much. And I, who was thus the object of divine mercy, bowed my head in salutation before that being whose transcendent greatness surpasses everything great by human standards. Eschewing pride, jealousy, and other passions of the heart, I bided the approach of the end of my life's span, engaging myself, meanwhile, in loudly proclaiming the names of the infinite being without any sense of shame, in constantly remembering the sanctifying and mysterious doings of the Lord, and in wandering from place to place, free from sorrow and joy in all situations of life. O Holy One, to me whose pure mind was thus steeped in the contemplation of Krishna, excluding all worldly desires, death came all of a sudden one day, like a streak of lightning appearing in the sky. When that Bhagavati Tanu, the divine body of Shuddha Sattva, fit for the service of the Lord, was generated in me, my body of the gross material elements fell dead on the exhaustion of that quantum of my karma responsible for the previous embodiment. At the end of the creator cycle, when everything was withdrawn into the causal condition and the supreme Narayana lay floating in cosmic slumber on the causal waters, I too was withdrawn into him through Brahma, the demiurge, who sought rest in him at the end of his creative duties. After the lapse of 1,000 divine years, Brahma woke up and again started the creative activity when, out of Brahman, I too emerged along with the rishis like Marichi and Atri. I, who am devoted to the uncompromising observance of the vow of continence, have been endowed by Mahavishnu's grace with the power to go about unobstructed everywhere within the three worlds, as also beyond it to the transcendental realm. Playing on his veena, given by the Lord himself, and possessing the power of automatically producing the various musical notes, I go about the world singing in tune the excellences of the Lord. When his excellences are sung, he, the supremely holy Lord, of enduring fame and sanctifying feet, makes his presence felt in my heart, as if promptly responding to the call by one's name. The description of the Lord's deeds and attributes is the one means, a veritable boat, to cross the ocean of samsara for those who are rendered miserable by the desire of sense objects. Men who are constantly pestered by passions like lust and greed are never pacified so effectively and readily by yogic disciplines like yama and niyama as by the service of the Lord. In reply to your questions, I have narrated to you all the secrets about my origin and deeds for your satisfaction and edification. Sutta said, after conversing thus with Vyasa, the sage Narada was free from self-centered plans and poses, moved on from there, singing the Lord's name in the accompaniment of his veena. Blessed is this divine sage Narada, for singing to the accompaniment of his veena, while the excellences of the Lord, he himself is ever inebriated with divine love, and he enlivens with joy the hearts of beings distressed by the woes of the world. Sonaka said, Atan Saptamo Jaya. Sonaka said, what did the great and holy sage Vyasa do when Narada had departed after giving him advice? Sutta said, on the western banks of the Saraswati, which is the resort of many holy men, there is a specially sacred spot called Samya Prasa, most suited for spiritual retreats. Sitting in this ashrama at that spot, beautified by groves of badari trees, the sage Vyasa entered into samadhi after observing the purificatory rites. In his mind, purified and made concentrated through divine love, he had the perfect vision of the Supreme Being and the power of Maya dependent on him. It is by the power of Maya that Shiva, though he is in reality a free spirit, mistakenly considers himself as body, a product of the three gunas, and invites all the sufferings of the life of samsara. He also realized that the panacea of these sufferings caused by avidya is devotion to the Lord. That illumined sage therefore composed the Bhagavata Purana, known as the Satvata Samhita. For the benefit of men groveling in the ignorance of his spiritual nature, to teach him that bhakti is the one means by which the darkness of ignorance can be dispelled and the spiritual glory of the Jiva restored. even by starting its study or by listening to it. The mind of man develops bhakti, or devotion to the Supreme Lord, which destroys all his sorrow, infatuations, and fear. What then to speak of devoted application to its study or hearing? After composing the Bhagavata and carefully revising it, the sage taught it to his son, Sukha, who was renunciation personified.
Sonika said, Stuka is the contemplative par excellence, a thoroughgoing renouncer who is not interested in anything but absorption in the self. How did he then take to the study of this very extensive scripture? Sutta said, it is true that sages who are absorbed in the self are not in need of book learning, but are endowed with spontaneous devotion, motivated by no self-centered desire. Such is the inherent attractiveness of Sri Hari, that even such contemplative, steeped in the Atma consciousness, are drawn to him, because Sri Sukha, the son of Badara Aranya, was extremely fond of devotees and their company, and because he was strongly fascinated by the excellence of the Lord, he took the trouble of learning the extensive literature. I shall now narrate to you a background of Sri Krishna's life story, an account of Rajarshi Parikshit's birth, activities, and death, and also the departure, past return of the sons of Pandu. When the heroes of the clan of Kauravas and Pandavas had attained to the consummation of the hero's desire, that is, dying in the battlefield, when Suyodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra, was said low with his thighs broken by the might of Vrikodhara's mace, then did Ashwatthama, the son of Drona, desirous of doing what he thought would please his master, Suyodhana, stealthily cut off the heads of the 5 sons of Pandavas by Panchali, as they slept in the bivouac at night. But when he presented these heads, even Suyodhana was not pleased with it, for none would be pleased with such an extreme, heinous act. Panchali, when she heard of this very brutal way in which her 5 young boys had been slaughtered, was overwhelmed with grief and began to weep and wail with torrents of tears flowing from her eyes. Thereupon the hero, Arjuna, the one with the wreath adorned crown, tried to console her thus: when I have reaped the head of that despicable Brahmana, the murderer, Ashwatthama, with arrows released from my bow Gandiva, and put it before you, and when sitting on it, you have attended to the cremation of your sons, and after its completion, taken your ritual bath, then, O good lady, then alone shall it be time for me to wipe the tears of your sorrowing self. Thus, somehow, comforting his dear wife with such a flow of words, pleasing and flowery, Arjuna, having Krishna as both his friend and charioteer, started to pursuit of Ashwatthama, the son of the preceptor Drona, holding in his hand the terrific bow Gandiva, and seated in his chariot with the figure of a monkey as its flag emblem. Seeing the fast approaching Arjuna from a distance, Ashwatthama, the murderer of babies, ascended his chariot with a trembling heart and fled as fast as he could for fear of his life, as Brahma once did of fear of Rudra. Ashwatthama of Brahmana's parentage finding his horses exhausted and himself helpless even to escape, now thought of Brahma missile as the only means to save himself. Though not knowing the withdrawal of the Brahma missile, Aswatthama, confronted as he was an instant threat to life, now performed the necessary purificatory rite in the mental abstraction and released that divine missile. Then, seeing the fierce and radiant energy spreading everywhere out of that missile and threatening his own life, Arjuna said as follows to Krishna: O Krishna, O thou the mighty armed, O the savior of devotees, to men burning in the fire of samsara, thou art the only haven of safety. Thou art the origin of all, and the all-comprehending being, the Lord himself transcending Prakriti. By the power of thy spiritual potency, thou art not affected by the material potency that is in thee. Thus, thou remainest unaffected by all changes as the universal self. By the power of thy grace, thou bestowest on Jivas, groveling in the ignorance generated by Maya, the means of spiritual upliftment, characterized by morality and other disciplines. This incarnation, too, while one of its purposes might be to free the earth of her burden of wicked men, is really to provide thy devotees, those whose love is exclusively directed to thee, with matter of devotional importance to contemplate upon. O Lord of Lords, here comes a mighty radiance and terrifying prowess, multi-pronged and facing all directions. I now, I now not, I know not what it is and whence it comes. The Bhagavan said, this is the Brahma missile released by the son of Drona, frightened by the prospect of his own annihilation. He is not an expert at it, for he does not know how to retract it. There is no other missile than that counteract this Brahma missile. You are an expert in releasing and retracting these missiles. Now, combat and destroy the might of this missile by yourself releasing a Brahma missile against it. Sutta said, hearing the words of Lord Krishna, Arjuna, the terror of his foes, purified himself, circumambulated Sri Krishna by way of adoration of him, and then released his own Brahma missile to destroy the opponents. When the brilliant radiation of the two missiles joined in confrontation, this brilliance overcast all space, all the quarters, and the sky, augmenting as the brilliance of the sun at the cosmic resolution does when the fire emitted from the mouth of Adishesha joins with it. Seeing that brilliant heat burning all the three worlds, all who were affected by it thought that it was really the fire generated at the time of cosmic dissolution. Ascertaining the view of Sri Krishna, Arjuna retracted both the missiles as they would otherwise cause great destruction and distress among living beings. Then Arjuna, his eyes red with anger, approached the cruel Ashwatthama and tied him up with ropes as if he were a sacrificial animal. With an air of anger, the Lord said to Arjuna as he dragged the rope enemy by force towards the bivouac, O Arjuna, this villain of a Brahmana deserves no pardon. Kill him. He has slaughtered mere boys, innocent and asleep at night. A man who knows right conduct should not slaughter an intoxicated man or absent-minded person, a madman, a man asleep, a child, a woman, an idiot, a refugee, a frightened man, or one whose chariot is broken in battle, even if he be an enemy. O merciless criminal, who seeks to thrive by the slaughter of others, death inflicted is but a boon. But if he loves, he will he will degrade himself more and more by his cruel propensities. And besides, you have promised Panchali in my hearing, O esteemed lady, I shall forthwith bring the head of the murderer of your sons. Therefore, let this hateful sinner, the murderer of children, be put to death at once. Ashamed to his own tribe, he has violated the sentiments of his master even. Sutta said. Still, Arjuna did not like to execute Ashwatthama, the son of his own teacher Drona, in spite of the prompting of Sri Krishna, whose intention was to test Arjuna's sense of right conduct. Next, Arjuna Arjuna, who had the divine Krishna both as his charioteer and friend, moved to his bivouac and informed his sorrowing wife of the capture of Ashwatthama. Seeing Ashwatthama in that condition, tied up like an animal and hanging his head, ashamed of his own despicable act, the noble Panchali was overcome with pity. She was she made prostration to the captive, as he was the son of of their venerable teacher Drona. Unable to bear the sight of Ashwatthama in bondage, she cried out in great consternation, Release him! Release him! He is a Brahmana and also a venerated elder, being the son of our teacher in the form of his son. Here stands before you Dronacharya himself, the one who taught you the whole of the science of arms, together with all the secret mantras connected with the release and rejecting of the powerful missiles. Besides, his mother, Drona's wife, who is the sister of Kripa, has survived her husband and is still alive for the sake of her heroic son. My lord, you are well acquainted with the rules of righteous conduct. It is not befitting to the family of the to put Guru is put to suffering by you. On the other hand, it deserves your respect and adoration at all times. Let not his mother, the daughter of Gautama and the faithful wife of Drona, weep and wail and have tears swept face like myself, owing to the death of her own offsprings. If the tribe of Brahmana is provoked and enraged by the action of unregenerate kings, these kings and their followers will meet with total destruction with the sorrow of those anguished Brahmanas. Sutta said, O Brahmanas, the king Dharmaputra highly appreciated these words of Panchali as they were righteous, lawful, merciful, sincere, balanced, and praiseworthy in every way. All, all others there, men and women, including Nakula, Sahadeva, Satyaki, Arjuna, and Lord Krishna, born of Devaki, appreciated the plea of Draupadi. Then Bhima said in a very angry mood, Execution is the better favor than release for a villain of this type, who, though it served neither his master's nor his own purpose, still murdered the sleeping children for murder's sake. Hearing the words of Brahmasena, Bhimasena, and of daughter of Drupada, Lord Krishna, the four-armed, studying the face of his friend Arjuna, told him with a smile. Bhagwan Krishna said, even a degraded Brahmana should not be slaughtered. A villainous murderer should be killed. Both are my injunctions. Act in a way that will be in fulfillment of both. You have to fulfill the undertaking that you gave to comfort your wife, namely, to bring the head of Ashwatthama. You have also got to do what is pleasing to Bhimasena, to Panchali, and to myself. Act in a way that will accomplish all these. Sutta said, Arjuna understood what the Lord had in mind, and accordingly he sheared off with the sword the head tuft of Ashwatthama together with the crest that was a natural feature on his head. Bereft of his spiritual aura by the sin of child slaughter and deprived of his physical brilliance by the loss of his crest jewel, Ashwatthama was sent away from the camp of the Pandavas. Execution for the degraded Brahmana consists in the shearing of the head tuft, confiscation of property, and expulsion. The infliction of the physical death is prohibited. Along with Krishna, the Pandavas, who were bemoaning the death of their children, next attended to their cremation and other rites.
Shtamo Jaya, Sutta Vacha, Skanda 1, Chapter 8. Sutta said, Sons of Pandu, accompanied by Krishna and with their ladies at the head of the party, went to the Ganga to perform the water rites connected with the obscurities of their dead relatives. After having performed the rites, consisting in the gift of gingerly and water to the spirits of the departed, and after bewailing long their loss, they took their bath again in the waters of the Ganga, which have sprung from the feet of Hari and are sanctified by the dust of his feet. Then Krishna, along with the assembled rishis, discoursing on the inevitability of the ravages of time, tried to console all the assembled sorrow-laden devotees. Dhritarashtra sitting in his palace, Yudhishthira, the leader of the Kurus, along with his brothers, Gandhari, the grief-stricken mother of the Kauravas, Kunti, the mother of the Pandavas, and Panchali, their wife. The kingdom, usurped by Duryodhana, had now been restored by Yudhishthira, the members of the royal clan who were responsible for dragging Draupadi by her locks, and therefore cursed by her to perish, had now been destroyed. The noble fame of Yudhishthira had spread everywhere like that of Indra himself after the performance of 3 Ashwamedas. Having helped his devotees to achieve all these, Shri Krishna prepared himself to return to his city of Dwarka. He took formal leave of the sons of Pandu, worshipped sages like Vyasa and others, and was worshipped in return by them. He was now ready to get into his chariot, accompanied by his followers like Satyaki and Uddhava, when, O Brahmanas, he found Uttara rushing to him in utter fright. Uttara said, O Lord of the worlds and of all devas, O Supreme Yogi, I find no refuge except in thee when all are engaged in mutual destruction. O Lord, here comes very fast towards me the fierce missile, like the molten mass of iron. Let it burn me up, I mind it not, but let it not destroy the fetus within me. Sutta said, hearing the words of Uttara, the Lord understood that what was confronting her was the Brahma missile, again released by the son of Drona in order to efface a line of Pandavas from the surface of the earth. At the same time, the 5 Pandava brothers, finding red-hot missiles coming against each of them, took up arms against them. Seeing the perilous condition of the Pandavas, who were devoted to him with all their heart and soul, the Lord shielded them with his mighty weapon, the Sudarsana. The Lord, the master of yoga and the indweller on everything, revived and protected with his divine power the fetus within Uttara, which was the only thread for keeping up the continuity of the Pandava lineage. Even though the Brahma missile is as a rule irresistible and indestructible by any counter missile, it was extinguished by the might of Vishnu's prowess. There is nothing to wonder at it in the performance of him, the unborn and unchanging being, who is in himself the wonder of all wonders, and who creates, preserves, and dissolves everything by his power Maya. Sutta said, in the company of her sons and their wife Draupadi, Kunti Devi, the mother of the Pandavas, who had been just saved from the Brahma missile, thus addressed Krishna, who was about to start for Dwaraka. Kunti said, I salute the uncreated original being, the Supreme Person, the Lord of all, the one transcending Prakriti, though abiding within and without all beings. None can see thee directly. How can an ignorant person like me know thee, the transcendental, changeless spirit, when thou hast hidden thyself behind the screen of Maya? Thy mysterious power. As an ignorant spectator cannot recognize an actor in his theatrical costume, so art thou hidden from the vision of the ignorant man. That being so, how can we, women, understand thee who has taken this incarnation to teach through thy sportive actions the real import of communion through divine love, even to all-knowing Paramhamsas who have attained to transcendent purity. Salutations to Krishna, born of Vasudeva and Devaki. Salutations again and again to Brahman of the Upanishads, who has appeared in his sportive manifestation as the son of Nanda. Salutations to the one having the world lotus emerging from his navel. Salutations to one who is lotus-eyed and lotus-garlanded. Salutation to the one with feet marked with the emblem of lotus. O Lord, Master of the senses, just as thou didst release thy sorrow-stricken mother Devaki from the prison cell with the wicked Kamsa, so have I with my sons been freed by thee, our Master, from several perilous situations. Many were the dangerous situations from which thou dost protect us, from the murderous attempt to poison Bhimasena, from the insurrectionism of the Kauravas, from the menace of horrible demons and Rakshasas, from the humiliation of the gambling meat, from the various perils of our forest life, from the threat of the weapons of great warriors in battle after battle, and now from the threat posed by the missile released by the son of Drona. O teacher of all the worlds, let perils face us ever and anon, for it is in the dangerous situations that we feel the presence of thee, whose vision bestows freedom from rebirth. Thou, whose vision is got only by ascetics who have no wealth except thee, cannot even be addressed by thy holy names, by men who are infatuated by the pride of birth, power, fame, wealth, learning, and the like. Salutations to thee, who art the wealth of those who have no other wealth. Salutations to the one whom the workings of the three gunas do not affect. Salutations again to him who is absorbed in his own bliss, who is all peace, and who is the bestower of liberation to the jivas. I deem thee to be the time spirit, beginningless and endless, irresistible, whose steamroller movements makes no distinction between anyone, good and bad, small and great. It is time's process that brings about feuds among men, leading to the destruction of all. No one can understand the real intention by thy sportive actions when thou thus simulate the ways of men in thy incarnations. None is specially friendly or inimicable to thee. Only to redeem all jivas, and even thy destruction of thy so-called enemies, is only to bless them and give them salvations. Without understanding this, men attribute partially to thee the apparent birth and activities of thine, the unborn and unchanging spirit, the soul of the universe, in thy incarnations among the rishis, men and subhuman and aquatic creatures, is indeed a grand mystery. When, as a child, thou dost the mischievous act of breaking the earthen curd pot, thy mother took a rope to tie thee to a mortar as punishment. When I think of thy face at that time, with eyes tremulous in fear and shedding copious tears that washed down the collyrium from them, I am wonderstruck and mystified, remembering that thou art the one of whom even death is afraid. As thy ways are inscrutable, men speak of the purpose of thy incarnation variously. Some say that thou, the unborn, wert born in the line of the virtuous Yadus, in order to enhance the reputation of that royal house, even as the sandalwood of the Malaya mountain makes its fame widespread. Others are of the view that thou didst take birth as the son of Vasudeva by Devaki, because of the austerities and prayers they had practiced in the previous birth, of the privilege of being thy parents, and that by taking such birth thou couldst work for the welfare of the world by eliminating the wicked from it. There are some others who say that thou didst take birth at the request of Brahma, and to relieve the earth of its burden, and save it thereby, as the boat that is about to capsize is saved by throwing away its superfluous contents. Still others maintain that the purpose of thine incarnation is to provide men struggling in samsara, the chain of cause and effect, consisting of ignorance and desire, of desire-prompted actions followed by repeated births and deaths, with materials suited for and devotional disciplines of hearing and remembering in the shape of accounts of thy sportive actions. It is those who always hear about, recite, praise, remember, and delight in thy sportive actions that quickly attain to thy lotus feet, which put an end to the cycle of births and deaths. O Lord of all, thou who indulgest in sportive actions for the edification of thy devotees, art thou now going to abandon us who are thy friends and dependents? Alas, except thy feet, we have no strength to sustain us against the anger and might of various royal houses who entertain enmity towards us. Without thee in our midst, what will be the condition of us, the Yadus and the Pandavas, who have attained the reputation and prosperity by thy presence among us? It shall be like the condition of the organs when the soul has departed from the body. When this country ceases to be adorned with thy auspicious footmarks, it shall also cease to be that beautiful and prosperous place that happens to be at present. Now, all things in this region, its prosperous villages, its luxuriant vegetation, its forests, mountains, and seas, seem to have put on a gala appearance because of thy glances falling on them. O Lord of all, O Soul of all, O all formed, cut asunder the strongly rooted attachment of mine in the clan of the Pandavas and Yadus. O dear Lord, just as the river Ganga is a continuous stream flowing towards the ocean, so may my mind, eschewing all other objects, become a continuous stream of love and attachment with thee as its sole object. O Sri Krishna, O friend of Arjuna, O leader of the Vrishnis, O the blazing fire consuming the tribe of the evil and oppressive rulers of the world, O one of inexhaustible power and energy, O Lord of Gokula, O protector of the weak and the holy, O master of yoga, O spiritual guide of mankind, O the Lord of all, salutations again and again to thee.
Suta said, when Kunti Devi had finished hymning his glories in sweet words, Sri Krishna cast his bewitching smile on her, and he blessed her so that as prayed for by her, she would attain to loving devotion to the Lord. He then entered Hastinapura, took leave of all the royal ladies, and was about to leave for his city of Dwarka when he was detained by Yudhishthira with a loving request to stay on for some time more. In spite of being consoled and instructed by divine sages like Vyasa and even by Krishna himself, with several quotations from ancient traditions, Yudhishthira's sorrow at, at the total destruction of which he was the cause could not be assuaged, and his conscience cleared. This was indeed due to the will of Krishna, whose ways are mysterious and unfathomable. O holy man, King Yudhishthira, thinking like an ignorant, was overcome by his attachment for and sorrow at the death of all friends and relatives, and said, O calamity! Look at the deep-seated ignorance of the wicked fellow that I am. For the sake of this body, which is going to be the food of jackals and vultures, I have caused the destruction of armies and the countless men compromising them. I am not going to be liberated from hell, even after thousands upon thousands of years of suffering there, the slayer as I am of children, brahmanas, friends, relatives, fathers, brothers, teachers, and the like. The dictum that for the ruling prince, with the duty of protecting his subjects, slaying enemies in a righteous war is not a sin, fails to convince me. The tremendous suffering I have caused to the women folk, whose relatives have met with death on account of me, is something that cannot be atoned for by any rites which could be performed in a householder's life, or by charities or sacrifices. Hardened dirt cannot wash away fluid dirt. The effect of the small quantities of an intoxicant cannot be neutralized by drinking large quantities of it. So also the death you caused once in ignorance cannot be expiated by the deliberate slaughter of a very large number of living creatures in sacrificial rites. Atha Navamodhyayaha. Suta said, Yudhishthira, distressed by an uneasy conscience due to the fear of having brought about great misery to his people and anxious to have his doubts regarding righteous conduct cleared now, went to the spot of Kurukshetra, where Bhishma, otherwise known as Devavrata, had fallen in battle and was lying on the bed of arrows, waiting for an auspicious moment to depart from his body. He was followed by his brothers, mounted on their chariots and gold decorations, and drawn by excellent horses, as also by holy rishis like Vyasa and Daumya. O Holy One, Bhagavan Krishna with Arjuna also followed King Yudhishthira, who, amidst all these, looked like Kubera, the Lord of Wealth, surrounded by his celestial followings. Seeing Bhishma lying there like a deva fallen from the heavens, all the Pandavas, together with their followings, as well as Sri Krishna, saluted him by making prostrations. O best of men, now there assembled to meet Bhishma, the great leader of the Kurus, numerous rishis from among the Devas and Brahmanas, as also royal sages. O knower of the Vedas, among those who assembled were Parvata, Narada, Daumya, the divine Bhadararanya, Brihadaswa, Bharadwaja, Parasurama with his disciples Vashishtha, Indrapramada, Krita, Krita Samada, Asita, Kakshivan, Gautama, Atri, Vishwamitra, Sudarshana, Sri Sukha, Kashyapa, Angiras, and other sages, all accompanied by their disciples. Seeing all those distinguished persons assembled, Bhishma, who was one of the Vasus, who knew what virtue is, and who was acquainted with the way of behaving according to place and time, verbally extended a warm welcome to them all. He did homage to Krishna, whose powers he well understood and whom he knew to be none other than the Lord of all, who had assumed a human form by his mysterious power. He who was the resident of the hearts was now standing before him in human form. He saw the sons of Pandu seated before him in all humanity and love, and addressed them with eyes blinded with tears of affection. What a tragedy! What travesty of justice, that you, who have always had holy men, laws of righteousness, and the Supreme Being Himself as your pole star in life, should have had to spend their lifetime in such utter misery. After the super archer King Pandu died, your young mother, Kunti Devi, with several little children on hand, had to pass through troubles and tribulations without number. I deemed that all your miseries were the product of the spirits of time, to whose sway all the worlds, with their guardian angels, are subordinate, and the clouds are to wind. How strange that danger should stop the fortunes of a family that has the son of Dharma as its head, that has got the protection of Bhima, and also mighty with his mighty mace, and with great archer Arjuna, having the reputed Kandiva for his bow, and that has above all Sri Krishna as their ally. O King, none can know the will of that Supreme Being. Even the far-sighted rishis, who have tried their best to fathom the divine mind, have always recoiled with it in utter failure. Therefore, O great leader of the Bharatas and master of this kingdom, recognizing all that has happened has been wrought by providence, follow the dictates of that divine will, and protect the people who have now become like unclaimed orphans. This Krishna is verily the perfect being, Narayana, the origin of all. He is now enacting his divine play. appearing incognito as one among the Vrishnis, and hiding his real nature from the world at large. O king, his greatness is partially perceived only by Bhagavan Shiva, the divine sage, Narada, and Kapila, who is the divine incarnate. None without his grace can understand the greatness of him whom you have been looking upon as your uncle's son, a dear friend, a selfless ally, and the most important well-wisher of yours, and whose services you have utilized as an advisor, a messenger, and even a charioteer, taking advantage of his intimacy. No kind of elation or humiliation is felt by him on account of these or other actions, because he is the soul of all, even sighted, non dual, devoid of egoism, and free from all taints. But, O king, see his mercy towards persons having unswerving love for him. For when I am about to abandon my vital energies and pass away, here has Sri Krishna come by my side to bless me with his vision. By concentrating one's mind on whom with intense devotion, and by reciting whose name and glories with one's lips, a dying aspirant is liberated from the bondage of desire and duty. May that Bhagavan, with his radiant face, beautified by his benevolent smile and lotus-like eyes, who is generally realized only in the heart in meditation, remain before my physical eyes till life leaves my body. Sutta said. Then Yudhishthira asked Bhishma, who was resting on the bed of arrows, many questions relating to virtue in the hearing of the assembled rishis. Then that truth knower, Bhishma, expounding in brief and in details, with illustration drawn from ancient traditions, a variety of themes, a duty of men in general, their duties according to their varna and ashrama, the twofold code of conduct laid down in the Vedas for attaining worldly prosperities and salvations, rules of charity, kingly duties, duties of one seeking liberations, duties of women, duties of one pursuing the path of devotion, their life's value of virtue, wealth, pleasure, and salvation, with the means of their attainment, and so on. While he was expounding these profound spiritual themes, he neared the time for him to end his life. The Uttarayana, which yogis like Bhishma, who die only when they will, generally wait for their departure. That great warrior, who could meet 1,000 combatants single-handed, now stopped his speech. Being without any attachment, he could fix his mind, with eyes open on the Lord with four hands, who was standing before him in his luminous robe of yellow silk. His mind was free from all sinful tendencies because of the practice of concentrated meditation on the Lord. All the pain due to the wounds on his body caused by weapons disappeared as the Lord's look fell on him. His senses having ceased to run after their objects, they were held in absolute stillness. When he was thus lying there, ready to die, he recited the following hymn addressed to Sri Krishna. May my mind, freed from every desire, be an offering unto thee, the Supreme Lord, now appearing as the noble scion of the Yadu clan, but who in reality, the all-pervading being, who in the midst of his absorption, in his inherent bliss, desired to have a sportive diversion, assumed his power of Yoga Maya, as a result of which has come forth this unimaginable vast flow from that is the universe, the realm of becoming. When I have unfailing and absolute devotion which seeks no liberation even. 2. Krishna, to friends of Arjuna, who has an enchanting body of bluish tinge and robe of yellow silk, brilliant like the rays of the morning sun, and whose lotus face is fringed with curly furlocks. His hair ended brown with the dust raised by hoofs of horses, his face adorned with the sweat caused by exertion in battle, his armor pierced with blood dripping from his skin on account of the sharp arrow shot by me. Oh, for Krishna, of such description, may my mind have unfailing hankering. Positioning the chariot between the two opposing armies at his friend's bidding, and consuming, as it were, the life of the men of the opposing army by his look, may Krishna, the friend of Arjuna, stationed thus, be the object of my abiding love.
May I have supreme devotion to the holy feet of the Lord, who, by teaching the truth of the Atman, rid the ignorance of Arjuna, who felt overwhelmed by the thought of the sin he would be incurring by causing the death of his own clansmen, arrayed in battle order on both sides. In the field of battle, in order to make true my words, thee take up arms and thus break thy pledged word not to touch thy any weapon. Thou didst actually abandon thy promise, and holding in hand thy divine discus Sudarshana, rushed at me like a lion against an elephant, causing tremors of the earth by thy strides, forgetting even thy slipped upper garment in the course of thy charge. Were thy armor pierced by the sharp arrows of a murderous enemy like me, and thy body bathed in blood, thou didst rush at me as if to kill me. May that Krishna of the battlefield be the refuge of my soul. All those who died in battle, seeing thee in front, have been absorbed into thy being. O thou charming resident of Arjuna's chariot, with the reins and horsewhip in hand, may this mind of mine, about to face death, attain to the highest delight in thee. May my mind attain to the delight in him whom the Gopikas worshipped with their comely gait, play, sweet smile, and lovelorn looks, and as a consequence became overwhelmed with his love and began to imitate his doings in the infatuation of love and ultimately attained to oneness with him. There shines clearly before my eyes that divine being, the soul of my soul, who was looked at with wonder and intense delight by all in that grand assembly of sages and royalty gathered at the Rajasuya sacrifice of Yudhishthira, while he received the honor and worship of preeminence accorded to him by the master of sacrifice. Just as the one sun appears variously as the light in the eyes of everyone, so though one, he resides as if separately in the hearts of all beings he has created. Rid of the delusion of multiplicity, may I now become one with that unitary being. Sutta said. Then Bhishma breathed his last, uniting himself with the Bhagavan Krishna, the Supreme Self, with his vital energies suspended and his mind, speech, and sight directed to him in a unified mental mode. All those assembled remained mute like birds at dusk, knowing that the great Bhishma had dissolved into the Supreme Being, Brahma. Then there arose at the announcement of this great event the sounds of kettle drums of men as also of gods. The good and righteous among royalties cried, "Hail!" and rain of flowers fell from the heavens. Then Yudhishthira performed all the obsequies according to the code and observed mourning for a while, though Bhishma, who had attained the highest state, required none of these. The overjoyed holy men all sang the praise of Krishna, couched in the most sacred and meaningful expressions, and afterwards departed to their respective ashramas with their minds deeply engrossed in Krishna. Afterwards, Yudhishthira and Krishna went to Hastinapura to console the sorrow-stricken elders. Dhritarashtra, the blind king, and his austere wife Gandhari, who were grieving for their lost sons. The great Yudhishthira, with the consent and blessings of Dhritarashtra and the congratulations of Sri Krishna, then assumed the reins of government of the kingdom and had come down to him hereditarily and administered it according to the laws of the land. Ata Dashamodhyaya. Sonaka said, "How did Yudhishthira, the greatest among the righteous, engage himself in the administration of the land along with his brothers, after he had destroyed the envious Suryodhana, who waged war to usurp his kingdom?" Sita said, "Hari, the protector of the worlds, by resuscitating the life of Parikshit in his mother's womb, saved from extinction the clan of the Kurus that was destroyed by the forest fire of fratricidal war. He was then pleased to install Yudhishthira in his own kingdom, formerly usurped by his cousins. Yudhishthira's mind was freed from all confusion, as wisdom dawned on him through the advice of Krishna as well as of Bhishma. With his mind always resigned to Krishna and assisted by his brothers, he began to rule his kingdom, extending to the limits of the sea, as Indra rules over the heavens. During his rule, the clouds rained according to need. The earth became fertile and high-yielding, and cows with swelling udders bathed their sheds with flowing milk. Rivers, seas, mountains, trees, herbs, and cultivated crops all became fruitful according to season. During the rule of Yudhishthira, his subjects were free from worries and disease, as also from troubles caused by super-mundane causes. After having stayed in Hastinapura for some months to console his friends and satisfy his sister Subhadra, the wife of Arjuna, he bade farewell to Yudhishthira and received his permission to depart from mutual venerations and embraces. He then got into his chariot to go to his city of Dwaraka. It was impossible for all the residents of the palace, both men and women, such as Subhadra, Panchali, Kunti, Uttara, Gandhari, Dhritarashtra, Yuyutsu, Kripa, Nakula, Sahadeva, Bhima, Domya, Satyavati, and others, even to think of separation from Sri Krishna without feeling shocked and bewildered. Spiritual aspirants who have their evil tendencies effaced by holy conduct never stop reciting the Lord's excellences having listened to them but once. How then can the sons of Pandu stand separation from the very Lord with whom they have been living in utmost intimacy, always seeing him, touching him, conversing with him, and sleeping with him? Bound as they were to Krishna with cords of love, their thoughts were directed to him, and their eyes fixed unwinking on him, while they moved here and there about him. The royal kinswoman, whose intense sorrow at his departure brought tears into their eyes, somehow restrained its flow, thinking that such an inauspicious sign like a weeping should not occur while Sri Krishna was starting home. Soft sounding drums, kettle drums, conches, veenas, flutes, pipes, trumpets, bells, high-sounding battle drums, and a host of such other musical and percussion instruments now sounded, announcing his departure. The women of the Kurus, in their eagerness to see him, stood on the terraces of buildings and began to shower flowers on Krishna, along with their wondering smiles and looks mingled with love and shyness. Arjuna held over his beloved friend the white imperial umbrella, decorated with pearls, garlands, and having a diamond-studded handle. Uddhava and Satyavati waved beautiful bunches of chowri hair from both the sides of the Lord, who amidst all this and the shower of flowers falling from above shone in the streets through which he passed. Again and again were heard the words of blessings pronounced by Brahmanas. May you be happy, or may you be long-lived. Words inappropriate to the Absolute, but appropriate to him incarnate as man. The ladies of Hastinapura, the capital of the Kurus, whose minds were powerfully attracted to Krishna, began to chat as follows among themselves in sweet tone. It is certain that he, Sri Krishna, is that eternal and supreme being who existed alone as pure spirit without differentiation, when all beings and material evolutes were in the state of dissolution, in him before creation, and in the cosmic night succeeding dissolution, when all powers of nature were asleep in him. He, the revealer of Vedas, afterwards assumed his prakriti, or inherent power, which causes self-forgetfulness to the jivas, and which creates name and form in the nameless and the formless Atman. This, Krishna, is the goal which sages, who are masters of their senses and vital breaths, seek and realize with minds purified by the intensity of their God love. There is nothing except such devotion that can purify the mind. O companions, it is Krishna only who is discussed and glorified by the insightful scholars in the Vedas and in the esoteric works called the Tantras. The substance of their teachings that he, the one Lord, creates, preserves, and dissolves as a sport with himself, but is not in any way affected by these sportive actions. When the rulers of the earth become slaves of dark passions and begin to live on unrighteousness, then in every age this Sri Krishna, who comes to protect the worlds, assuming forms of pure sattva and manifesting such excellences as truth, righteousness, mercy, and lasting fame in the world, Glorious indeed is the line of Yadu. Glorious too is the Madhu forest of Raja, for these have been sanctified by Krishna, the first by his birth in it, and the next by the impression of his feet on its surface as he walked about there. O wonder of wonders! The city of Dwarka, surpassing the sphere of heaven even, has come to have the fame of being a holy region for the whole world. For it is here alone that the citizens see daily the face of Krishna, the Lord of their hearts, casting his merciful glances, beautified by his comely smile.
O companion, these women whose hands Krishna held in wedlock must certainly have worshipped the Lord in their past births through austerities and sacrifices, for the nectar of his lips, for which the Gopikas of Raja longed and pined, is drunk again and again by these wives of Krishna. Those women, like Rukmani and others, the mothers of Pradyumna, Samba, Amba, etc., whom he took by force, paying the bride money of heroism with which he smashed the resistance offered by heroic kings headed by Shishupala, the ruler of Chedi, as also those other women whom he took over in hundreds after the destruction of Naraka, son of Bhu. All these have indeed ridden womanhood of its disrepute for impurity and unfitness for freedom. For in their homes did the lotus-eyed Krishna, their husband, always stay, enhancing the joy with his conversation. Sri Krishna passed along the street, acknowledging the compliments of the city woman by his smiling look. Yudhishthira, the one without a foe, sent a strong contingent of his army as bodyguard for Krishna, though he needed no protection from anyone. The Pandava brothers, who, out of love and sorrow of impending separation, accompanied the departing Krishna for a long distance, were somehow persuaded to go back by Krishna, who now proceeded to his own city of Dwaraka with his dear ministers like Uddhava. He passed through the land of the Kurus, the Jangalas, the Panchalas, Durasenas, the region of Yamuna, Brahmavarta, Kurukshetra, the Matsya country, Saraswata region, the intervening desert, the Sauvira and Abhira lands, and reached the region of Anartas, where his horses were found a bit tired, receiving from place to place the pious offerings of devoted men. He at last reached the western region, even as the sun too was setting in the west. After the Mahabharata war, Sri Krishna arrival and reception at Dwaraka. Sutta said, reaching his own land of Anarta, the Lord sounded his divine conch, Panchajanya, to assuage the grief of his people caused by his long absence thence. Itself white in color, but rendered slightly crimson when applied to the ruby lips of the Lord, the conch on being held in his lotus-like hand and sounded looked like a Raja calling from amidst a cluster of lotus flowers. That sound of the conch, which drove away all fear from the minds of men, was a signal for the inhabitants of that country to assemble in large numbers to receive the Lord. As people greeted the rising sun by waving before it an auspicious lighted lamp, the citizens of this place, with bright faces, emotion-charged words, and various kinds of offerings in hand, extended a cordial reception to him who is ever satisfied with his own blissful essence, who has no desires of his own, and who is the Father, friend, and protector of all. They said, O Master, salutations to thy feet. to thy lotus feet, which even Brahma and Indra worship, which is a support for those who seek the supreme good, because thou art the only one over whom time, who controls even Brahma and other exalted beings, has no sway. O protector of the worlds, bring about our all-round welfare. Thou art our mother, father, friend, and master. Thou art also our spiritual guide and the Lord of our adoration. By thy service we have attained fulfillment. Blessed are we that we have in thee a protecting overlord. For we get an opportunity to see in flesh with our very physical eyes what is impossible even for the devas. Thy form, noted for thy charming glances and smile, and for its supernal loveliness in every limb. O lotus-eyed one, whenever thou art away from here to see thy friends in Mathura or Hastinapur, then even a short time looks like a tedious eon to us, just as it is for eyes in the absence of the sun. The Lord, who is a lover of the devotees, heard these words of greetings of his people, and bestowing his blessings on them by graciously looking at them, entered his city of Dwaraka. That city was protected by Bhagavati, is by the serpent lords, by the Yadus consisting of various clans like Madhus, Bhojas, Dasarhas, Kukuras, Andhakas, and Vrishnis, whom none equaled in power. It was resplendent with expansive lakes, surrounded by flowery and bowery groves of creepers and gardens, having trees that flowers and bears fruit in all seasons. The entrance gate and the road leading from it were protected from the rays of the sun by the festoons and enormous flags fluttering from the top of flagships, all decorations made by the people spontaneously because of the overwhelming joy at Sri Krishna's return. The highways and the other roads of the city were well swept and clean, so also were all the bazaars and the compounds of garden houses. The roads were washed with fragrant waters, and everywhere could be seen decorations of flowers, of fruits, flowers, ears of corn, and tender leaves. At the entrance of houses on the way were arranged various auspicious objects, corn, pots of curd, fruits, and sugar-cane cuttings. Hearing that the dear one was arriving, high-souled Vasudeva, Akrura, Ugrasena, Balarama of great prowess, Pradyumna, Aniruddha, Samba, the son of Jambavati, and others, all in the excitement of love, got up from wherever they were, whether lying, sleeping, sitting, or eating, and went to receive Krishna. He was received by a lordly elephant, with the Brahmanas holding flowers following it, and parties sounding auspicious instruments and loudly chanting the Vedas. Also women of the city, artists and dancers, with their cheeks reflecting the glow of their ear ornaments, came in their hundreds to receive the Lord. Actors, dancers, minstrels, and panegyrists began to sing with absorption songs about the wondrous deed of the Lord. The Lord honored all the assembled relatives, dependents, and subjects in a manner fitting and appropriate to each category. By, by prostration, greeting, embracing, shaking hands, smile, and benevolent look, he satisfied all of them, even the lowest outcasts. As he entered the city, he received the prayerful greetings and blessings of his elders with their wives, of the elderly Brahmanas and the court laureates. The women of Dwaraka, eager for the joy of a sight of Krishna, lined the terraces of houses as Krishna passed along the road. Indeed, though they were seeing the Lord every day, the citizens of Dwaraka were never satiated with the sight of his features, which were verily the residence of beauty and sublimity. How can one feel satiated with seeing him whose chest is the seat of Sri Devi, whose face is the cup offering the drink of beauty to all, whose arms are the strength behind the lords of the quarters, and whose feet form the residence of all holy men established in the love of the Lord? The Lord, dressed in yellow silk, canopied with white royal umbrella, fanned with chowdhuries, decked with floral wreaths, and covered with rains of flowers everywhere, presented the strange sight of a blue cloud trailing its course with the sun above, two moons on two sides, stars everywhere, the rainbows in the middle, and continuous streaks of lightning illuminating it. Entering the home of his parents, he was embraced by his mother and his sisters, and he in turn prostrated before them all, seating the son in their lap, with milk dripping from the breast out of love. They bathed him with the tears flowing from their eyes, out of excitement of intense joy. Then he went to his own palace, unrivaled in beauty and provided with all comforts and luxuries, and having more than 16,000 quarters for all his wives. Seeing their husbands approach from a distance with intense delight, these wives of Krishna now abandoned the vows they were observing in his absence. Rising from their seats and discarding all mental reservations, they went near him with eyes and looks charming in their coyness. These ladies, full of deep and profound sentiments of love, embraced their Lord with their minds when he was far away, with their eyes when they sighted him, and through the fondling of their children when he was nearby. In spite of all their efforts to restrain them, tears flowed down from the eyes of those modest women due to the upsurge of their feelings. Though they were always staying with him, and though in privacy they had utmost intimacy with him, his company appeared fresh and novel to them every moment of their association with him. Who will ever be satiated with his company and wish to leave him, whom even Shri, a goddess, noted for fickleness, never likes to desert? Thus, as the wind spreads a conflagration in a bamboo forest and destroys the same, so the Lord, by spreading mutual antagonism among the kings whose military power had become a menace to the land, devised the elimination by mutual destruction in war, while he himself remained unarmed. Having manifested as a human being in this world of man through his mysterious Maya, he seemed to enjoy the company of these beautiful women just like any other common man. These extraordinary, charming women, whose enticing smiles, looks, etc., convey the message of their powerful amorous sentiments, and were capable of disarming and subjugating Cupid himself, failed in spite of all their stock amatory devices to infatuate the Lord and overpower his mind. Yet the ignorant world considers him, who is totally unattached and a human only in form, as one among themselves, attached to the things of the world. The uniqueness of the lordship of Ishvara consists in this, that though dwelling in close association with Prakriti, he is unattached and therefore unaffected by the qualities of Prakriti, just as the Buddhi fails to take on the eternal bliss of the Atman, though dwelling in the Atman, just as a pseudo I of man, Ahankara, considers the witness I, Ishvara, as involved and identified with all its modifications. So these women, who were ignorant of the real nature of Krishna, the husband, looked upon him as an Eucterus man under their thumb in privacy. The birth of Parikshit, protection of Parikshit in his mother's womb. Saunaka said, it was said that the fetus of Uttara's womb was saved by Krishna from destruction by the Brahma missile released by Ashwatthama had almost destroyed it. We are desirous of hearing all about that noble and high-souled one, about his birth, deeds, and deaths, as also about his attainment of the supreme state after demise. We also want to know how Sukha happened to impart the supreme knowledge to him. We who are endowed with faith in the Supreme Being are anxious to hear all this. Tell us about these matters if you think us fit to hear.
Sutta said, Dharmaraja ruled over the country as a father over a family, being himself free from all worldly desires because of his practice of devotion to Sri Krishna. Unlimited wealth, the performance of yajnas, the higher realms resulting from them, wife, brothers, kingship over the whole of Jambu Dvipa, fame extending up to heaven. All these blessings, for which even the gods longed, failed to give any joy to him whose mind longed only for Krishna, just as a man suffering from a gnawing hunger fails to get satisfaction from anything except food. O son of Brigu, Parikshit in his mother's womb, scorched by the flames of Ashwatthama's Brahma Masal, noticed a divine person close by. Of the size of a thumb, immaculate, decked with a shining diadem of gold on the head, extremely handsome, blue like a rain cloud, wearing a yellow cloth of lightning-like glitter, having 4 auspicious arms, wearing earrings of shining gold, having rosy eyes, and holding in hand a flaming mace, by whirling which he scattered the power of the Brahma Masal as the sun does the mist covering him. Such a person he saw beside him, and he wondered who he might be. The all-pervading Lord, who in his inscrutable ways protects the good and righteous, destroyed the power of the Brahma Masal, and even as the future of Parikshit, now a 10-month-old fetus, was looking on, disappeared from his vision. Then, at an inauspicious moment, when all the planets stood in favorable positions, was born Parikshit, the sustainer of Pandu's line, whose natural majesty made one think that the great Pandu himself was reborn in him. The overjoyed King Yudhishthira then had the postnatal ceremony of the child performed by Brahmanas like Domya, Kripa, and others, who chanted the purificatory mantras. Yudhishthira, who knew the value of gifts on important occasions in life, now gave away at this most auspicious occurrence of the birth of his great-grandson in the family countless gifts to Brahmanas consisting of gold, milch cows, lands, villages, elephants, and horses, and treated them to a splendid feast. Highly pleased with the humble and cordial behavior of the king, the Brahmanas said, O leader of the Pauravas, when this sprout of the righteous Kuru race was destroyed by the inevitable consequences of past karmas, He was saved by the all-powerful Vishnu as a bounty to you from him. Therefore, you will become far famed in the world as a great devotee and a great king under the name Vishnu Rata, one saved by Vishnu. At this the king said, O great ones, will this boy follow in the footsteps of his great and glorious ancestors, the famous Rajarshis of our clan who received the acclamation of all righteous men? The Brahmana said, O son of Kunti, in protecting his subjects, he will be like King Ikshvaku himself, in reverence for holy men, and in truthfulness he will be the equal of Rama. In charity and affording protection to refugees, he will be like the Emperor Siddhi, the king of the Usinaras. He will be a match to Bharata, the son of Dushyanta, in the patronage of the performance of yajnas, and in thus enhancing the glory of his clansmen. As a great archer, he will come to the level of both the Arjunas, his grandfather Arjuna, and Kartivirjana. He will be formidable like fire and insuperable like the ocean. In valor, he will be like a lion. In lordliness, like the Himalaya. In patience, like the earth. And in love and leniency, like one's parent. Like Brahma, the creator, he will be impartial to all. In giving boons and blessings readily, he will be like Maheshwara, and in affording protection to all, he will be like Vishnu himself. In being the focus of all virtues, he will resemble Krishna himself. He will be liberal in gifts like Rantideva, and in righteousness like Yayati. In firmness and courage, he will be like Bali, and in the exuberance of devotion to Krishna, he will be like Prahlada. He will perform many Ashwamedas and will be a pillar to the elders. He will be the father of Rajasis like Janamejaya. He will be the punisher of all evildoers. For the sake of the earth and Dharma, he will even arrest Kali, the evil spirit of the Iron Age. In the end, knowing that he will meet with death soon by the bite of the serpent Takshaka, he will abandon every form of attachment and take total refuge at the feet of Hari. O King, enlightened about the truth of Atman by the sage Sukha, the son of Vyasa, he will abandon his body on the banks of the holy Ganga and attain to the state beyond all fear. All those Brahmanas who were masters of astrology and horoscope reading advised the king thus, and receiving rich presents from him, returned to their abodes. He will become famous in the world as Parikshit, because he will always be testing, because he will be testing, because he will always be testing whether the form he saw in the womb was the same as was manifesting in all men as the indweller. Well fed and cared for and educated in all the 64 kalas, he grew fast from day to day like the moon in the bright fortnight. Raja Yudhishthira was now anxious to do Ashwamedha sacrifice, and as as an expiation for the sins accruing from the slaughter of friends and relatives in war. But he found he had not enough wealth for it, as his only income was from taxes and fines. Coming to know of this desire of his brothers, as directed by Sri Krishna, went on an expedition to the north and brought a huge quantity of golden vessels and other valuables abandoned by a king named Maruta. With the wealth so acquired, Yudhishthira worshipped the Lord, performing 3 Ashwamedha sacrifices to be free from the fear of sin for causing the death of his own friends, relatives, and clansmen. The Lord, being invited by Yudhishthira, attended the festivities of the sacrifice, conducted the rites by engaging expert Brahmana ritualists, and afterwards, at the request of his friends, spent some months in their midst to please them. Then, permitted by Draupadi, Dharmaputra, and others, he returned to Dwaraka, accompanied by Arjuna and his Yadava retinue. Demise of Dhritarashtra. Sutta said, Vidura, a close relative of the Pandavas, had gone on a pilgrimage in the course of it. He met the sage Maitreya, from whom he gained the knowledge of the Atman, and returned to Hastinapura, having got what he had sought. Vidura had put several questions to Maitreya, but even by the time he received answers for a few of them, he developed unswerving and one-pointed devotion to the Lord. Having thus achieved the end of all human endeavors, he was not interested anymore in answers to his other questions. O Holy One, seeing their dear and close kinsmen come back to Hastinapura, those of the royal household, Dhritarashtra, Dharmaputra, with his brothers, Yuyutsu, Sanjaya, Kripa, Kunti, Gandhari, Panchali, Subhadra, Uttara, Drauma's wife, other relatives of Pandu, and their wives with their children, gathered round him enthusiastically and received him warmly, as the senses of men do when the vital breaths are recovered. All of them, deeply feeling the sorrow and anxiety of separation from him for long, shed tears of love as they embraced him or prostrated before him. Seating him most respectfully, Raja Yudhishthira worshipped and honored him in a fitting manner. After he was fed, rested, and comfortably seated, Yudhishthira, with his head bent in humility, asked him in the hearing of all, "Do you remember how we were brought up under the shadow and care of your protective wings, as chicks of the mother bird? Recall how we, with our mother, were saved by you time after time from poison, fire, and other dangers. How did you support yourself during your wanderings all over the world? Which holy rivers and centers of worship did you visit, O Great One? God lovers like you, having yourself risen to the height of holiness, sanctify the holy places you visit by bringing the presence of the Narayana who resides in you. O Father, our friends and allies The Yadavas, who have Krishna as the object of their adoration, are they living happily in their own city? Did you hear about them or visit them? To Dharmaraja, who spoke thus, Vidura narrated all his experiences, except the news of the destruction of the Yadava clan. For a kind-hearted man who dislikes to see others sorrowing is disinclined to communicate to them news which is unbearable in its poignancy and which relates to unavoidable natural causes.
He then spent some time there happily, highly honored by all like a god, and devoting himself to the spiritual instruction of his elder brother Dhritarashtra. Vidura was in reality Yama, born as man for 100 years, owing to the curse of Saint Mandavya. And during that period of 100 years, Aryama acted in his place in administrating justice to the dead. After his restoration to the throne, Yudhishthira and his brothers, who were as powerful as the guardians of the quarters, lived in great happiness and prosperity. He had, all, he had also the pleasure of seeing the face of a grandson who would continue his line. Many years thus passed unnoticed, as it happens with people attached to home and family and grown heedless because of engrossment in their worldly affairs. None, indeed, can overcome the sway of time. Vidura was conscious of all this. One day addressed his brother Dhritarashtra, O king, bad times are ahead. Leave home and possessions and come into the open. The time spirit as death, whom none can counteract or ward off, is fast approaching all of us. Overcome by time's inevitable hour, men have to abandon their very life breath, so dear to them, at a moment's notice. Then what to speak of other coveted things like wealth and possessions? Look at yourself. Father, brothers, sons and friends have all been killed. In age also you are far advanced. Grey hairs have covered your body, and you are practically living in another man's house, supported by him out of mere goodwill. Wonder of wonders, how strong is man's clinging to life is. See how prompted by it, you are living here like a dog on balls of rice thrown to you by Bhima with contempt. What is the good of living at the tender mercies of those very people whom you and your sons have persecuted in every way, setting fire to their house, poisoning them, humiliating their wife, and usurping their kingdom and wealth? Though you are thus pitiably clinging to your body with intense desire to keep it alive, see how, in spite of you, it is getting worn out by nature's process of aging, even like a piece of cloth. He who abandons earth and home for an unknown destination, goaded by a spirit of renunciation and the absence of any sense of self-identification with anything, and casts off this body which has become incapable of serving any human purpose. He is called a wise man with a settled understanding. He is the best among men who, having installed hurry in his heart, wanders forth from home, armed with renunciation and self-control, born naturally in himself by the advice of others. Therefore, you now wander forth in the northern direction, without letting your relatives know about your whereabouts. For the age about to dawn is one that leads to the degeneration of men's character. The blind Dhritarashtra, being thus advised by his younger brother Vidura, broke away the strong cords of attachment with which he was tied to his relatives, and walked away from the palace, along the way shown by Vidura. Gandhari, the daughter of Subala, the virtuous and devoted wife that she was, accompanied her husband to the region of the Himalayas, which is delightful and inviting to all renouncing Paramahansas, as a fierce battle is to courageous warriors. Next morning, when Yudhishthira, after performing his morning rites, fire rituals, and worship of holy men with presents of cereals, cows, and wealth, went to the palace of his elders to make obeisance to them. He did not find Dhritarashtra and his wife there. Seeing Sanjaya sitting there in a depressed mood, he said to him, "O Sanjaya, where is our blind father Dhritarashtra? Where is Mother Gandhari, who has been grief-stricken due to the death of all her sons? Where is our well-wisher and uncle Vidura? Has the worst happened? Have they, out of resentment of anything that a slow-witted person like myself might have unconsciously done, drowned themselves in the Ganga in their present mood of extreme grief for the death of all their near and dear ones? Where has our uncle Vidura gone? The uncle who befriended us and protected us after our father Pandu died, leaving us helpless children." Suta said, Sanjaya, who was intensely faithful and loving towards his master Dhritarashtra, was thoroughly depressed and grief-stricken at his disappearance, and remained silent for some time, incapable of giving any answer. He then brushed aside his tears with his hands, somehow exercised sufficient control over his feelings, and then began to speak to Dharmaputra, with his mind always dwelling over his lost master. "O great leader, I am in utter ignorance about the intentions of your paternal uncles, Dhritarashtra and Vidura, as also of Mother Gandhari. They have slipped away without giving me any clue about their whereabouts." Just then the sage Narada arrived there, lute in hand. Yudhishthira and his brothers got up from their seats, made prostrations to the sage, and without much of ceremonial worship on account of the tragic situation, began to talk with him as follows: "O sage of great insight, I am not able to understand where both my paternal uncles have gone, as also where Mother Gandhari, our austere and grief-stricken mother, has disappeared. In this limitless ocean of samsara, you are the one captain who can take us to the other shore." Thus addressed, the all-knowing Narada, the greatest among holy men, said as follows: "O king, do not grieve over anyone. This world is under the control of the Lord, and all that happens is according to His will. He, the Supreme Lord, to Him all this world and His protecting powers offer worship always, is He who brings people together and separates them at His will. Just as a herd of cattle with small nose strings tied to a big rope are directed to go along well-marked paths, so are all men's individual concerns tied to the big rope of duty by the Lord, and they are thus made to walk the paths ordained for them. Just as a combination and dispersal of playthings are exclusively directed by the player's will, so are affairs of men by the Lord's. Whether you consider the living self as eternal as a spirit, or as temporal as a body, or as both in view of his being a combination of spirit and body, or as neither from the absolute point of view, whatever be your attitude, sorrow for beings arise from loy and attachment, which are caused by ignorance about the real nature of the soul. Therefore, O dear one, give up your infatuations of born of ignorance, which makes you feel worried, thinking, how will those helpless people get on without me? To think that one can save or protect another while one's own body subject to the power of time, karma, and gunas, is decaying like a person in the grip of a python thinking of saving another. Creatures without arms or animals are the foods of creatures with arms or men. Feetless beings or vegetations are the food of four-footed creatures or animals. Even among these, the smaller creatures are the food of bigger ones. Thus, one kind of living being is a food for another. And thus, wise nature has made ample arrangements for food for all, and you need not be anxious about your relatives. All this universe is the Lord's alone. He is the soul of all souls, self-revealing spirit, needing no other revealer. Swayam Prakasha. He is what shines as the within and the without. See how he has become the many by his mysterious power of Maya. That Bhagavan, the origin of all, is now amidst us as a divine incarnate, functioning as the all-destroying spirit of time, eliminating all evildoers. He has completed this work mostly, and is awaiting the completion of the rest. You also be here, awaiting the Lord's completion of his mission. Know that Dhritarashtra's with his wife, Kandari and brother Vidura, has gone to a resort of great ascetics in the southern region of the Himalayas. They are now in the holy place called Saptasrotas, the spot where Ganga divides herself into seven streams to please the seven rishis, taking baths in the holy river, performing the sacrificial rites, subsisting only on water, and abandoning all attachment for wealth, family, and enjoyments year and year after. Dhritarashtra is now abiding in peace. Having established himself in a settled seat and controlling the pranas and the six senses, he has risen above the gunas of Prakriti by the practice of devotion to Hari, identifying oneself with the intellectual self, resolving the same in the Kshetrajna, and resolving that too in Brahman, the basis of everything, like pot sky in the universal sky. He is now sitting motionless like a pillar, with all the natural tendencies of the mind overcome, with all the senses under control, and with no need for any food. Do not go there and cause any disturbance to him who has abandoned all duties and actions. Within 5 days from now, he will be abandoning his body, with which will be burned automatically in the fire born of yogic power. His wife Gandhari, seeing the yogic fire consuming her husband's body, along with their leaf hut, would follow him by entering into that fire. And as for Vidura, seeing all this and overcome both by sorrow and joy, sorrow for the death of his brother, and joy for his attaining to the spiritual goal, he would go out into the broad world as a pilgrim. Saying this much, Narada left with his tambura in hand, and Yudhishthira, taking his words well to heart, recovered from his sorrow. Forebodings about Krishna's exit. Sutta said, about this time, King Dharmaputra had sent his brother Arjuna to Dwaraka to get news about Krishna and the doings of that personage of holy fame. Even after several months, he did not find Arjuna returning, and what was worse, fear-evoking omens foreboding some evil also began to occur, indicating bad times as it were. Seasons ceased to show their wonted features. Lives of men came to be more and more sinful, being dominated by anger, greed, and untruthfulness. They became deceitful in transactions and faithless in relationship. mutual quarrels between parents, friends, brothers, and married couples were becoming the order of the day. Seeing these and other very adverse omens, besides the general degeneration of human character, King Yudhishthira spoke to his brother Bhima thus. Yudhishthira said, "We have sent Arjuna to Dwarka to give him an opportunity to renew his friendship with his numerous associates there, as also to get us all information about the doings of the most holy one, Sri Krishna. O Bhimasena, it is now 7 months since your brother Arjuna has gone. I do not know why he has not yet returned."
Could it be that the time indicated by sage Narada has already come? The time when the all-powerful Lord desires to lay aside his body, assumed for his sportive manifestation. It is due to his grace that we have come to possess all that we have: kingdom, wealth, wives, our lives, our clansmen, our victory over enemy forces, and our subjects. Has he closed the chapter of this play of his on earth? See these terrific omens, physical, psycho, and spiritual, which indicate for certain the confused and fearful situation that is awaiting us. I experience frequent trembling of my left thigh, eye in hand. I experience palpitation of the heart also. These portend misfortune about to overtake me very soon. See how this female jackal is howling at the rising sun, vomiting fire at him from her mouth. Also see this dog glaring fearlessly at me and continuously barking at me. Superior animals like cows go round me anti-clockwise, the prohibited way, while inferior ones, like asses, take the clockwise course, considered proper for circumambulation. This kapota is a messenger of death. The owl and its enemy, the crow, are continuously screeching without stop, as if to announce the doom of the world. The quarters were barricaded by walls of smoke. The earth with its mountainous quakes, terrific thunder and lightning are occurring in the cloudless sky. Fierce winds are blowing, creating columns of dust, darkening the neighborhood, while clouds are raining blood-colored fluids everywhere. See how the sun has become dim. How planets seem to be fighting among themselves in the sky. Rivers and lakes are disturbed and turbid. The fire is not burning bright even when the ghee is poured on it. I do not know what evil times these portend. The calves are not suckling at the mother's udder, nor are the cows yielding them any milk. The cows have a vacant look with tears rolling down their eyes, while bulls are found restless in the pens. The images of gods are weeping, sweating, trembling. All these habitations, villages, towns, mines, gardens, settlements of ascetics, etc., are seen stripped of their joyous and prosperous work. What great tragedy is going to overtake us? I do not understand. I deem from these evil portents that the earth, now deprived of its former glory, has ceased to be trodden by Bhagwan Sri Krishna's feet, which bear the unique and auspicious goodliness possessed by no other individuals. O Holy One, while Yudhishthira was thinking about these evil omens with a troubled mind, there arrived Arjuna, back from his visit to the city of Yadras. As he fell at the king Yudhishthira's feet in salutation, the latter found him a different man from what he was before. He was grief-stricken, crestfallen, weeping, and abjectly faded, with his heart trembling at the sight of his brother in this tragic mood, and remembering the words of warning uttered by Narada earlier. The king Yudhishthira spoke to Arjuna as follows in the midst of his friends and relatives. In Dwarka, situated in the land of Anartha, are all our allies, the Yaduvas, consisting of the clans of Madhus, Bhojas, Darsharas, Sattvatas, Andakas, and Vrishnis, living in happiness and prosperity. Is Sura, my worshipful maternal grandfather, happy? Is my uncle Vasudeva with his several brothers doing well? Are his 7 wives, including Devaki, who are sisters, doing well among their sons and daughter-in-laws? Is King Ugrasena, who fathered the evil Kamsa, is also his brother alive? Are not all the cousins of Krishna, like Ritikas, Kritavarma, Akrura, Jayanta, Goda, and Sarana doing well? I hope Satrajit and Balrama, the most venerated leader of the Yadus, are living in peace and prosperity. Are not the greatest of the car warriors, Pralayamna and Aniruddha, noted for his quick movements in battle, both doing well? Shushena, Dambavati's son Samba, and other sons of Krishna, like Rishabha, as also the sons of these, are not all of them living happily? So also the Lord's followers, like Rutradeva, Uddhava, and other Yadavas, supported by the might of Krishna and Rama's arm, most necessarily find everything conducive to well-being, found to us by ties of love. Do they all think of us and feel interested in our welfare? I hope Lord Krishna, the great lover of devotees and holy men, is living happily in Dwarka, surrounded by his friends and relatives. He, the original being, has appeared along with Adama in the vast ocean of Yadu race for securing the protection of and good of the whole world. Protected by the might of his arms, the Yaduvas lived happily in Dwarka, receiving the respect and regard of all people as the followers of Mahavishnu during the transcendent region of Vaikuntha. By virtue of their service at the feet of Krishna, as a chief activity, these 16,000 more wives of his, headed by Satyabhama, have been able to defeat Indra to secure from his heaven such rare objects of enjoyment like the Prajata, which only Sachi, the wife of Indra and the queen of heaven, could have. The heroes of the Yadus race, depending on the might of Krishna's army, having become fearless of anything and have brought under their control the whole of audience called Sudadva, fit for Indra's use. Is not Krishna of such transcending greatness living happily at Dwarka? Oh dear Lord, are you not yourself doing well? How is it that I find you bereft of your usual sprightliness and self-confidence? Has such a long stay at Dwarka led to any coolness in their cordiality to you, or to any positive insult? Or have you been slashed by anybody with words that are unkind or rude? Or have you met with disappointment in granting favors to your dependents as promised by you earlier, generating great expectation in them? Or have you, who are accustomed to afford protection, to afford protection to refugees, failed to protect a brahmana, a child, a cow, an old man, a sick man, a woman, or any other kind of person who has sought asylum with you? Or have you consulted with a prohibited woman, or even if she be not prohibited, done so without giving proper reward to her? Or have you met with defeat on the way from the equals of inferiors? Or did you happen to take food without feeding old men, children, or others whom you are in duty to feed? Or am I to understand that a great vacancy has been created in your life by the absence of Sri Krishna, who has been your bosom friend and most trusted and venerated elder? I cannot think of any other explanation for the terribly depressed condition in which I find you. Sri Krishna's ascent and after. Sutta said, being thus plied with many alternative questions by Raja Yudhishthira, who was full of evil forebodings at the sight of his emaciated and depressed state, Arjuna, the friend of Krishna, was not for some time able to say anything in reply, as he was in the throes of suffering caused by the separation from Krishna. He was consequently dejected, depressed, and deprived of all his strength, mental and physical. He only stood silent, his mind engrossed in the Lord. He then restrained the tears in his eyes and wiped away the drops dripping down. His mind was ridden with grief caused by his love for his departed friend. Revolving in his mind over Krishna's various acts of love, like agreeing to be his charioteer, and over his compassion, love, and friendliness, Arjuna began to speak as follows to his brother, the king, with tears again flowing and voice trembling. Arjuna said, O great king, I have been betrayed by Hari, whom I took to be a friend. He has deprived me of my prowess, which was once the wonder of even the Devas. Just as a body, be it of a dear and near one, becomes an object of repulsion when life is out of it, so this world is very unpleasant place for me when it is even for a moment without the presence of the Lord therein. It was by his favor that I could easily overcome the prowess of many a king who had assembled under the influence of passionate love at the assembly for the bridal choice, held in Draupada court, could strike accurately with the bow kept in readiness the target of the mechanically moving fish and secure Draupadi as bride. It was by his favor that I could enable Agni, the god of fire, to consume the whole of Kandava forest, overcoming the opposition of Indra and his following, and as a consequence set a palace of unique workmanship built by Maya, the divine architect, which became the venue for the Rajasuya sacrifice, at which kings without without number assembled with tributes for you. It was by his favor alone that your brother Bhimasena, possessed of 10,000 elephant power of strength, was able to destroy the tyrant Jarasandha and release the numerous kings whom he had shut up in his prison to be the victims at his sacrifice, and who, on release, brought handsome tribute to your Rajasuya sacrifice. It was by his favor that the womenfolk of these villains have been made to bemoan with disheveled hair the loss of their husbands who died in the Great War, the very villains who had in the open assembly dragged your wailing queen by her disheveled locks, which have been sanctified by the holy waters at the Rajasuya sacrifice.
It was he who protected us from the curse of the choleric sage Durvasas, who had 1,000 disciples, and whom our enemies had dispatched as, as one of the measures for ruining us. He saved us by eating the remnant of a leaf from one cooking pot and declaring himself to be satisfied, an act by which he, the soul of the universe, gave full appeasement of hunger for the whole world, including the sage and his disciples, who were then bathing in the waters of a neighboring river. It was he who endowed me with that prowess with which I was able to astonish Bhagavan Shiva and get from him his special weapon called Pashupata, and also other weapons from other divine beings, and what is more, which enabled me to go to Indra's heaven and share his heavenly seat with this very physical body. In Indra's heaven, the might of my arm, which consisted in Krishna's grace, and my bow Gandiva, was sought by Indra and the Devas for the destruction of their enemies, O King. He, that source of all our strength, has now deserted us. It was by his association that I was able single-handedly to cross the limitless and impassable ocean of Kaurava armies, and also to retake the cattle, wealth stolen by the enemy, and along with that collect a vast booty consisting of their valuable begemmed turbans and diadems indicative of their glory, power, and glory. Sitting beside me as charioteer and moving in front of the enemy army, which was resplendent with the presence of numerous kings and was led by celebrated heroes like Bhishma and Drona, he took away from those great car warriors their life, mind, and prowess by his mere look. It was by the protection he afforded that I was not even scratched by the mighty and unimpedable weapons used against me by Bhishma, Karna, Salya, Jayadratha, Palika, and other car warriors, just as Prahlada was untouched by the weapons of the Asuras. He whom holy men worship for the attainment of moksha, who, though the Lord of all, bestows his very self to devotees, to him had I assigned the work of a charioteer. None the less, it was by his prowess that the opposing kings in the battlefield were stunned and could not use their weapons against me as I stood on the ground, while my tired horses were being given water. O King,
My heart is distressed in the extreme when I recall how he used to joke with me, bathing me in his brilliant and charming smile, and how in serious conversations he was accustomed to address me as O Partha, O Arjuna, O friend, O noble one among the Kurus, and so on. In the course of our close friendship, may he, while resting, relaxing, eating, or joking, whatever sarcastic or insinuating remarks I used to make, he bore with patience and magnanimity, as a friend would do with friend and a father with a son. O great King, now that my heart is spiritless and weak because of the absence of that great one, my dear friend and well-wisher, I have met with defeat even at the hands of a few wretched herdsmen on the high road as I was guarding the evacuation of Krishna's family from Dwarka. The same bow, the same arrows, the same chariot, and I, the same occupant of the chariot. These are present now as they existed before, when even all royalties bowed their heads in submission. But alas, lacking the presence of the Lord behind these, all of them have been reduced to utter futility, like sacrificial offering made in ashes, an illusory castle built in the air, or seeds sown in a desert. O King, all those about whom you have made kind inquiries are no longer in the land of the living. Owing to the curse of the holy men, they lost their sanity of mind, drinking inordinate quantities of liquor, and forgetting even the identities of one another, they have all fisted themselves to death in a drunken brawl. Only 4 or 5 of those friends of ours are surviving. It seems to be a law ordained by the Lord that living beings destroy themselves by mutual feuds and prosper by mutual cooperation. It is found in nature that large creatures feed on small ones, strong ones on weak ones, and then the strong ones come into mutual conflict and swallow, that is, destroy one another. Even so, in order to lighten the burden of the earth, the Lord used the powerful Yadus to destroy other powerful clans, and finally made the Yadus destroy themselves by mutual conflict. My mind is seeking refuge in remembering again and again the instructions of Krishna, always suited to the time and place, and giving relief to the troubled mind of man. Ben, Sutta said, the mind of Arjuna, which was merged in Krishna under the powerful sentiment of deep friendship, became pure and got settled in calmness. By the power of devotion, now intensified by continuous thought of the Lord, Arjuna's understanding was freed from all impurities, and he once again recovered the remembrance of that saving knowledge which the Lord had imparted to him in the battlefield, and which was being obstructed from manifestation by the forces of time, karma, and worldly enjoyments. By the experience of the Supreme Being, he was now free from all the sorrow and the doubts arising from the sense of duality. As he experienced himself as pure spirit, the hold of the gross and subtle body slackened, and he was ready for the state beyond return. Hearing about Krishna's departure from earthly life and the destruction of the clan of the Yadavas, Yudhishthira made the firm decision of taking the vow of abandonment. Prita, the mother of the Pandavas, on hearing Arjuna's report on the destruction of the Yadus and the Lord's ascension, gave up her earthly body by uniting her spirit with the Supreme Being through one-pointed devotion to Him. A thorn is taken from the body with the aid of another thorn, and after the work is done, both are thrown away. So also the Lord assumed a body for lightening the burden of the earth, and having done it, He threw away His body also. For the Lord, His body and bodies of others are alike. He embodied Himself as fish and other incarnations, and abandoned those bodies, having fulfilled His mission. In the same way, He abandoned His body with which He lightened the burden of the earth. And in the midst of these changes, He remains the same, just like an actor who plays several parts without changing his identity. The very day when the Lord of abounding grace left this earth, that same day, Kali, the spirit of evil, which augments the degenerate tendencies of indiscriminating minds, strengthened his sway on earth. So the wise Yudhishthira soon made preparations for the great abandonment, seeing the advancing influence of Kali on his city, kingdom, palace, and himself in the increase of greed, untruth, duplicity, and cruelty. The Emperor Yudhishthira now performed the coronation of his grandson, Parikshit, noted for his modesty and also possessed of excellences equal to his own, and made him the ruler of the whole land, girdled by the sea, with Hastinapura as his capital. At Mathura, he enthroned Vajra, a grandson of Sri Krishna, as the king of the Surasenas. Then he performed a Vedic fire sacrifice in the name of Prajapati, and afterwards he withdrew into his self the three fires, the Ahawaniya, the Garapatya, and the Dakshina. There itself he abandoned his silk dress and golden ornaments. Abandoning his ego sense and bondage of the world, he sacrificed speech in the mind, mind in the prana, and prana in the apana, apana in death, and death in the material body. He then dissolved the gross body into the gunas of Prakriti, the gunas in Mula Vidya, or primal ignorance, everything in the self, and the self in Brahman, the universal self. Dressed in bark cloth, without food, speechless, with hair dishevelled, resembling one senseless, or inebriated, or ghoulish, without casting even a look back, deaf to all sounds, with mind completely absorbed in the thought of Brahman, he started from home in the northern direction, along the path of no return, which all the great men in the past had trodden. All the other Pandava brothers, too, seeing the evil influence of Kali spreading among their subjects, followed the footsteps of their elder brother with firm determination. They who had lived their lives in the light of truth and righteousness realized that the feet of the Lord were their only ultimate support, and withdrew their mind away from all worldly objects. With their understanding purified by devotion, generated by meditating on Him, they became absorbed in that supreme consciousness that is Narayana, and endowed with spiritual bodies of Suddha Sattva, without any rajas or tamas, attained to that state of absolute purity, which is far away for those engrossed in the ephemeral enjoyments of the senses. Vidura, of steady understanding, cast off his body at Prabhasa, with his mind absorbed in Krishna and enfolded by him. As Vidura was the descent of Dharmaraja, the presiding deity over departed spirits, he resumed his original state to perform the duties that the Lord had placed on him.
Draupadi, finding that her husband had taken to the life of renunciation, centered her mind entirely on Vasudeva and attained to him. Whoever hears with a devout heart the historic and inspiring account of the great abandonment of the sons of Pandu, who are extremely dear to the Lord, will be blessed with devotion to the Lord and attain to liberation. Parikshit and the advent of Kali. Sutta said, O learned one, even as the experts in reading the future had predicted at his birth, Parikshit, the great devotee of the Lord and the man of many excellences, ruled the kingdom, following the advice of his competent ministers. He married Iravati, the daughter of his uncle Uttara, and had by her 4 sons, the eldest of whom was Janamajaya. With Kripa as the leading priest, he performed 3 Ashwadhama sacrifices on the banks of the Ganga, at which wealth without limit was given to holy charity, and the presence of devas invoked was visible even to the naked eye. Once the heroic Parikshit, in the course of his tours of victory, came across the evil one, Kali, sporting the insignia of a man of royal caste, but torturing a cow and a bull by kicking them mercilessly. In that, Parikshit inflicted severe punishment on Kali. Junaka said, why did Parikshit, in place of in place of killing Kali, inflict only some punishment on him? He was really a man of Sudra characteristics, though he was dressed in one of the royal castes. Otherwise, why should he kick and torture cow? Speak to us about it, if it springs from the story of Krishna, or has any reference to any great devotee whose delight is his service. Oh, dear one, what is the use of other vain talks? They are only a means of killing time. For man's life is short, and he must utilize that short time to work for the attainment of mukti. The god of his death has been invoked by mantras as the sacrificial rite, and so long as he is held up there during this sacrifice, no one is likely to die. The great sacrificial priests have indeed invoked the presence of the god of death here, so that he too may listen to this great exposition of the Lord's excellences. Therefore, let more discourses on this subject be given, by which the nectar of divine excellences will flood the world. Alas, the dull-witted and short-sighted man spends a brief span of his life in vain, half in sleep at night, and the rest in vain actions that have no reference to the Lord. Sutta said, when the great warrior Parikshit heard the unpleasant news that the evil spirit of Kali had entered the land of Kuru and Jangila, that was under the protection of his government, he took up his arms to confront him. Seated in his well-embellished chariot drawn by swarthy horses and marked by a flag with the motive of a lion, he started from his capital on his victory march to the surrounding countries, with his army having the 4 divisions of chariot brigades, cavalry, elephant divisions, and infantry. He established his sway over countries like Bhadrashva, Ketamala, Mahabharata, Uttarakura, Kimpurusha, and others, and received tribute from the rulers of these countries. As he proceeded, he heard persons singing panegyrics on his great ancestors, conveying the glory of Krishna, also on how by Krishna's grace his own life was saved from the destructive effect of Ashwatthama's Brahmamisal. How there was great friendship between the Pandavas and the Vrishnis, and how they all were deeply devoted to Krishna. These songs delighted Parikshit, and highly pleased with the singers, he gave them liberal presents consisting of money, clothes, and necklaces. Parikshit was overcome with devotion to Krishna when he heard of the Lord's loving solicitude for devotees, the Pandavas, of how he worked for them as charioteer, secretary, servant, friend, messenger, protector, glorifier, and subordinate, as also how the whole world honored him. While Parikshit was thus ruling, following the footsteps of his ancestor, he happened to come across a somewhat startling experience, which I shall relate to you. Dharma appeared as a bull with a single leg, and the earth as a cow, dispirited and weeping like a mother who had lost her child. The Dharma bull asked the earth cow, how graceful one, are you not in good health? You look a little faded, and your face is without its usual luster. You seem to be grief-stricken. Are you grieving for anyone who has gone far away? Are you sorrowing for me, who have been deprived of 3 legs and have now only got one? Or over the evil fate in store for yourself in the future of being killed and eaten by degenerate men? Or again, are you feeling the sorrow for the devas who no longer receive the sacrificial offerings? Or for the inhabitants of the world distressed by Indra, ceasing to release rain according to the needs? O Mother Earth, are you grieving for women deprived of the protection of their husbands? Or for the children neglected by parents, cruel like cannibals? Or for learning imprisoned in the families of depraved Brahmanas? Or for the heads of celebrated Brahmana families slavishly serving under despicable kings? Again, are you afflicted by the thought of these decadent Kshatriyas who have been polluted by the evil spirit of Kali? Or of the countries that have been ruined by the misrule? Or of the people in general who are interested solely in eating, drinking, mating, decorating themselves, and other such physical concerns, and that too without any discrimination? Oh, Mother Earth, are you grief stricken because the disappearance of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, who has rid you of a large part of your burden, and whose divine deeds confer a type of bliss superior even to that of mukti on those who contemplate them? Can it be, O Mother, that your sorrow springs from irresistible time deprivation of your far-famed prosperity? Whatever be the cause of your sorrow, O Mother, please speak out. Please speak up to me about it. Mother Earth said, O Dharma, you are already aware of the cause of my sorrow. Your foliage, bringing happiness to the world, were till now sustained by Shri Krishna. I am sorrowing over the misfortune that has befallen the world by his departure from earthly life. I grieve for this world which is in the grip of the evil spirit Kali. After the genies of Sri Krishna, the scent abounded with auspicious qualities like truth, purity, kindness, patience, generosity, joy, straightforwardness, restraint of mind, restraint of senses, austerity, equanimity, fortitude, script, scriptural knowledge, dispassion, lordship, courage, prowess, resourcefulness, memory, sense of freedom, skillfulness, attractiveness of form, heroism, sensitiveness of heart, power of intellect, modesty, goodness of nature, strength of mind and senses. The divine qualities included in Bhaga, unperturbedness, firmness, faith, fame, adorability, and absence of egoism. These and several other like qualities, which all good and great people desire to cultivate, were naturally present and therefore never subject to any diminution in Krishna, the residence of Sri. I have been now deprived of that great reservoir of everything noble, and in his absence, the influence of Kali, the evil spirit, is spreading everywhere. I am depressed by the thought of the world at large in this predicament. It is not only about the world at large that I am mourning, but at the fate of my son, your divine son, Devas, Pitris, holy men, and all the Varnas and Ashramas. Sri Devi, for whose favorite classes Brahma and other divinities performed austerities, that Sri, becoming wholly resigned to the Lord, left her abode of the lotus forest, sorry, drawn by the love of the Lord, and became a permanent resident at his lotus feet in order to enjoy his beauty. The sacred footprints of that Lord were the marks of lotus, thunderbolt, gold, flag, etc., used to adorn my body and endow me with a divine grace that excelled everything in the three worlds. Alas, he has now abandoned me, who was exulting in my privileged position. For leaving me, of the unbearable burden of enormous armies of kings of Asuric origin, and to restore to you your feet by the loss of which you were not able to stand. He was born among the Yadus with an enchanting form. His disappearance is indeed an unbearable disaster. He, whose sweet looks, comely smiles, and intriguing speech at once overcame the wounded pride and mental stupor of his consort in their amorous dalliances with him, and whose footsteps on my body caused in me festivity of horripilation in the shape of luxuriant vegetation, while Dharma and Mother Earth were thus talking. The Rajashri Parikshit reached the banks of the east flowing Saraswati at Kurukshetra.
Ata Saptadasho Dhyaya. Parikshit's subdual of Kali. Sutta said, there he found a cow and a bull, apparently ownerless, being tortured by a Sudra, who had put on the insignia of a man of the royal caste and held a staff in hand. Parikshit saw before him the shocking sight, a milk-white bull, urinating in fear and trembling on its single leg, being tortured and belabored by the Sudra on the one hand, and on the other a cow, the yielder of all the requisites of yajnas, rendered calfless, weeping, lean and hungry, being kicked about by the same Sudra. At the sight of it, Parikshit, sitting in his gold inlaid chariot, holding his bow well strung, called out in his thunderous voice, in this land, protected by me, how do you, a bully, dare to persecute weak and helpless people? In dress you look like a man of the royal caste, but in action you are the meanest of the mean. Who are you that, as soon as Krishna, along with heroic Arjuna, has disappeared from the earth, you have the temerity to torture innocent people at such a lonely spot? You are a villain who deserves to be put to death. And who are you of milk-white color that, being deprived of 3 legs, are moving about on a single one? Are you a divinity in the guise of an ox? In this land, protected by the might of a descendant of Puru's line, there is not a single creature other than you whose tears are dropping on the earth. O son of Surabhi, sorrow not. You shall have nothing to fear from this villain. And, O mother, when I am here to punish the wicked, you need not weep like this. If all the subjects of a king happen to be oppressed by a wicked man, the reputation, the lifespan, the good fortune, and the like of that perverse ruler will all be destroyed. It is the most important duty of a king to assuage the sorrows of the afflicted. I shall therefore kill this mean fellow who thus indulges in the torture of other living beings. O son of Surabhi, who is it that cut off your 3 legs? In this land, ruled by kings devoted to Krishna, such atrocities cannot be allowed to be perpetrated. O bull, there shall be shelter afforded to harmless and innocent creatures like you. Tell me, who has mutilated you in this way, bringing ignominy to Pandavas and their progeny? I am the dread of all those who oppress the innocent. Only if the wicked are put down can the good prosper. I shall cut off the arms up to the shoulder of anyone, be it even a deva, if he is found to inflict wanton and unrestrained sufferings on the innocent. For the prime duty of the king is to administer punishment to those who, except in times of extreme danger, fail to keep to the path of duty ordained for them and take to prohibited ways. It is incumbent also that he should protect those who keep to the path of duty. Dharma said, such words of solace and protection to the oppressed are indeed befitting a descendant of the Pandavas, for their virtues were so transcendent that the Supreme Lord himself undertook to do such humble services to them as acting as their messenger and charioteer. O great King, we are not really able to apprehend the root cause of all our troubles, for he who is the cause of it is described in absolutely different terms by different sectaries. Some rationalists say that the maker of one's destiny is oneself. Others say it is the planets. Still others maintain that it is karma, and there are materialists who find in nature the cause of it all. Some few have the settled conviction that everything has its cause in an Ishvara, who is more than what reason can comprehend or descriptions indicate. O royal sage, please decide with your intellectual powers which of these is the more acceptable. Sutta said, O great Brahmana, after Dharma had spoken thus, that emperor introspected for a while, and gaining thereby a clear understanding of the situation, addressed him thus, O knower of Dharma, what you have spoken is the secret of Dharma. So you are verily Dharma, come in the form of an ox. It is prohibited even to describe adharma, for one doing so in a way passes through the same experiences as one committing it. Also, the mental and descriptive capacities of man cannot penetrate into the mystery of the Lord's power of Maya. Austerity, purity, fellow feeling, and truth are the four qualities of Dharma, represented by the 4 feet of your bull form. Your 3 feet have been cut off, O Dharma, by the 3 forces of Adharma. Austerity by egotism, purity by attachments, and fellow feeling by blinding passions. O Dharma, now there remains only one of your feet, namely truth, to sustain you. The evil spirit of Kali, flourishing on untruth, is now out to cut off that foot also. And look at this Mother Earth. Till the other day, freed from her burdens on account of the destruction of the wicked by Sri Krishna, she was shining, sanctified, and bedecked with his footmarks. And now deserted by him, she, though a lady of purity and faithfulness, is shedding tears on being enjoyed by Kshatriya impostors of Sudra origin who have no respect for Brahmana. Comforting Dharma and earth in this way, the great hero Parikshit drew his sharp sword against Kali, the protagonist of all adharma. Thereupon Kali, abandoned his royal makeup, and fell at the feet of Parikshit, trembling all the while with the fear of impending death. The kind-hearted king, always considerate to those who seek asylum with him, had no heart to kill Kali lying abjectly at his feet. He spoke to him as follows, with a gentle smile on his lips. No harm will befall you, now that you have submitted and made obeisance to me, who follow and keep up the glorious traditions set up by Arjuna, my grandfather. But there is one thing that you have to observe. Never enter my territories, for you are the ally of adharma. Greed, untruth, stealing, vulgarity, undutifulness, inauspiciousness, deceit, fighting, hypocrisy, and ostentation, all these manifestations of adharma always follow you wherever you are. O you ally of adharma, do not on any account enter into this region known as Brahmavarta, where all are to observe dharma and truth, and we great experts in the practice and philosophy of yajna are ever engaged in offering yajnas to Sri Hari, the Lord of Yajna. Being worshipped with yajnas, the Bhagavan, who is of the form of yajna itself, grants all desires and all happiness to worshippers. He who pervades everything without and within like the air is the indwelling soul of those deities worshipped in yajna. And so all the worship offered to the deities goes to Hari, and blessings too come from him. Sutta said, as Parikshit said these words, with the unsheathed sword in his hand, he looked like Yama, the god of death himself. Kali, standing before him, trembling all over with fear, submitted thus, O Emperor, I am willing to stay wherever you order me. But in every place I dwell, I am sure to see the spectre of you armed with bow and arrow. O the greatest of righteous men, it behoves you now to specify the place where you would like me to stay. I shall certainly confine myself to that place. Sutta said, being thus besieged by Kali, he gave him 4 places to stay in. Those are the places where gambling, drinking of intoxicants, debauchery, and slaughter take place. When Kali pleaded for one more place for him to stay in, the clever Parikshit gave him gold as the 5th seed, for that is the source of all forms of adharma, of deceit, pride, sexuality, cruelty, and of an additional 5th one, enmity. Kali, the hotbed of all adharma, took his abode in these 5 centers, obedient to the command of Parikshit, the son of Uttara. Every man who is desirous of his own welfare should not succumb to these 5 sources of evil, through which Kali exercises his influence over them. Especially should these be avoided by a righteous king who has to instruct others in right living. Further, Parikshit restored to Dharma, embodied as bull, his 3 lost feet, austerity, purity, and fellow feeling, and also comforted the earth and made her prosperous. It is that heroic Parikshit that has still now been sitting on the royal throne, on which he was installed by his grandfather Yudhishthira when he set off after his great abandonment. With the same splendor of the Pandavas and with fame spreading everywhere, that fortunate Parikshit has been ruling on the throne of Hastinapura as the emperor. Such is the prowess of Parikshit, the son of Abhimanyu. It is because of the conditions obtaining in his reign that you have been able to start this long-lasting Brahma Sat. Ata Ashta Adadasho Dhyaya. Parikshit is cursed. Sutta said, King Parikshit had once the good fortune of being saved from death in his mother's womb by the all-powerful Krishna's grace, even though he was burnt up by the missile of Ashwatthama. By resignation to Krishna, he was able also to rise above all fear at the time of his death, which he met with through the bite of the serpent Takshaka, occasioned by the curse of a Brahmana.
Becoming a disciple of Vyasa's son, Shukra, he cut off all attachments for worldly things and attained to the knowledge of the Lord before he abandoned his body in the Ganga. Those who always speak and hear about the excellence of the Lord and who seek refuge at his feet remain unperturbed even at the time of death. So long as Parikshit, the son of Abhimanyu, reigned the evil Kali, though he had started penetrating everywhere, found it impossible to cause any serious degeneration. No doubt Kali, the cause of all Avataras, had made his entry into the world the moment Sri Krishna left it. Parikshit, who was like a honeybee in grasping the essential good in everything, abstained from killing the evil Kali, because there is one great excellence pertaining to his age. Whatever good you do, it fructifies immediately, but not so the evil deeds. And besides, in Kali's age, sins accrue only to sinful deeds and not to sinful thoughts. Kali is like one who is cowardly before the brave, but brave before the cowardly. He holds no fear for the good, but like a wolf, he is always vigilant and alert to pounce upon those who are thoughtless and unobservant. As questioned by you, I have now described to you the sacred story of Parikshit, who is the intimately connected with life and doings of Sri Krishna. All people who desire higher evolution should drink deep at the spring of the excellences of the Lord, revealed in his numerous actions that are fit to be remembered and comprehended. The Rishis and Sutta on the greatness of the Lord. The Rishis said, O Sutta, gladdener of our hearts, may you live 1,000 years, for you are broadcasting the excellence of Sri Krishna, which confer immortality on man who hear it. To us who are engaged in this long sacrificial rite of uncertain result, a rite which has made our bodies coal black from the smoke of sacrificial fires, you are bringing the invigorating drink of divine excellences, the nectar that abide in the lotus of his holy feet. Heaven is not equal in value even to a small part of what is attained by contact with holy men. Even liberation is not equal to it. How worthless and ignoble then should be these worldly enjoyments. Who is the worldly connoisseur that will sacrifice with hearing about the Lord's excellences, which are considered as their secure asylum by all spiritual aspirants? O learned one, you have taken refuge in the Lord,
who is the one resort of all great men, describe noble and sanctifying deeds of that Sri Hari to us, who are so keenly desirous of hearing about it. The divine knowledge, which the sage Shuka communicated to Parikshit, of vast intellect, which helped him to attain to his feet of Mahavishnu. May you be pleased to narrate to us in all detail. Those accounts of divine actions and excellences are the expression of his unique spiritual power, and they were imparted to Parikshit for his good and for the edification of all devotees. Sutta said, how wonderful! Though myself born in a low family, I have been elevated by the regard you learnt, and high-born personages are extending to me. Great men if, can even by their words erase the worried fears generated by the inferiority complex of a low birth. How much more must be the purifying and enlivening effect of repeating the divine names of Him who is infinite and omnipotent, who is called endless, anatta, because he causes the manifestation of endless grace in his devotees, and who is the only support that holy men seek. Enough has been said just to indicate his excellence, which nothing can equal or eclipse. Imagine rejecting the suit of Brahma and other powerful deities who were made after her, Shri, the goddess of all wealth and goodness and good fortune, felt attracted by his excellences and sought the humble service of his feet. Although he cared not a jot for her, the water which Brahma poured at his feet and which flowed down washing his nails became the holy Ganga, sacred enough to purify even Maheshwaras, Shiva, who other than Mahavishnu, the grantor of liberation, deserves to be addressed as the Bhagavan. By intense devotion to his feet, introspecting sages easily overcome the deep-rooted attachment to the body and attain to the state of Paramahamsa, which is the finale of all spiritual endeavor and is characterized by universal love and peace that passeth understanding. O Vedic servant, in response to your question, I shall tell you what little I know of the subject, for the effort of even the greatest of philosophers, the Theogons, to depict Mahavishnu's great is limited by the smallness of their capacity, just as a small bird's flight is in the immeasurable sky. Indiscretion of Parikshit. Once Parikshit went hunting in the forest after chasing wild animals for a long time, bow and arrow in hand. He became very much exhausted by hunger and thirst. Searching for a tank or a well in the neighborhood, he walked into the hermitage of sage Samika. There he saw the sage seated with eyes closed and wrapped in peaceful meditation. The sage sat there with senses, breath, mind, and intellect under control. He was established in the Turiya, a state unaffected by any change and transcending the three states of waking, dream, and sleep. His body was covered with a skin of aurora, a kind of deer, and his matted locks lay disheveled, enveloping him on all sides. The thirsty king approached him and asked for water. Alas, the king became angry as he felt insulted in not being offered a seat
nor even a word of welcome. Tortured by hunger and thirst as he was, the king felt overcome all of a sudden by an unusual antagonism and anger towards the holy man. Before leaving the hermitage, he took a dead serpent with the end of his bow and put it around the holy man's neck. Then he departed to the city. The king did so to ascertain whether he was really in samadhi, with all his senses absorbed, or whether he was pretending to be so in the spirit of contempt towards Kshatriyas as a class. The sage had a young son of great spiritual lustre. The boy was just then playing with others of his age when he came to know how his father was humiliated by the king. Then and there he declared, "See the atrocity committed by Kshatriyas, flattened like a crow or a watchdog on a Brahmana, on whom he is duly bound to attend. These villainous Kshatriyas are ordained to be the dogs of Brahmana and guard their homes. How can such a guard of a dog get into the house and eat all the food kept within, including the vessels?" Now that Krishna, the hammer against the wicked and the unrighteous, is no longer there, there is again a resurgence of the tribe of violators of all moral norms. You seem to be a fellow of that type. I shall now teach you a lesson. See my power. Saying so, the boy, his eyes red with rage, purified himself with the water of the Kaushiki and uttered the following curse that was irresistible like a thunderbolt. Within 7 days the serpent, Takshaka shall, as directed by me, bite this fellow, the persecutor of my father. He is a veritable threat to his own clan and the violator of all moral codes. Then the boy went into his hermitage, and seeing his father seated there, with the dead snake dangling around his neck, cried aloud in utter sorrow. That sage, belonging to the line of Angiras, now opened his eyes, roused by the cries of the body. Seeing the dead snake, he threw it away and asked his son, "Why are you weeping? Who harmed you?" And the boy reported to him all what had happened. On hearing everything, the sage did not congratulate his son on his having cursed the king who deserved it to the least. He said to him, "Alas, the foolish boy that you are, you have committed a great wrong. For a minor offense, you have inflicted a major punishment. O boy of immature understanding, a king is not to be looked upon as an ordinary man. He is an expression of the divine, for it is by his might, irresistible to enemies, that the country is protected and the people afford prosperity and security. When the king, embodying the protective power of the divine, disappears, thieves begin to abode, and human society, with none to sustain and direct it, gets disturbed like a pack of sheep without a herdsman. For the theft and plunder that will then take place in the country in the absence of a ruler, we also will be partly responsible. Though we may not be directly connected with these crimes, many will be the crimes perpetrated by these lawbreakers. They will kill one another, quarrel among themselves, and steal away cattle, women, and property. Then will be destroyed by Arya Dharma, the noble law of life. Based on the Vedas and the division of man into varnas and ashramas, men will become interested merely in the pursuit of wealth and pleasure, and as among monkeys and dogs, promiscuity will prevail in human society too. The king deserved not to be cursed by us, for he is the protector of Dharma, a man of great reputation, highly devoted to the Lord, and one who has performed the Ashwamedha sacrifice. Besides, he was physically exhausted and afflicted with hunger and thirst when he committed the offense. May the Lord, the soul of all, pardon this body of immature mind for the sin he has committed by inflicting punishment on an innocent servant of the Lord. A a true devotee of the Lord, though he might be endowed with power, will never retaliate for an injury done to him, be in insult, deception, curse, belittling, or beating. So, though the sage thus expressed his regret for the sin committed by his son, he did not even once think of the insult and injury that the king had inflicted on him personally. Holy men do not feel any elation or depression in either happy or adverse experiences of life, for the Atman is not dependent on the gunas of Prakriti.
Kanda 1, Chapter 19. Parikshit's Resolve and Suta's Arrival. Parikshit's Repentance and Resolve. Suta said, the king now began to repent of the heinous act he had done and thought, alas, I have perpetrated this ignoble crime on this innocent Brahmana, possessed of the subdued luster of one living a true spiritual life. The sin of insulting a holy man will before long bring some calamity and suffering on me. Let that punishment fall on me soon in such a way that it not only washes away the sin, but turns the mind away forever from such misdeeds. Let the flame of the Brahmana's anger burn up even today my kingdom, my army, and my overflowing treasury, but may not my impure mind hereafter ever turn in the sinful direction against the Brahmanas, Devas, and cows. While engaged in such reveries, he heard that in accordance with the curse of the sage's son, death would approach him in the form of the serpent Takshaka. Reflecting that the threat of the fiery poison of Takshaka can generate renunciation even in men with strong worldly attachments, he welcomed it. He had even before arrived by discrimination at the conclusion that this world and the next are both trifling things fit to be renounced. Abandoning the desire for both these and looking upon the service of Krishna as the highest consummation that man can achieve, he now resorted to the banks of the Ganga and took a vow of fast unto death. The holy Ganga, flowing with sanctified water, lends its holiness in the course of its flow even to Maheshwara, besides to both the heaven and the earth. Which man in the jaws of death will not resort to it? That king of Pandu's line, deciding thus to observe fast unto death on the banks of the Ganga, the offspring of Vishnu's feet, decided to meditate on the Lord to the exclusion of everything else, having abandoned all attachments and adopted the mode of life of an ascetic. Conversation with the rishis about his Parikshit's resolve. Getting the news of Parikshit's fast on the banks of the Ganga, many holy men with their disciples gathered around the king. Such sages, who are in themselves centers of holiness, visit holy places in the guise of pilgrims only to enhance the holiness of those places. Atri, Vasishta, Chavana, Saratvan, Arishtanami, Brigu, Angiras, Parasara, Vishwamitra, Parashurama, Utatya, Indra Pramada, Idmavaha, Medatiti, Devala, Ashtinena, Bharadvaja, Gautama, Pipalada, Maitreya, Opa, Kavasha, Agastya, Dvaipayana, Bhagwan Narada, and several others, including large numbers of Maharishis, Rajeshis, and Devashis, all had assembled there. The king respectfully received them and bowed at their feet. After they had all sat down comfortably, the king made due prostrations to them again, and then standing before them, with hands held in salutation, conveyed to them his ideas as follows. I am indeed the most fortunate among kings, because I have become the object of the blessings of all you great men, men of the royal caste, who have to do many reprehensible acts are like objects cast off even further away than the water flowing from the feet of the Brahmanas at their ablutions. To me, a sinful man of that type, intensely attached to home and its affairs, the great Lord of all has now come in the form of a Brahmana's curse, only to generate renunciation in me. For when death is near at hand, even a man with great worldly attachments will be filled with fear and become prone to accept an attitude of devotion and renunciation. May the holy man and the sacred Ganga accept me, now devoted entirely to the Lord, as their servant. Let the treacherous Takshaka, prompted by the Brahmana's curse, inflict his fatal bite on me. I care not for it. If you, holy men, are pleased to recite to me the sacred law conveying the excellences of Mahavishnu, the all-pervading being. Salutations to the holy ones. Whatever embodiments I am going to have in future, may I have in every one of them love of the Lord, facilities for association with devotees, and a feeling of harmony with all life. Deciding thus, and placing the reins of government in the hands of his son, Parikshit established his seat facing north on the southern bank of the Ganga on a bed of fuchsia grass arranged with the tips of the grass pointing eastward. When the king thus started his fast, the thrill devas showered flowers on the earth in his honor and sounded their drums again and again. All those great rishis assembled, who had the power and the will to bless people, heartily congratulated Parikshit, possessed of divine qualities, on the resolution he had taken. They spoke, extolling Sri Krishna of holy fame. The rishis said, O royal sage, this great act of renunciation is nothing strange in you and others of your dynasty who are always devoted to Krishna. For see how your great ancestors abandoned as a trifle their throne and crown in order to attain the Lord. And the rishis said among themselves, he is one of the greatest devotees of the Lord. We shall all stay here itself till he abandons his human body and attains to those realms that are untouched by change or sorrow. Hearing the words of the sages, which were well balanced, sweet, solemn, and sincere, Parikshit, more eager than ever to hear about the Lord, replied with profound expressions of respect. Just as the Vedas appear in the Satyaloka in an embodied form, so have you all, great men, come here leaving your own stations. Personages like you have no mission here or in the higher worlds, other than that of blessing others with spiritual illumination. O learned ones, O self-controlled ones, putting all my confidence in you, I would like to ask you what I should now do, especially what one like me with death imminent should do. Please tell me your considered view. Arrival of Sri Shuka. While they were discussing among themselves the question put by Parikshit, there arrived by chance Shuka, the son of Vyasa, who was habituated to wander about aimlessly, who sought or depended on nothing external, who wore no insignia of any caste or order, who went about as an avadhuta, who was ever merged in the bliss of Atman, and who was surrounded by a crowd of women and children. He looked as one only 16 years old. His feet, Arms, thighs, hips, shoulders, and cheeks were proportionate and attractive in their formation. His neck, with auspicious lines, resembled a conch. His eyes were long, his brows charming, his ears equal and his nose high, his broad and well-formed chest, his shoulders having collarbones well covered with flesh, his long arms, his deep navel, his abdomen with the auspicious folds, were all both beautiful and imposing. The quarters alone covered the nakedness of his shining blue-tinged body, while his curly locks cascaded on all sides. Looking young, attractive, and glowing with a comely smile on his lips, he always drew the attention of women, seeing him approaching. The rishis who could perceive his hidden spiritual glory through its external signs got up from their seats to honor him. Parikshit too received the honored guest by prostrating himself before him in complete resignation. The thoughtless women and children who surrounded him now left and duly worshipped. He took the seat of honor, surrounded by the group of Brahma rishis, Rajishis, and Devashis. Sukha, the greatest among great men, looked like the moon amidst planets and stars. The devoted king, after prostrating again at the feet of the great sage, who was calm and whose spiritual insight could not be dimmed by any circumstance, now spoke to him with palms joined in salutation. O illumined sage, it is wonderful to contemplate how a low Kshatriya has today been honored by so many great men. Owing to your mercy, you have sanctified me, coming here as my guest. Even the mere remembrance of holy men like you purifies the homes of devotees. Much more sanctifying it must be to have an opportunity to contact you and do physical service to you. O great yogi, by your very presence, even great sins of people are destroyed, just as asuras are in the presence of Mahavishnu. Shri Krishna loved the sons of Pandu dearly and befriended all members of the clan. I hope that for the satisfaction of his father's children, that is, the sons of Pandu, he is extending his mercy to me, who am descended from them. Otherwise, how could men, especially one like me, on the threshold of death, get the opportunity of meeting an enlightened personage like you, whose movements are mysterious, and who has come in readiness, as it were, to clear all my doubts? Therefore, I ask you, O enlightened one, O teacher of teachers, what constitutes the most important duty a man faced with imminent death? O great one, tell me what such a person should hear about, repeat, do, remember, and worship. Also tell me what he should not do in these respects. O Holy One, your habit is to stay only for a very short time, the time required to milk a cow, at the homes of the men of the world. So I request you to engage yourself all that time instructing me. Sri Sutta said, questioned in this way, in sweet and respectful words, the enlightened philosopher Bhagavan Shuka, the son of Badarayana, began to speak as follows in reply.
Iti Pratamaskanda Samapt. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dvitiya Skanda Atha Pratamo Dhyaya.
Skanda 2, Chapter 1, Shuka's first sermon. What one should do at the approach of death. Sri Shuka said, O king, you have put a very excellent question. It is beneficial to the world. All great men will approve of it, and it will provide men with much devotional material fit for hearing. For men who do not know the Atman and are therefore attached to their homes and affairs connected with it, there are hundreds of things to hear about on worldly matters, which, however, are alien to men of spiritual inclination. They spend their nights, that is, half of their whole lifespan, in sleep and sexual enjoyments, while, O king,
Their daytime is devoted to earning wealth and managing their household affairs. Though his body, children, wife, wealth, and other appurtenances of his physical life are found to perish, man fails to perceive their perishable nature is also of himself, owing to attachment and infatuation caused by it. Therefore, Sk1 of Bharata's line, Hari, the all-pervading spirit and the omnipotent Lord of all, is to be heard about, praised, and remembered always by those who want to attain to the state of fearlessness. For all spiritual aspirants, whether they follow the method of intellectual self-analysis or the path of action, consisting in the discharge of duties without attachment, the ultimate object is the attainment of a birth entirely devoted to him and ending with full remembrance of him. O King, even many ascetics who have gone beyond the life of adherence to Vedic commandments and prohibitions and established in the attributeless absolute are seen to take delight in singing to the praise of the Lord's excellences.
Towards the close of the Dwarapa Yuga, I learnt this Bhagavata Purana, equal to the Veda in greatness from my father Vyasa. O royal sage, though I was established in the attributelessness absolute, my mind was spellbound by the Lord's playful doings, and I learned that Bhagavata which deals with that subject. You are dear to the Lord, therefore I shall expound this Bhagavata to you. Those who have a strong faith in this text will soon attain to enduring love of the Lord. O King, it is the settled view of the wise that the chanting of the Lord's name is the one common means for all spiritual aspirants, for yogins, for men motivated by desires, as also for all renouncing ones, to attain the state of fearlessness. Vain is longevity for a man ignorant of the real value of life owing to his infatuation for sensuous indulgence. Far better is an extremely short life, be it even for a few moments, lived with an understanding of its real value and purpose. For with what knowledge even that short period can be used for the attainment of the ultimate good, unlike the long life of a heedless man blindfolded by sensuous infatuation. The royal sage, Katvanga, knowing that his end was fast approaching, immediately renounced everything and took shelter in hurry in Athrais. O Sk1 of Kuru's line, you have yet a lifespan of 7 days more. Utilize that entirely for the hereafter, the eternal life. When death approaches, man should, with fearless and unperturbed mind, cut off all his attachment for the body and all related entities with the sword of renunciation, abandoning hearth and home as a sannyasin, and after bathing in the sacred waters of several holy rivers, he should fix his seat according to the scriptural rules at a solitary spot with a pure environment. There he should contemplate on the holy Pranava, Om, the highest symbol, highest, highest sound symbol of Brahma with its three elements. He should then steady the mind by establishing control over the vital energies through the continuous and concentrated repetition of the seed mantra of Brahman, or with intellect as the driver of the chariot of embodied soul. One should control the senses traveling along the road of sense objects carrying the mind with them. The mind, which is further disturbed by the subtle impressions generated by various actions, should be controlled by the discriminating intellect and fixed on the Lord, who is the true bestower of the ultimate good. The man that has still then been contemplating the total form of the Lord should afterwards be fixed on a single organ of the Lord with intense and pointed concentration. The mind should then be made objectless by merging in the existence consciousness bliss that is the Lord. When the mind is merged in bliss, that is the supreme state of Mahavishnu. When the mind is drawn out of the influence of rajas or made dull by the dominance of tamas, the aspirant should with strong determination bring it under control through concentration, dharana. Repeated practice of concentration will remove these weaknesses of the mind. Repeated attempts at concentrating the mind on the Lord's form, the supreme seat of all that is good and glorious, will generate devotion in the mind of the yogin. The king question: how is dharana, concentration, practiced? Where should one concentrate? How does it remove the weakness and impurities in the mind? Sri Shuka said, a person who has succeeded in practicing steady posture, in controlling the vital energies, in abandoning attachments, and in subduing the senses, should fix his mind on the gross form of the Lord with the help of the understanding. This universe, which is the grossest of the gross entities, is the form of the Lord. In this cosmic form, all the past, the present, and the future subsist. Permeating this universal cosmic form, with its 7 sheaths, consisting of the 5 elements, egoism, and the universal intelligence, there is the Virat Purusha, the cosmic divinity. He is the real object of concentration. Meditation on the cosmic form. Vatala is the underside of his feet. The heels and the upper part of the feet constitute Rasatala. Mahatala is the ankle of the Creator, and Talatala, his foreleg. The 2 knees of the cosmic form deity is Sutala, and the other 2 thighs are Vitala and Atala, while, O king, his hips constitute the Bhuhu, or the earth sphere, and his deep navel the sky. The sphere, Swaraga, is spoken of as his chest, Mahaloka as neck, Janaloka as face, and Tapoloka as forehead, while Satyaloka is the head of that multi-headed being. Indra and the Devas are identified as his arms, the porters as his ears, the sound as his organ of hearing, the Ashwins as his nose, smell as his organ of smelling, and the burning fire as his mouth. The sky constitutes his eyeball, the sun and the moon his organs of sight, day and night his eyelids, the Brahmaloka his brows, the water his 4 sides, and taste his tongue. The Vedas constitute his Brahmaradara as the crown. His molars are represented by Yama, the god of death. His teeth are the expression of love. His smile is the world infatuating Maya, and his glance is the limitless creation. His upper lip is modesty, lower lip, greed, breast, dharma, back, adharma, generative organ, Prajapati, testicles, mitra, and varuna, abdomen, ocean, and bones, mountains, the rivers, and his blood vessels, the trees, his hair, the powerful wind, his breath, time, his movement, and the evolution of Prakriti with its three gunas, his sport. The locks of hair on the Lord are the clouds. His wearing cloth is dusk, O greatest of the Kurus, unmanifested Prakriti is his heart, and his mind is the moon, the source of all soft emotions. The Mahatattva, great element, cosmic intelligence, is looked upon as his chitta, mind star, and Rudra as the ego sex of this universal being. Animals like elephants, camels, horses, and mules are thought of as his nails, and other animals like cows, deers, etc., his waist. Birds with splendorous color, shape, and powers are exhibitions of his wonderful craftsmanship. The first Manu is his intelligence, and man his abode. The celestial artists like Gandharvas, Vidya, Vidya, Haras, Charanas, etc., and his musical tunes, while Asuras constitute his prowess. The Brahmana his face, the Kshatriya his arms, the Vaishya his thigh, and the Sudra his feet. The sacrificial rite invoking many divinities and requiring great many ritualistic ingredients is the work approved by him. What I have described to you is the location of the limbs and organs of the all-comprehensive cosmic being. The spiritual seeker tries to concentrate exclusively on his gross cosmic body of the Lord, outside which there is nothing more in this manifested universe. Just as the single dream ego enjoys a variety of dream objects through the different dream figures projected by itself, so he, the one and only Lord, enjoys all objects of the world through the mental modifications of all beings. Worship that Lord who is truth and bliss. Do not cultivate attachment for any other, for from such attachment arises spiritual degradation. Dissertation of Eschatology, Gospel of Renunciation. In times gone by, it was through such dharana, concentration, that the Creator Brahma propitiated Sri Hari, and by his blessings recovered his memory that was lost at the time of Pralaya. He again created the worlds, having become unfailing in sight and unwavering in understanding through his grace. Vain is the faith developed by man in Vedic ritualism and in the meaningless flowery description of heavenly enjoyments gained through them, enveloped in the tendencies of the mind. The jiva, who is the victim of such faith, wanders from one sphere to another and fails to attain what is true and enduring. Therefore, a man of discriminating mind should seek only such material objects are absolutely necessary for him to live a healthy life, and even in respect of that, he should be unattached and convinced of their ephemerality. And if that limited requirement is had otherwise, then through personal effort, he should leave it at that, knowing that further effort in such direction will only be a waste of labor. Why strain and struggle to get a bed when there is Mother Earth to lie on it? Why seek a pillow to rest the head when the arm is there to support it? When you can eat and drink from your joined palms? Where is the need for vessels and plates? Why seek other clothes when there are the quarters of bark cloths to cover your nakedness? Have the roads become devoid of rags, lying scattered here and there? Have trees, which bear the weight of their fruitage for the benefit of others, ceased to offer their bhiksha of fruits to anchorage? Have all streams of water been dried up? Have the entrances of caves and caverns become barred? And has the unconquerable Lord ceased to give protection to those who seek shelter in him? Why, then, should a spiritual aspirant become dependent on rich men infatuated with evil pride of their wealth? In one's own heart he resides, the all-perfect and infinite being, who is truth and love unalloyed. Seek him with abiding faith in his truth, abandoning all worldly values. By that will will ignorance, the cause of samsara, be destroyed. Seeing the whole world suffering in the hellish stream of samsara through the evil effects of their own actions, who expect who accept roots will follow those false worldly values, abandoning the thought of the Supreme Being.
Meditation on the Fall. Some meditate on him in the space within the heart, as being the science limited by the heart, and as having the lotus, discus, conch, and mace in his forearms. His face is calm and peaceful, his eyes beautiful like lotus petals, and his wearing cloth yellow like the pistil of the kadamba flower. He has armlets, earrings, and diadem, shining with the precious gems with which they are studded. His feet are established in the blooming heart lotus of great yogis. His chest is marked by the presence of Lakshmi. His neck is adorned with the brilliant gem Kastuba, and his frame is surrounded by an unfading wreath of assorted flowers and leaves. He is bedecked with their lustrous girdle rings, bracelets, and anklets, and his face, smiling and beautiful, is framed by his curly locks, dark and shining. By the movement of his brows, as he casts his glances with a playful smile on his lips, he seems to be bestowing his blessing in abundance on all. One should meditate on this form of the Lord until it manifests itself in the mind steadily. One should meditate on each part of the Lord from the foot up to his smiling face. One should concentrate on one part at a time, passing from the lower ones upward until the mind gets purified and the part meditated upon becomes clearly manifest in the mind. So long as man has not gained intense devotion to the Lord, the Master of all, the witness of everything, one should meditate on the gross form, the Viratrupa of the Lord, at the end of one's obligatory rites with great attention and sincerity. How a yogi passes away. When such a spiritual aspirant desires to leave the body, he must give up all thought about time and location. He should regulate his vital energy, sitting in a firm and convenient posture, and establish control over all the senses, restraining the mind with a purified intellect, dissolving that intellect the I sense in the individual spirit,
and the individual spirit in the universal spirit, the aspirant is established in peace. He has nothing to accomplish thereafter by way of duties, sacred or secular. Where time, the master of even the devas, has no sway, how can there be any place for deities who control the destinies of the worlds? That state transcends Prakriti and all its aspects and evolutes like Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, as well as Ahamkara, I sense, and Mahatattva, great principle, abandoning all ephemeral entities with denials. This is not the reality. This is not the reality. Overcoming the identification of the self with the body, becoming established in exclusive love of the Supreme Being, and embracing the Lord's feet, one understands the supremacy of that state related to Vishnu, the all-pervading being, withdrawing oneself from everything objective with the help of the refined understanding obtained through the study and practice of spiritual philosophy and disciplines. The sage abandons his body thus, pressing the anus with the heel in order to restrain the vital energy known as apana from its downward course. He should, without strain, raise the vital energy little by little through the six centers known as Muladhara, Manipura, Anahata, Visuddhi, Ajna, and Brahma Randra. The vital energy that resides at the navel, Manipura center, should be raised further to the chest, Anahata center, and united with the aspect of vital energy known as prana residing there. Then from there, the aspirant should, with the help of his willpower, carefully raise the energy little by little to the root of his neck, the Suddhi chakra, and unite it with Udana, the vital energy residing there. From that point, the energy should be raised to the root of the tongue, which is the upper limit of the Suddhi chakra. From there, the energy should be raised to the level of the middle of the eyebrows, Ajna chakra. The seven orifices, that is, orifices of the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, should be retrained to prevent the escape of the energy through any of these. If one is without any desire, one stays there for a moment, with his spiritual insight fully uncovered, and then, piercing the Brahmarandra at the top of the crown, one leaves the body realizing oneness with the Supreme Being. How a yogi transcends different spheres up to Brahmaloka. This world of becoming, which is the product of the combinations of three gunas of Prakriti, has several levels or regions. If the yogi is desirous of any of these, like the Brahmaloka or the region of the Siddhas, then he leaves the body along with the Indriyas, organs, and Manas, mind. The movements of the masters of yoga, who have become subtler than even air, are unrestricted both within and without this cosmic sphere. Those who are devoted to Vedic ritualism cannot gain the exalted goal of those aspirants who are endowed with knowledge, austerity, yoga, and samadhi. Passing through the luminous orifices of Sushumna and traversing the path of Brahman, in the spiritual firmament, the liberated jiva of the latter type first attains the sphere of Agni. Freed from all impurities caused by desires, he then attains to the luminous Sishumara sphere, or the sphere of the shape of a crocodile, of Sri Hari. Transcending this Sishumara sphere, which is like a hub of the universe, he attains to an extremely subtle body with which, unaccompanied by any deity, he attains to Mahaloka, which is the most venerated abode of those who contemplate on Brahman, and where sages like Brigu, with a lifespan of aeons, abide. When at the time of Naimitika Pralaya, intermediate dissolution, the fiery heat emanating from the mouth of Adisesha burns up all three worlds, the yogis, halting at Tapaloka, leave it and migrate to the still subtler and more transcendent regions of Brahma, which is resorted to by the most highly evolved jivas and which lasts for true paradas an immense stretch of time which constitutes the life of a Brahma. There is no sorrow in that realm, no decrepitude of old age, no death, and no kind of suffering, except the one painful feeling, namely, the sorrowing which arises from sympathy for the jivas subject to endless sufferings due to their not understanding the merits of divine services. How the yogi passes beyond Brahmanda. How the yogi who has attained to Brahmaloka, which is the highest state in the Brahmanda, the shell enfolded universe, goes beyond it is now described. All the categories evolved from Prakriti constitute these shells, and the yogi passes from the grosser to the subtler through identification with each. Untouched by any element of fear, he with his linga sarira subtle body attains to oneness with the earth prithvi element, from that with its cause the water apa element, from that with its cause the fire anala element, from that with the wind vayu element, and from that with the space akasha element, which is a symbol of all pervading Brahman. How the yogi transcends the subtle aspects of elements out of which are formed the objects of the senses is now stated. The sense of smell he dissolves in the subtle element smell, the sense of taste in the subtle element taste, the sense of sight in form, the sense of touch in tactile element, the sense of hearing in the sound element, and the organs of actions in their respective functions. Next, how the yogi transcends the still higher categories is described. The yogi dissolves the Bhuta Sukshmas, subtle aspects of elements, in their source, the Tamasa aspects of Ahamkara, the organs in their source, the Rajasa Apkara, the mind and the presiding deities in their source, the Sattvika Hamkara. Then he dissolves the Ahamkara in the cause of the Mahatattva, that in the Gunas, and the Gunas in the Prakriti. Dissolved in Prakriti, he becomes clothed with bliss, and then abandoning all adjuncts, he becomes one in nature with the self, which is utter peace and bliss. O dear one, he who goes along this path leading to the Lord never returns to a lower sphere. O king, these are the two paths of spiritual progress, eternal, spoken of in the Vedas, of which you wanted to know. The first is the path of immediate salvation, and the other of gradual salvation. Bhagavan Vasudeva himself revealed this to Brahma, who worshipped him with great devotion in ancient times. There is no other path of spiritual fulfillment so easy and safe for beings caught up in samsara as the path of devotion to Lord. For Brahma himself impartially scrutinized the Vedas thrice with deep concentration, and the conclusion he arrived at was that the most efficient means of spiritual evolution is what generates intense devotion to Sri Hari. From the workings of the inherently inert entities like the buddhi, the senses, etc., in an intelligent and purposive way, and from such other aids useful for inference, it can be seen that Sri Hari dwells as the indwelling spirit and witness in all beings. Therefore, O king, man should always hear about, praise, and remember the all-perfect Sri Hari in all contexts, in all seriousness and with deep attention. Whoever imbibe the nectar of divine excellences, filling the cup of their ears with the immortal drink, they verily will have their hearts purified of all the impurities with which the context of sensuous life have poisoned them. They will verily will attain to his lotus. Skanda 2, Chapter 3. Devotion motivated and unmotivated. The Supreme Being alone is worshipped through all deities. Sri Sukha said, I have been answering your question. What is it that thoughtful men, especially those who are approaching death, should bestow their serious attention upon? One who desires to have the luster of Vedic learning should adore Brahma, from whom the Vedas have come. Those who seek power of the senses should worship Indra, and those who desire progeny, the Prajapatis. The seeker of wealth should worship Sri Devi, of brilliance, the deity Agni, of wealth, the Vasus, and of power, the Rudras. The seeker of full self should worship Aditi, of heaven, the 12 Adityas, of kingdom, the Visvadevas, and of popularity, the Satyas. The seeker of longevity should worship the Ashwini Devas, of strength of body, the Bhumi Devi, and of security, Yo and Bhumi, who are the parents of the world. The seekers of beauty should worship the Gandharvas, of women, the Apsaras, Urvashi, and of the sovereignty over all, Brahma, the Lord of the world. The seeker of fame should worship Vishnu, of immense wealth, Varuna, of learning, Parameshwara, Parama Ishvara, and of happy conjugal life, Uma. The seeker of Dharma should worship Vishnu as Uttamas Loka, and of increase of progeny, the Pitris, of security from possession by ghosts, Yakshas, and the strength, the Maruts. The seeker of kingdom should worship the Manus and the Devas, of the destruction of enmities by black magic, the Rakshasas, Niriti, and of sexual satisfaction, Soma. But those who have no desires worship the supreme being who transcends nature.
But the one being to be adored with intense devotion by all, whether they be devoid of all desires, or whether they be desirous of all enjoyments, or whether they be seekers of moksha, is the Supreme Person, the one God of all. In other words, all the deities mentioned above are nothing but his manifestation, and all their powers stem from him alone. So man of intelligence worships the Supreme Being alone through all deities. The ultimate object of all worship is the generation of unwavering devotion to the Supreme Being. It leads to liberation, the highest destiny of man. By association with holy men, devotion develops in an aspirant. Who will not feel delight in the account of the Lord's actions and excellences, listening to which spontaneously generates bhakti, an experience of which is considered equal to mukti itself, which bestows illumination that destroys all binding passions of the heart and consequently generates non-attachment and the joy of the spirit. Sanaka said, after having heard these words of Sri Sukha, noted for his learning and spiritual experience, what else did Parikshit, the leader of the Bharata dynasty, ask? Where pious men meet, there certainly will occur much talk about the Lord. You ought to tell us of the talk that took place on that occasion, to us who are very desirous of hearing about it. Indeed, that hero Parikshit, the grandson of the Pandavas, is such a great devotee of the Lord that the worship of Krishna was his favorite play even in the days of his childhood. And as for Sukha, the son of Vyasa, he is the most noted amongst the devotees of the Lord. When so many holy personages meet, surely there must have been much talk about the Lord. A man that really lived only during those moments of his life that have been spent in the thought of the Lord. Vain are the lives of the rest. Their lives have been merely food for time, to swallow through its jaws of sunrise and sunset. Do not trees live their lifespan? Do not billows take in and send out air? Do not animals, domestic and wild, eat and mate? Alas, what is human life worth if it fulfills only these very same functions? He into whose ears the Lord's name has not entered, he is a man in a form, but in fact only an animal, a dog, a pig, a camel, an ass, or the like. The ears into which words dealing with the Lord's excellences have not entered is a mere cavity and nothing more. He whose perverse tongue has never uttered the Lord's name and praises, is verily as despicable as the tongue of a frog. The head of a man, though bedecked with silk turbans and diadems, is with all its adornments just a burden, if it does not bow down before the Lord. And a hand that never serves the Lord is verily a cadaverous limb, in spite of the brilliant bracelets worn on it. The eyes that are not accustomed to see the images of the Lord and holy men are as purposeless as the eyes in the center of a peacock's feather. And the feet that never tread the way to holy centers of his worship are no better than those of trees that cannot move. That man is a mere living corpse who has never contacted the dust of the feet of devotees. A breathing corpse is he who has never breathed the fragrance of the tulasi leaves with which the Lord's feet have been worshipped. A man whose heart is unmoved, whose eyes shed not tears, and hairs stand not on end when the Lord's names are uttered. He verily is possessed of a heart of stone. O beloved one, you who have been discoursing on matters dear to our hearts, may you be pleased to tell us what that great spiritual luminary Sri Sukha replied to the king in answer to the questions put to him. Skanda 2, Chapter 4. Sukha's hymn to the divine. Sutta said, hearing the words of Sukha, devoted to the determination of the truth of the spirit, Parikshit, the son of the Uttara, directed his mind to Sri Krishna with the conviction that he is the only one to be loved and served. He abandoned root and branch, his hita, to firm sense of possession of, and the identification with his body, wife, son, house, prosperities, wealth, relatives, and prosperous kingdom. O holy ones, the very question you are asking me was put by that high-souled king who was intent on hearing about the deeds and excellences of Sri Krishna. Recognizing the imminent approach of death, he abandoned all worldly concerns and clung to the Lord as his very soul and support. He thus questioned the sage Sukha. The Raja said, O great sage, O purity embodied, your all-knowing self has spoken the right thing. Listening to your expositions of Sri Hari's excellences, the hold of ignorance on me seems to slacken. How does the Lord, with the power of his Maya, accomplish the creation of the world, which is a mystery even to all deities? With the help of what power does he sustain it, and then dissolve it? Like one sporting, how does he manifest himself as the many? I wish to hear about all these matters. O Holy One, even the wisest of men are not able to have an inkling of the mysteries surrounding the doings of Hari, of wondrous deeds. How does the Lord, who is one manifest as several incarnations? Is it by assuming the gunas of Prakriti altogether at once, or gradually, little by little? Be gracious enough to tell me that which will clear all these doubts of mine. You are as great in learnings as you are in spiritual experience. Sutta said, being so questioned by the king on the topic of the Lord's glorious deeds and excellences, Sukha began to speak, remembering the Lord all the while. Sri Sukha said, salutations to the Supreme Person, the boundless being, the wielder of his Triyam Shakti, for his sportive manifestation in creation, preservation, and dissolution, the indwelling spirit within all beings, and the unseen director of everything. Salutations again unto him who dispels the sins of the good, who destroys the wicked, who manifests as various pure divine forms, and who bestows on all the all-renouncing truth seekers the blessings they seek. Salutations again and again to the bestower of illumination of true devotees who is far from the reaches of the hypocritical aesthetics, and who ever shines in his glory as the all-inclusive Brahman, whom there is none to equal or to excel. Repeated salutations to that being whose fame consists of his all-purifying sanctity. The corruptions of sin are overcome by those who listen to his excellences, who praise him, who remember him, who serve him, who salute him, and who worship him. Salutations again and again to that being whose glory consists in his all-purifying sanctity. By worshipping his feet, men of discrimination easily overcome the attachments for the enjoyments of this world and the year after, and attain easily to the bliss of Brahman. Salutations again and again to the being whose glory consists in his all-purifying sanctity, without worshipping whom with the fruit of their practices aspirants who devote themselves to austerity, charity, yoga, repetition of mantras, etc., can never attain to the spiritual summum bonum. Salutations to that Supreme Being, by serving whose devotees even such sinful communities like the forest tribes, Hunas, Andhras, Pulandas, Pulkasas, Abhiras, Kankas, Yavanas, Kansas, and the like become pure. May he who is intuited as the inner self by man of self-control, who is the Lord of all, whose nature finds expression as revelation and as moral effort and as spiritual striving, and whose mystery astounds even such highly evolved beings like Brahman and Siva, may that Bhagavan be propitious unto me. May he, who is the Lord of Shri, who is the granter of the fruits of all yajnas, who is the master of all creatures, who is the Lord of all the worlds, who protects the world through his various incarnation, and who is in the incarnation as Sri Krishna, came as the Lord and support of all devotees constituting the tribes of the Andakas, Vristnis, and Sattvatas. May he be propitious unto me. He, by meditating on whom with the intensity of devotion, the wise ones get the refinement of the understanding with which they are able to intuit the truth of the Atman, and thereafter to expound the truth in different ways according to their intellectual bent. May he be propitious unto me. He by whom prompting Saraswati, identical with the Veda, emanating from the mouth of Brahman at the beginning of creation, imparting him with the creative idea. May that supreme bestower of spiritual knowledge be propitious unto me. He who out of the five elements forms the bodies of all beings and resides within as their indweller, manifesting in them their 16 faculties and their functions, may that Bhagavan inspire my words. Salutations to Bhagavan Vyasa, of unlimited spiritual persons, whose nectarine words constitute the immortal drink of divine knowledge for all devotees to imbibe. O King, Brahma, who had from his origin the knowledge of the Vedas within himself, expounded to Narada, who was questioning him very earnestly, this knowledge of the Atman, in which he in turn had been instructed by Sri Hari himself. Skanda 2, Chapter 5. The universe as a form of the Lord. Narada said to Brahma, O great divinity, the creator and the first of all beings, salutations unto thee. Speak to me of that knowledge which reveals the truth of the Atman. O Lord, what is it that manifests this universe? On what is it based? From what did it have its origin? Into what does it finally resolve? What controls it? What is its true nature? Tell me the truth about all this. Thou Thou who art the master of the past, present, and future, know all this as intimately as about something placed in one's palm. All this universe indeed is an expression of thy thought. Thou by thyself art seen to create all these beings with the various categories with thy own inherent power. Yet having heard that thou didst perform austerities before creation, doubt arises in my mind whether thou art as free as it appears. Therefore tell me, from whom thou didst get this knowledge, what thy support is, who thy superior is, and what constitutes thy form. Like a spider, depending on thy own inherent power, thou createst the whole universe without any effort, and sustainest all beings in thyself without their having to seek the help of anyone outside. In this whole realm, the name and form of cause and effect, I find that nothing owes its origin to anyone below thee, or equal to thee, or greater than thee. Yet we have heard that even thou hast performed tremendous austerities with great concentration. This confuses us and makes us feel that thou art not as independent as it seems.
O all-knowing one, O Lord of all, please instruct me in all these matters about which I have questioned you, in a way that I can understand easily. Narada corrected, Glory of Narayana. Brahma said, O dear one, the questions you have put are very pertinent, and I am grateful to you for doing so. For you have, by your questions, prompted me to describe the greatness of the Bhagwan who is supreme over me. Dear one, what you have spoken about me is not totally untrue. I have indeed such powers, but you have said all this without knowing that there is one superior to me. Just as the sun, moon, fire, and the stars reveal an already existing world, so my creation act, too, is only a manifestation of what is already in him. I salute that Bhagwan Vasudeva, by whose unconquerable Maya you are thinking to be the creator of the world. This Maya of his, by the infatuation of what purpose men are entrenched in the ego sense and speak of I and mine, is too bashful even to stand before him. Rabya, karma, kala, which is a framework of all experience, swabhava, and jiva. None of these have any existence of their own independent of the Lord. The Vedas owe their existence to Narayana. The Devas are all aspects of Narayana. All the worlds are manifestations of Narayana. All worships is inspired by Narayana. All yoga becomes meaningful in Narayana. Tapas or austerity becomes significant only due to Narayana. Knowledge is based on Narayana. And Kati, the final destination of all beings, is also Narayana. I am a creature of that, one who is ultimate seer, the eternal being, the Lord and soul of all. By his grace and by his command, I have become the creator and am doing the work of creation. The Supreme Being, over whom the three gunas of Prakriti have no sway, assumes these gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas out of his inscrutable will for purposes of redemption, creation, and dissolution. But the jiva, though an aspect of the free spirit, is however a victim of maya. Anything in the bondage of these three gunas on which are based all the factors causing bondage. The elements, the senses, and the divine powers guiding the functioning of the senses. The Lord who is beyond the purview of the senses becomes inferable by his devotees, though the signs of his mystery revealed through the play of the three gunas that are controlled and directed by him. O Narada, he is verily the master of myself and everything that exists. Creation of the universe. He, the Lord of Maya, being desirous of manifesting as many of the power of that Maya to cut kala, karma, and swabhava that approached him without any effort on his part. Associated with the Supreme Being, time became capable of disturbing the equilibrium of the gunas, swabhava of evolving into categories, and karma of effecting the emergence of Mahatattva. From Mahatattva, caused by the preponderant urge of rajas and tamas, are produced ahankara, which is dominated by tamas, and which carries with it the sense of substantiality, sentiency, and movement. O Great One, Ahankara was transformed into its three aspects with the dominance of sattva, rajas, or tamas. Of these, the first, also known as Vaikarika, has the power of knowledge. The second, known also as Tejasa, has the power of action. And the third, the equality of tamas, has the power of substantiality. Out of the evolving equality of tamas was born Akasha, whose specific property is sound. Sound announces the presence of an object to a seer. From the evolving Akasha came Vayu, with touch as its specific property, and also with sound, the characteristic property of its own cause. The Akasha, Vayu, became prana, which supports the body, Ojas, which energizes the senses, Sattva, which strengthens the mind, and Bala, which makes the body powerful. From Vayu, evolving under the influence of Kala, Karma, and Swabhava, arose Tejas, which has form as its specific characteristics, and has in addition touch and sound too, the characteristic of its causal categories. From Tejas comes Amba, with taste as its special characteristic, together with form, touch, and sound, descending it from preceding categories. From the transforming water element arose earth, having its specific characteristics of smell, and also taste, touch, form, and sound on account of infiltration of the qualities of the earlier categories. Out of Vaikarika, the egoity of Sattva, came Manas, with its presiding deity moon, as also 10 presiding deities of the organs, Dik, Vayu, Surya, Varuna, Ashwins as the 5 controllers of the 5 organs of knowledge, and Agni, Indra, Upendra, Mitra, and Prajapati as the deities controlling the 5 organs of action. Buddhi, which manifests as intelligence, and Prana, which generates the power of action, are both born of the Rajas aspect of equality, known also as Tejasa. Therefore, out of that Tejasa have come the 5 organs of knowledge: ears, tactile organ, nose, eyes, tongue, as also the 5 organs of action responsible for speech, holding, walking, excreting, and generating. O sage, though all the above-mentioned categories required for creation has been evolved, they are remain separate, unable to come together and produce the combinations in the shape of the worlds and the bodies of beings. It was only when the Lord activated them by his will that they came into combinations of 2 types, the macrocosmic and the microcosmic. The combinations of the categories thus produced remained as all-comprehensive cosmic shell in the causal waters, absolutely immobile until the Lord, employing Kala, Karma, and Swabhava, enlivened it by entering into as the Jiva. Breaking that shell from within, he came out as the universal form with countless thighs, countless legs, countless arms, countless eyes, countless faces, and countless heads. The 14 worlds as the Lord's universal form. The wise thinkers have identified the 14 worlds with parts of his body, the 7 inferior worlds being their parts below the waist, and the 7 superior being those above the waist. Out of his face came the Brahmana, out of his arms the Kshatriyas, out of his thighs the Vyasyas, and out of his feet the Sudra. The Bhurloka is identified with his waist, the Bhuvar-loka with his navel, the Swar-loka with his heart, the Mahaloka with the chest, the Janaloka with the neck, the Paloka with the 2 lips, and the Satyaloka with the head. But transcending all these is the eternal Brahmaloka and the Vaikuntha, which is not included in the created worlds, subject to change. Atala is his hip, Vitala his thighs, Sutala his knees, Talatala his forelegs, Mahatala his ankles, Rasatala the top of his feet, and Patala the under part of his feet. Thus he became the worlds. The identification of the lokas can also be done in another way. His feet form the Bhurloka, the navel the Bhuvarloka, and the head the Satyaloka. Skanda 2, Chapter 6. The Divine and His Manifestation. Brahma said, his face is the source of the organ of speech, and its presiding deity, Agni, the 7 dhatus of his bodies are the 7 Vedic meters beginning with Gayatri. His tongue is the origin of the offering to devas and pitris called Havya and Kavya, of the 6 forms of taste, as also the organ of taste and its presiding deity Varuna. His nostrils are the source of the pranas, and their presiding deity Vayu, from his sense of smell, have originated the Ashwini Devatas, herbs and fragrant substances. His eyes are the source of all forms and of brilliance. His eyelids of sun and moon. His ear orifices of the quarters of holy waters, and his organs of hearing of the sky and sound. His body is the seat of the essence of all objects and of all beauty. His skin is the center of the sense of touch and of wind and of all yachness. His hair may be regarded as the origin of all trees and plants concerned in performance of yajna. His hair is the source of clouds, his beard of lightning, and his nails of rocks and metals. His arms are the seat of the devas who protect the quarters. His three steps are the three worlds represented by Bhu, Bhuva, and Swa. His feet secure liberation and refuge.
The feet of Hari help the performance of all one wants. His generative system is the seat of water, semen, creation, and rain cloud. In his penis reposes the joy of copulation. His anus forms the center of Yama and Mitra, and in it resides the function of excretion. His buttocks form the seat of slaughter, inauspiciousness, death, and hell, and his back of defeat, unrighteousness, and ignorance. In this universal cosmic form, the blood vessels are the rivers, the bones are the mountain ranges, the abdomen is the indiscrete state of matter, as well as the ocean and the place of dissolution of creatures, and the heart is the mind of creatures. The chitta, mind stuff, of that supreme person is represented by Dharma, by myself, Brahma, by yourself, Narada, and by the eternal sages like Sanaka, by Rudra, and by Vijnana, special knowledge. All these and the Rishvas, Devas, Asuras, men, elephants, birds, animals, serpents, Gandharvas, Apsaras, Yakshasas, Rakshasas, Bhutas, reptiles, cattle, pitris, siddhas, Vidyadharas, charanas, trees, creatures living in water, earth, and sky, all the various planets and galaxies, comets, lightning, thunderclouds, in short, all things that are, that existed, or will exist, form the Purusha himself. For just as all objects that have been made out of gold are only gold, so also all these, having come out of him, are he himself. He being the material cause of all this, pervades in all, and also transcends it. Just as the sun illumines itself, and spreads everywhere outside too by its heat and light, so also the universal spirit is in the universe and also transcends it. Thus he exists as this cosmic form, revealing himself and everything inside and outside, without the help of any other illuminator. For he is the immortal and peerless spirit, free from the perishable nature of material substances. All beings dwell in a part of him who is manifested as the universe. That in spite of such manifestation, he is not in the least affected, but continues to be the existence, knowledge, bliss, absolute. Absolute is the unique greatness of the Supreme Being. In the three regions beyond the Mahaloka, that is, in the Jana Loka and Tapo Loka and Satya Loka, the jiva attains to bliss, fulfillment of all wants, and security from all fears, respectively. Those who adopt the three stations of life, i.e., of the of the lifelong brahmacharan, the vanaprastha, and the sannyasin, in all of which absolute continence is the rule. They go to the above mentioned worlds, which are beyond what is usually called the Triloka, Bhu, Va, Bhuva, and Swa. But householders who are without the vow of absolute continence go only within the limits of the three lower worlds. From limitless time, the jivas have been, been going along the two paths in the year after, one leading to heavenly enjoyments and the other to moksha or eternal bliss. The first springs from the life of avidya, or life based on self-centered values, and the other from the pursuit of vidya, or enlightenment. Both these ways of life have their sanction in the divine will, and the latter, i.e., the life of vidya, becomes natural to one who has passed through the former and evolves spiritually to the required level. He from whom this cosmic shell manifesting as the universal form, Virat, comprising all the categories like elements, organs, mind, etc., originated. He, the Supreme Being, stands above, transcending all and illumining all his manifestations, as the sun illumines and transcends everything in the world. When I, Brahma, emerged out of the navel of him who is the inner soul of the universal form, Virat, I found nothing but the parts of that being for use as the various requisites for yajna, sacrifice. So all these requisites, like animals, posts, kusagras, ground, seasons, sacrificial utensils, barley, and other cereals, ghee, edibles representing the six tastes, metal like gold, earth, water, the three Vedic texts, namely Rik, Saman, and Yajus, the sacrificial rites, sacrificial names, mantras like Swaha, sacrificial presence, austere practices, the devatas, ritualistic procedures, resolutions, disciplines, the poses and movements of the sacrifices, meditation on deities, expiation, dedication. All these different factors of the sacrifice had to be identified with the parts of that being. Equipped with all such ingredients from the parts of the Purusha, I offered all these as sacrifice to that Supreme Being Himself. Then the nine Prajapatis, your brothers, having recollected their mind with intense devotion and concentration, sacrifice unto that Purusha who is both manifest and unmanifest, manifest as the Devas like Indra, and unmanifest as the transcendent being. Then the Manus, other rishis, Pitris, Devas, Asuras, and men all offered sacrifice unto him at proper time. All this manifested world is established in Narayana. In creation, he manifests himself as this universe of a million forms by assuming the gunas, though himself not subject to the gunas. Being directed by him, I create the worlds subject to his control, and Hari destroys it, and he, the wielder of the three gunas, sustains the world as Vishnu. Oh dear one, I think I have now answered your question by showing you that there is nothing in this chain of cause and effect called the universe having any existence independent of the Bhagavan. Because I bear Sri Hari in my heart with intensity of devotion, therefore my words never prove untrue. My mind never takes a wrong turn, and my senses are never attracted to evil ways. I have not been able to know anything about Mahavishnu, the Supreme Being, and my source, though I am the very embodiment of Vedic learnings and austerity, though I am the venerated master of all the Prajapatis, and though I have followed the path of yoga and attained to the great concentration of mind, salutation to his sacred feet, which save the refugees from the travails of samsara, which bestows peace, and which are in themselves the most auspicious of objects, so vast, which bestow peace, and which are in themselves the most auspicious of objects, so vast and varied is the power of his Maya that even he does not know its extent, just as the sky is unaware of its own limits. Neither I, nor you, nor Siva understand him in his real nature. What to speak of other devas? Infatuated by his Maya, our understanding can grasp only his created universe, and even that according to the extent of our intelligence. Though we people give descriptions of his activities in his incarnations, none of us know him in truth and in reality. Salutations to him. He is a pure spirit, the original and unborn being, and the creator of all that exists at the beginning of every cosmic cycle. He is the creator, the material of creation, the created world, and the one in whom the creation subsists. He is spirit, pure and transcendent. He is the innermost essence, firm and unified. He is truth, complete and beginningless. He is the non-dual eternal and above the gunas. The rishis intuit him when serenity reigns over their body, senses, and mind. But he evades the mind, agitated by vain argumentation. The primary descent and manifestation of that transcendent being is the Virat Purusha, and everything distinguishable from him and his vibhutis, divine powers and attributes. These are time, nature, cause and effect conditions of Prakriti, cosmic intelligence, the great elements, ego, qualities, senses, and all entities moving and unmoving. Myself, Rudra, Vishnu, Prajapatis, and rishis, including you, the Lord of the world, the heavens, earth, Pratala, etc., the leaders of Gandharvas, Vidyadharas, and Charanas, the leaders of Yakshas, Rakshasas, snakes, and serpents, the chiefs of Pitris, Asuras, Siddhas, and Danarvas, the leaders of ghosts, demons, elementals, aquatic creatures, animals, and birds, in fact, all that have striking endowments and attributes like majesty, personality, strength, luster, modesty, intelligence, patience, energy, brilliant colors, beauty, etc., are special expressions of his. O sage, I shall now narrate to you, according to their importance, the accounts of Mahavishnu in his sportive divine incarnations, Lila Avataras, accounts which will erase the impurities that the ears have acquired through hearing about worldly matters, and which are in themselves extremely attractive and sanctifying to hear. Skanda 2, Chapter 7, Bhagavata in brief. Brahma said, when the primeval demon Hiranyaksha buried the earth at the bottom of the ocean, the Lord took the form of the cosmic bow, the embodiment of all yajnas, in order to lift up the earth. He tore that asura to pieces with his tusk, as Indra split mountains with the thunderbolts. As the son of Prajapati Rusi by his wife Akuti, the Lord took birth under the name of Suryajna and begot two devas named Suyamas and his wife Dakshina. In his incarnation as Sujajna, he erased the suffering of all beings in the three worlds. After this work, he was called Hari, the remover of misery, by Swambhuva Manu. He was born of Kadama Prajapati and his wife Devahuti as Kapila, along with 9 sisters. He imparted the knowledge of the Atman to his mother, who, being thus cleansed of all impurities of the heart and the worldly attachments resulting therefrom, attained liberation in that very life and became one with the spirit that was embodied as Kapila. Being pleased with the sage Atri who prayed to him for offspring, the Lord said to him, I have offered myself, Datta, as your son. So he incarnated under the famous name of Dattatreya by taking the dust of whose feet Yadu, the king of Ihayas, Kata Jajuna, and others purified their bodies and attained to both worldly enjoyments and spiritual bliss. In the beginning, desirous of creating all species of beings, I practiced concentration. As a result of my unbroken concentration in worship, the Lord was pleased to be born of my mind as the 4 sages with the names beginning with Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatana, and Sanat Kumara. The knowledge of the Atman, which was lost to all living creatures at the time of the previous pralaya dissolution, was revived by these 4, and this knowledge given by them was transmitted to generations of sages that came after.
In the Lady Murti, the daughter of Daksha Prajapati and the wife of Dharma Prajapati, he was born as the twins, Nara and Narayana, who exhibited extraordinary powers of tapas. Seeing the charm of Urvashi, the paragon of female beauty created by the twins, Cupid's army of beauties were humiliated, and they realized their incapacity to fulfill this mission of breaking the austerity and the continuance of these by the exhibition of their sex appeal. Maheshwara, with an angry look, destroyed Kama. But people are not able to burn up that anger which burns them up from within. Now, this anger, too powerful to eradicate even for Shiva, dares not enter into the mind of Narayana. How then can Kama, which is a much less powerful enemy, dare to enter the mind of Narayana? Dhruva, stricken by the vicious arrow-like diatribe at his stepmother, went to the forest to perform austerities, even though he was then a mere boy. The Lord was pleased with him, and to Dhruva, who was reciting a hymn in praise of him, the Lord gave the Lord gave a spoon, the imperishable state, called the spear of Dhruva, which receives the adoration of sages occupying regions above and below. Vina, the tyrant king, was deprived of his prowess and destroyed by the thunderbolt of the Rishi's curse, and was in danger of being consigned to hell. Born as his son Pitu, the Lord saved him from the fate and thus justified the name Putra, which means one who saves the father from the hell put. He further milked, as it were, from the earth all the natural resources that were hidden within her. He was next born as Rishabha, the son of Nabi, by his wife Sudevi. abandoning all attachments, having the senses under control, ever resting in the self, and even sighted towards all beings, he remained in the yogic state of insensitiveness to the world and its value, a state which spiritual teachers have described as a state of Paramahamsa. In the Satra I conducted, he appeared as Hayagriva, who is the embodiment of Yajna, who is Veda formed, who is golden in color, who is of nature of immortality, who includes in himself all the Avataras, and whose breath is the effortless chanting of the Vedas. During the deluge of the end of cosmic cycle, Satyavrata, the Manu, got him in the form of a fish, who was the support of the earth and all living beings, who sported in the fierce waters of the deluge, carrying the Vedas that dropped down into it from my mouth. When the Devas and the Asuras started to churn the milk ocean, he appeared as a tortoise, supporting the churning rod of mountain Mandara, the whirling of that enormous mountain on his back, serving only as a pleasant scratching that drove him to sleep. As assuming the form of a man lion, whose laughter caused great fear even in the hearts of the denizens of the heaven, whose face was forbiddingly fierce, with quivering of eyebrows and protruding fangs. He threw down on the ground the advancing Hiranyakasipu, powerful and armed with mace, put him on his lap, and tore open his chest with his claws. The lordly elephant, when caught by the hind leg and pulled down into the water by the crocodile, cried out to the Lord in distress, O primordial being, O Lord of all, O one of unblemished glory, O Lord, the very utterance of whose name brings good. Hearing these piteous cries of one who had taken refuge in him, Hari appeared on the scene on the back of a Garuda, armed with his discus, with which he cut off the head of the crocodile, and rescued the lordly elephant by grasping his trunk. Though he was born as the youngest among Aditi's sons in his incarnation as Vamana, he showed himself to be the superior of them all in point of merit, being the embodiment of yajnas. By adopting this stratagem of begging for 3 strides of earth, he took away the whole of his earth from Mahabali, from men who are very powerful and righteous. Begging is sometimes the only way of getting anything. For Bali, who had the good fortune of bathing profusely the hair of his crown with the sacred washings of the Lord's feet, the lordship of even the heavenly realm was a trifle. Look at his nobility. Though prohibited by his preceptor Sukracharya, he would not budge an inch from his solemn promise, and to fulfill that, he was ready to offer his own head for the 3rd stride of earth promised. O Narada, the Lord being highly pleased with your devotion, revealed to you the path of devotion along with the Bhagavata, which shows us the nature of the Atman and is a means for spiritual enlightenment. Only men with devotion to the Lord can easily understand it. In each Manvantara, in order to protect the line of the Manus, he manifests his own prowess in the shape of his discus in all the 10 directions. The fame he established by suppressing evil kings is glorified even in Satyaloka. Attaining great reputation in the incarnation of Tanvantari, he cured men suffering from incurable diseases by the mere power of his name. He recovered the portion of Yajna due to him, which the Asuras had seized, and he spread the science of Ayurveda in the world. As per Surama, on unrivaled prowess, he destroyed in 21 campaigns the tribe of Kshatriyas, whose numbers had been permitted to increase, forming a menace to the world, who opposed the Brahmanas, who had given up the straight path of Dharma, and who behaved as if they were a veritable thorn in the side of humanity. Owing to his condescension towards us, the Lord, who is the master of Maya, was born as Rama in the line of Ikshvaku, along with Lakshmana and others who were parts of him. And in obedience to his father's wish, he exiled himself into the forest along with his wife Sita and brother Lakshmana. There, the 10-headed Rakshasa Ravana got annihilated in confrontation with him. When in his anger at the distant Sita's fate, he wanted, even like Sri Rudra, to destroy the city of the enemy. The terrible look of his ardent eyes began to burn all the aquatic creatures in the ocean. Then Varuna, the lord of the seas, was forced to give him way through the ocean. Ravana, his enemy and abductor of his wife, who rendered the quarters white by the radiance of the stumps of the tusk of the celestial elephant Airavata, still adhering to his chest, and who would walk about the battlefield in great pride, would be rendered lifeless even by the twang of his bow. Krishna incarnation. He will be born as Krishna, with Balarama as his Kala, or part in order to save the earth from the high-handedness of Asuras born as kings, and he will perform actions revealing his superhuman glory in his own mysterious way, incomprehensible to the human intellect. Consider these wonderful happenings. The death of the female monster Putana at the hands of a mere infant. The acting of huge cart by the kick of the feet of a baby 3 months old. The uprooting of a pair of huge skyscraping trees by the tug of a child crawling on all fours as it passed between these such things could not happen unless the child concerned is divine. His reviving by the blessing conveyed by the shower of his look, the calves and cowherds that would have died after drinking the poison-stained water in the Yamuna, and his purification of those waters by merely indulging in water sports therein, which had the effect of expelling the terrible poisonous and many-tongued Kaliya. These occurrences could not happen unless he were divine. That he of unimaginable powers would save the Gopas from a forest fire while they would be lying asleep on the Yamuna banks in imminent danger, and that he along with Alarama would again transport them en masse from another forest fire, asking them to just keep their eyes closed. Meanwhile, such acts must surely be deemed divine. That his mother Yashoda would find that all strings and similar binding materials that she could lay hand on would be insufficient to bind him, and that she would be seeing all the world in his yawning mouth, at first with doubts about its reality, and then with full understanding of all these are all indications of his divinity. That Nanda would be freed by him from the fear of the shackles of Varuna, that the Gopas would be set free from the caves in which Vyamasura, the son of Mayasura, would be shutting them in, that at night the Gopas, fast asleep after the hard labor of the day, would be lifted by Vaikuntha. All these are indication of his divinity. When on the Gopas failing to make the due sacrificial offerings to Indra, the latter would send torrential rain to destroy the whole of Raja. The Lord, that at the tender age of 7 would be protecting Cowhead settlement by holding with a single hand the Govardhana mountain over them for 7 days, as if it were a mere mushroom. While engaged on moonlight nights in the rasa dance with the Gopikas of Vrindavana, whose amorous sentiments have been heightened by the prolonged and rapturous strains of his flute, he would be destroying the emissary of Kubera, trying to carry away the Gopikas. The following are among those that would meet with destruction at his hands: Pralamba, Tanuka, Paka, Kesi, Rishabhasura, the wrestlers of Kamsa, the elephant of Kuvalyapida, Kamsa, Hala, Yavana, Narakasura, Pondraka, Vasudeva, Salva, the monkey Dvita, Balvala, Dantavaktra, the 7 powerful bulls, Sambara, Vidurata, and Rukmi, as also the soldiers of the powerful and confronting armies of the clans like Kambojas, Matsyas, Kurus, Srinjayas, Kekayas, and all others. All these he would be destroying either directly himself or through others like Balarama, Bhima, and Arjuna, who are only himself under different names.
Seeing men become more and more stunted in intelligence and lifespan, and therefore less and less capable of comprehending his teachings, the Vedas, he would be born as Vyasa in Satyavati and would divide the tree of the Vedas into different branches to be preserved by different sections of scholars. Next, when persons of Asuric nature become strong adherents of the Vedic rites and thereby become powerful and thus a menace to the world's welfare, like the Asuras, possessed of that wonderful aerial vehicle built by Maya and used by them for destructive purposes, then will he be born with a form that will charm and attract the minds of those men of Asuric temperament towards him and to the ecstatic philosophies that he will be propounding. Next, when even in the places of good men, the excellences of Sri Hari cease to be heard, when Vedic teachers turn to be atheists, the Brahmanas begin to behave like Shudras. When Vedic mantras like Swaha, Swadha, and Vashat, connected with sacrificial rites, cease to be heard anywhere, then the Bhagavan would appear at the end of Kali Yuga as Sasta for suppressing the evil spirit of Kali. In the function of creation, as tapas, myself, rishis, and the 9 Prajapatis, in the function of preservation as dharma, yajna, murti, the manus, devas, kings, etc., and in the function of destruction as adharma, Sri Rudra, serpents, asuras, etc. He, the possessor of infinite glories and excellences, manifests himself in various ways. It may be possible for an intelligent and capable man to count and calculate the number of dust particles on this earth, but not the powers and excellences of Mahavishnu. See how by his puissance he held together the whole universe in himself, while everything in it, from Pradhana up to Satyaloka, moved at a terrific speed by the irresistible might of his feet. Neither I nor you, nor the great sages like Sanaka, who came into existence before you, know the extent of his mysterious power. How little of it could others know? Even Adishesha, who has been singing his glory with his 1,000 mouths through all time, has not reached anywhere near its end. To whomsoever the all-knowing and all-powerful Bhagavan is gracious, they surrender themselves wholly and in absolute sincerity at his feet and thereby overcome his deluding power of Maya, which others can never do. Such persons never entertain the idea of I and mine with regard to this body, which is food for dogs and jackals. O dear one, by his grace I have gained a little insight into his spiritual power. You, Rudra, Sri Rudra, Prahlada, Swayambhuva Manu, his wife, their children, Prachina Burhis, Ribhu, Anga, Dhruva, Ishwaku, Pururuvas, Muchukunda, Janaka, Ghadi, Raghu, Ambharisha, Sagara, Gaya, Nahusha, Mandhata, Alarka, Sattadhanwa, Anu, Ranti, Deva, Bhishma, Mahabali, Amurtaraya, Dilipa, Saurabhi, Utanka, Sibi, Devala, Pippalada, Saraswata, Uddhava, Parasara, Bhurishena, Vibhashana, Hanuman, Shri Shuka, Arjuna, Artishena, Vidura, Shrutadeva, all these have by his grace come to understand something about the play of the Lord's Yoga Maya and have overcome it. Women, Shudras, and even men of low birth like Hunas, Sabaras, and even brute creations can overcome the Yoga Maya if they in life follow the footsteps of the Lord's devotees. Then how much more can men who have chances of hearing about the spiritual philosophy from competent teachers attain it? The Supreme Bhagavan is the same as what is known as Brahman, the Supreme Spirit, who is of the nature of unbroken bliss, untouched by sorrow, peaceful, fearless, always the same, always unaffected, of the nature of consciousness, stainless, and beyond the opposites of cause and effect. Even the Vedic statements cannot describe him fully, nor can ritualistic actions requiring the help of many accessories help to one attain him. Maya, the cause of impurities, is ashamed even to stand before him. The self-controlled sages, having overcome the waywardness of the mind and become established in the supreme self of absolute mastery, abandoned even the ideas that took them to the state, since they realize that state as natural to them just as Indra, the master of the clouds, need not preserve instruments to dig a well for his use. He, the omniscient and omnipotent Lord, who is well known as the bestower of the fruits of performing the prescribed duties and rites, is also the being who grants moksha, the highest good to aspirants. The spirit in man, which is a part of that immortal being, is never destroyed when perishable body resolves into its elements, just as the sky is not destroyed when the pot containing it is destroyed. O child, I have now described to you in brief the nature of the all-perfect being, who is the source of the universe. There is nothing existing that is not included in Sri Hari, the original being, who is neither a cause nor an effect. This brief account of manifestation of the Lord is what is called the Bhagavata. The Supreme Being himself gave the knowledge of it to me. I have also given to you a brief account of the Lord's glories and attributes. You please elaborate them. You elucidate it with the help of your imaginative power in a way that will generate devotion in the mind of men for Sri Hari, who is the soul and support of all. Whoever describes and hears with faith this account of the Lord's Maya, or his mysterious manifestations of glory, and delights in so doing, will not be infatuated by Maya. Iti Atashtamodhyaya. The greatness of bhakti. Raja Parikshit said, to whom and in what manner did Narada, the sage, with persensuous insight impart the knowledge of the Bhagavata? In obedience to Brahma's command, describing and elaborating the countless attributes of him who is beyond the gunas of Prakriti. O thou, the greatest amongst the knowers of truth, I am an aspirant after the knowledge of truth, O great one. Tell me about the doings of Hari, of wonderful prowess, about his world sanctifying saga, so that I may have my mind absorbed in Krishna, the soul of all beings, absolutely detached from all other objects and concentrated on him and him alone. May I pass away in that state of mind. Soon does the Lord enter into the heart of one who hears and studies about his doings and excellences with a heart full of faith and devotion. Through the portal of the ears, he enters the heart lotus of his devotee who hears about his excellences. And when he so enters, he purifies all the impurities of the heart, as the autumn season clarifies the turbid waters of rivers. A man who has thus been cleansed of all his sinful tendencies and found rest at the feet of Krishna, is like a traveler returned home after a perilous and trying journey. He will never more leave that home, the feet of Krishna. The Atman is spirit, non-material. How does it then come to have a body that is material? Is there any cause for this, or is it purely accidental? Man, as it is seen, has so many distinct organs and limbs. Now the Supreme Person, from whose navel the world lotus is said to have emerged, is also described as having the same kind and the same number of organs and limbs. What then differentiates God from man? Brahma, the controller of all, is said to have come out of the navel lotus of the Supreme Being, and sitting there, to have created all objects with his blessings. Surely there must be then a difference between that Supreme Being and the Jivas. He, the Supreme Being, who is the Lord of Maya, and the indweller within all beings, as also the source from which creation, sustentation, and dissolution takes place. In what form does he remain when he dissociates himself from all his Atma Maya? We have heard it stated in two contradictory ways that the worlds and their protectors are formed of his limbs, and also that the world and their protectors constitute his limbs. How are these contradictions to be reconciled? What are the lengths of time involved in a kalpa and in a vikalpa? How are we to understand time with its division into past, present, and future? What is the span of life of different types of beings like men, pitris, devas, etc.? You must tell me about the action of time in its micro and macro aspects. Also tell me what realms man can attain through his actions, or the jivas that are desirous of getting various embodiments as devas and others, all of which are formed of the gunas of Prakriti. Tell me what combinations of karma leads to what kinds of births. Tell me also about the origin of worlds like Phu, Patala, etc., of the quarters of the sky, planets, stars, mountains, rivers, oceans, islands, etc., and of their inhabitants. You ought to also tell me about the internal dimensions of the Brahmanda, the whole universe conceived as a shell, of what is beyond it, of the lives of great men, and of the stipulations of Varnashrama, ideal of society. Describe the wonderful actions of the Lord in his sportive manifestations as divine descents, as also the yugas, and as duties pertaining to particular yugas. What are the common duties of man, and what are their special duties? What duties are to be followed by persons practicing different trades, by Rajarshis, and by persons facing emergencies?
Tell me about the number of categories like Prakriti, Mahatattva, etc., and their nature, what effects they produce, about the way of worship of the Supreme Being, and about the practice of the yoga with 8 steps. Inform me about the way that yogis progress in the hereafter, how the yogis destroy the linga sarira, and the nature of scriptures like the Vedas, the subsidiary Vedas, the Dharma Sastras, the Ichitastas, and the Puranas. Speak to me about the creation, protection, and dissolution of all beings, of the ritualistic duties laid down by the Vedas and the Smritis, of desire-prompted rites and rituals, and of the 3 ends of human life, namely dharma, artha, and kama. Speak also about the emergence of jivas lying latent in the power of the Lord, of the origins of atheism, of the bondage and liberation of the Atman, and of one's absorption in one's real nature. Tell me how the omnipotent Bhagavan, who is free, limits himself by his inherent power of Maya for his creative sport, and how in dissolution he abandons that Maya and remains as pure witness. O Great One, it behoves you to give proper answers to these explicit and implicit questions put by me who have taken refuge at your feet. In these matters, you are as much an authority as Brahman himself. All others here are only saying and doing what the ancients have said, without any direct initiation in the authentic tradition. O illumined sage, absorbing the nectarine drink of the Lord's excellences, my vital energy is not in the least affected by the hunger and thirst caused by the fast I am observing. The only threat it faces is from the curse of the angry Brahmana boy. Buddha said, that sage Shuka, being mightily pleased with this request of Parikshit, expounded in that assembly this great scripture Bhagavata, equal to the Veda, which was first revealed to Brahma by the Bhagavan himself at the beginning of Brahmakalpa. Whatever questions Parikshit, the glorious descendant of the Pandavas, put, these were all answered by the sage one by one in the course of his exposition of the Bhagavata.
Thunder 2, Chapter 9. The Inspiration of Brahma. Sri Shuka said, O King, except in terms of the inherent deluding power of the Lord, it is not possible to explain how a spiritually conscious entity like the self can have any abiding connection with the body. This connection is parallel to the connection of the dream body with the self of the dreaming man. Because of Maya, which has innumerable forms, the spirit shines through these numerous forms. Delighting in the goodness of Prakriti, he thinks, this is mine, this is myself. When freed from infatuation with the body, the Jiva delights in his nature as spirit transcending Maya and Kala. He is no longer obsessed by the twin shackles of bondage. The feelings, this is I, and this is mine. I shall tell you what the Lord imparted to Brahma as instruction for attainment of illumination and the release of the Jiva from bondage, when he manifested in his spiritual form to the former meditating on him in absolute concentration and devotion. When Brahma, the first of beings and the originator and inspirer of all others, thought about the ways and means of creation, sitting in his lotus seat, he could not get any clue as to how he should proceed. O King, while thus contemplating, he heard a sound of 2 letters uttered twice from amidst the cosmic waters that surrounded him. These 2 letters, the wealth of those who have no material wealth, are tapa, tapa, obtained by combining the 16th and 21st of the consonants, ta and pa, respectively. Hearing it, he looked around to see who was speaking thus, but he could see none else than himself. Though sitting firm in his seat, he reflected that this very relevant instruction must have come from a divine source, and decided to engage himself in tapas. He, who is the most austere among the austere, and possessed of infallible insight, understood the meaning of tapas, and engaged himself in it for 1,000 divine years. Controlling the vital energies as also the external and internal organs, he practiced concentration on the subject of creation so intensely as to illumine everything around. Worshipped in this way by Brahma, the Lord revealed his highest spiritual realm, wherein impurities, ignorance, and their offspring, fear, have no place, and which receives the adoring praise of all the great devotees. There neither Rajas, nor Tamas, nor Sattva mixed with them has any place. There time's ravage is unknown. There even Maya, the Lord's delusive power, does not operate. And there reside the Lord's attendants, whom the Devas and the Asuras alike worship. All the denizens of that realm are blue in color, radiant, endowed with eyes like lotus petals, dressed in yellow robes, extremely attractive and handsome, having 4 arms, bedecked with brilliant gem-studded necklaces and other ornaments, endowed with the glow of coral, sapphire, and the tender stalk of lotus, and wearing brilliant earrings, diadems, and wreaths. As the sky is rendered glorious by the blue rain clouds illumined by streaks of lightning, so is that divine realm beautified by the rows of mansions of its heavenly residents, illumined by the explosive beauty of the noble women occupying them. There Sri Devi, possessed of unimaginable beauty, is adoring the feet of the Lord with rare and invaluable ingredients. Even when she sits on the swing for relaxation, with all the charming excellences of the spring season surrounding her, and the bees humming delightedly around her fragrant tresses, she has nothing but praise of her Lord to muse or sing about. There Brahman saw him, who is the protector of all devotees, who is the Lord of Shri, who is the protector of all yajnas and of all the worlds, who is all-pervading, and who is attended upon by his chief servants like Sunanda, Nanda, Prabala, Arhana, and others. Brahma saw him who is extremely gracious to those who practice self-surrender to him, who is a delight to the eyes, whose face is illumined by a gracious smile and rose-tinted eyes, and who's marked by his diadem, ear ornaments, forearms, yellow cloth, and Shri adorning his chest. Brahma saw him seated on a throne of great majesty, and surrounded by the 25 expressions of his creative power, these being the 4 primary categories of Prakriti, Purusha, Mahatattva, and Ahamkara, and the other 21 categories of 11 Indriyas, 5 Bhutas, or elements, and 5 Tanmatras. He was also surrounded by his own 6 divine majesties, consisting in Aishwarya, Virya, Yasas, Shri, Jnana, and Vairagya. In others, these powers are very partial and impermanent, but they dance attendance on him always, though he's never attached to or attracted by them, being ever established in his innate spiritual glory. On seeing him, the creator Brahma was bathed in bliss within, which overflowed as horripilations all over his body and as torrential tears from his eyes. He fell down in prostration at his holy feet, which are attainable only through the highest form of devotion based on jnana characteristics of Paramahamsas. Then the Lord, a veritable embodiment of love, took Brahma by the hand as an expression of affection, and addressed him in words surcharged with the graciousness of his face, while he, Brahma, the chosen one for the work of creation, stood before him with a heart overflowing with devotion. The Lord said, O Brahma, who holds the Vedas latent in you, I am highly satisfied by your long and concentrated meditation for enlightenment on the work of creation. The worship and prayers of perverted yogis never satisfy me in this way. O Brahma, may good fortune befall you. Ask of me whatever boon you want, for I am the granter of boons to all. But know for certain that there is nothing greater to be achieved than realizing me. Your attainment of my realm is because I willed it. That you were able to perform tapas at my command was also the result of my will. When you stood utterly confused as to what you should do, it was I who directed you to perform tapas. Tapas is the core of my being, and the meaning of tapas is myself. In the beginning, I create everything by tapas. By tapas, I support everything, and by tapas, I withdraw everything too. Tapas is my supreme prowess. Brahma said, O Lord, Thou art the overlord, as also the indweller of all beings. Thou hast, by virtue of thy unerring awareness, an insight into the hearts of all, and a knowledge of what they yearn for. O Lord, still deign to grant me what I ask for. May thou be pleased to make me understand how I can know thee, who art really formless, in forms gross and subtle. O Lord of Shri, grant unto me that knowledge by which thou of irresistible will art able to bring out this multi-powered universe in sheer plain, sustain it, and withdraw it into thyself as a manifestation of thy unique inherent power, just as a spider brings out from within and withdraws into itself its egg, its web, with such ease. As ordered by thee, I shall perform the work of creation without any negligence. Equipped with that knowledge by thy grace, may I not suffer bondage by engaging myself in creation. O Lord, thou hast received me with cordiality, taking me by the hand as a friend would, but I am after all thy servant. So long as I am tirelessly discharging this duty of creation of beings, high and low, as thy servant, may I not develop the pride that I am Brahma, the unborn and independent being. The Lord said, learn from me that esoteric knowledge combined with experience, which is of the nature of the highest devotion, along with the means leading to it. By my blessing, you shall have that knowledge of my truth, what I am inherently, what my manifestations, my forms, attributes, and my activities are.
Before creation, I alone was, there being no other existence of the nature of cause and effect different from me. After the creative cycle ends also, I alone exist. For this universe is also myself. And when everything is dissolved in its course in pralaya, what remains is only myself. What is presented on the Atman without any substantial reality apart from it? And what fails to leave anything as residue apart from the Atman when it ceases to be presented? Know that to be due to my divine power, Maya. Such presentation is like a reflected image and like darkness. The great basic elements of nature combine and constitute all objects, high and low, pure and impure. Though entering into these combinations formed by them, these elements do not lose their elemental nature and take on the qualities found in the combinations. They can thus be said to be in these combinations and also outside them at the same time. Similarly, I constitute these beings, and in that case, and in that sense, I have entered into them. Yet I have not yet entered into them. Yet I have not yet entered into them in the same sense that my pristine nature is not affected by the nature and experience of the combination that make up the bodies of beings. What the seeker of truth What the seeker after truth has to grasp is that substance which persists always through all its transformations into its various effects or forms, but suffers no diminution in the process, as also when all these effects or forms are eliminated in the causal condition. The Supreme Spirit is that ultimate substance. Practicing the highest samadhi or concentrated absorption in me, Perform my commandments, then you will never be infatuated through all the cycles of creative activity in which you are asked to engage yourself. Sri Shuka said, commanding Brahma, the master of all creatures, in this wise, Sri Hari, the eternal being, disappeared from the vision of the former, even as he looked on. Brahma, who had the germinal condition of everything in himself, then saluted Sri Hari with joined hands and began to create, that is, project all beings as in the previous creative cycles. Once Brahma, who was wholeheartedly devoted to the Lord, engaged himself in austerity, consisting in yama and niyama, desiring the good of all created beings. Then Narada, the most beloved of Brahma's offspring, who was noted for his devotion to service, his introspective nature, and his love of God, approached Brahma to know the working of the cosmic power of Mahavishnu, the master of Maya. After having pleased him by service, humility, and discipline, that Devarshi, Narada, seeing Brahma, his own father and the grandfather of the worlds, in a pleasant mood, put to him the same questions that you have put to me. Then the Creator Brahma, pleased with his son, narrated to him this Bhagavata Purana with 10 characteristics as imparted to him by Sri Bhagavan Mahavishnu himself. Narada in turn imparted it to the sage Vyasa of great spiritual prowess, who, seated on the bank of the Saraswati, was absorbed in contemplation of the Supreme Being. For your questions, beginning with how this world came out of the cosmic form of the Lord, I shall give answers through the narration of this great text, the Bhagavata. Chapter 10, the cosmic form of the Lord. Sri Shuka said, this Bhagavata is distinguished by the 10 subjects discussed in it. These are Sarga, Visarga, Sthana, Oshana, Uti, Manvantara, Ishanukatha, Nirodha, Mukti, and Asraya. Great men, however, say that the first 9 of these topics are only for the clarifications of the 10. Asraya, or the Supreme Being, who is the support of everything. His nature is described directly in the various hymns and indirectly through the purport of the narratives. The origin of the various categories from Mahatattva to the 5 gross elements by the loss of equilibrium in Prakriti caused by the divine world and their formation into Viradrupa is called Sarga. The creation of various beings by Brahma is called Visarga. Sthana or Sthiti consists in the activities of the Lord for the maintenance of the world in proper order. Oshana is his granting protection to devotees who take shelter in him. Manvantara means the Lord of righteous living, as illustrated in the lives of great ones. Uti consists in karmic tendencies in latent and active form. Ishanukata is the description of Sri Hari's incarnations, supplemented by the accounts of his devotees and their deeds. At the time of cosmic dissolution, when Mahavishnu lapses into yogic slumber, all jivas retaining their bodies and tendencies in germinal condition become dissolved in him. This is Nirodha, and Mukti is the jiva's obedience and his pristine state, abandoning all entanglements in forms foreign to his nature. He out of whom the universe, including the jivas, emerge at creation, and in whom they are held in abeyance after dissolution, he called by such names as Brahma and Paramatman. is the Asraya. The Adhyamika, that is the spirit that feels identified with the body and its sense organs, like the eye, is none other than the Adhidaivika, that is the spirit whose manifestation, the presiding deities over the senses, like Aditya, are. And the physical body which renders possible this distinction between individual spirit and the presiding deities is the Adibhautika. In the absence of any one of these, the others cannot be conceived. That he who is the witness of all these three, that is, in whose presence they manifest, is the Asraya or support, and he himself has no support, no other support. He is the support of all. When the cosmic person broke open the universal shell and came out, he desired to have a place for himself to stay, and for this he created the pure and uncontaminated water known as the seminal waters. That cosmic person lay for several thousands of years in those cosmic waters created by himself. Therefore, he is known as Narayana, and water is called Nara, to signify that which is born of Nara or Lord. The substances, like the earth, that form the material cause of the universe, the instrumental causes, like karma, time, and nature, and jiva, who is the enjoyer, are all what they are because of his will, and they cease to be when his will is otherwise. The one desiring to be many rose from his bed of yogic slumber. He divided his luminous seed by his will into three by his will. These three divisions are the Adidaiva, the Adhyatma, and the Adibhuta. Hear how the one seed was divided into three. From the space in the heart of the cosmic being thus activized arose sense power, mental power, and physical power. From these subtle powers was produced prana, the great sutravat, or the collective self running through all as a thread, through heads, through beads. When the collective self works, the active tendencies in all individual beings is roused. When he is dull and inactive, all beings too become so. It is just like the followers of a king following the king. When the vital energy became active within, the cosmic person felt hunger and thirst. When hunger and thirst were generated, he developed the face. In the face, the region called the talu originated, and in it came up jihva or tongue. Then were produced the several tastes like sweetness, which is the tongue, which the tongue could grasp. Varuna, the presiding deity of the tongue, was also produced. Thus, the Adhisthana or seat, Indriya or organ, Vishaya or the object of perception, and the Devata or presiding deity of each Indriya were generated in all succeeding cases too. From the face of that all-powerful being who desired to speak arose the organ of speech, the faculty of speech, and its presiding deity, Vahni or fire. For long he remained in the water with his breath obstructed. When the breath was agitated within, the nose was formed. Along with it air, the conveyor of smell, appeared. When he desired to smell, the sense of smell arose centered in the nose. When he could not see himself, and the desire to see himself and others arose in him, the eyes originated. Along with that, the presiding deity, Surya, and the object form, and the organ eye too came into existence. When he desired to hear the rishis hymning about himself, he developed ears. They developed the organ of hearing, the object sound, and the deity Dig. When he desired to experience hardness, softness, lightness, heaviness, heat, cold, etc., he developed the skin, the seat of the organ of touch. They, hair resembling trees, grew together with their deity Oshadi. The power of contact, which is the organ of touch residing in the skin, possesses, now spread all over the skin within and without. Desiring to do many works, the cosmic person developed arms. In the arms, the faculty of strength, its deity Indra, and their object or the power of grasping dependent on the deity, and the faculty of strength originated. When he desired to move, legs originated. Yajna arose as the presiding deity for the legs. By moving with the legs, man is able to get the ingredients for offering in yajna. When the cosmic person desired offspring and joy, sexuality, and its expression, the sex organs arose, as did its presiding deity, the Prajapati. Depending on these, the joy of sexual indulgence arises. When he desired to excrete the undigested residue of food eaten, the excretory faculty came into being. Related to it is the organ anus and its presiding deity Mitra, and controlled by both is the excretion of fecal matter. When he desired to pass from one body to another, the navel came into existence. There, the vital energy called Apana and the presiding deity, Death, originated.
When he desired to have food and drink, the stomach, the intestines, as also rivers and oceans, came into existence. Depending on these are satisfaction and nourishment. When he began to think of his inherent power, the heart came into existence. From that came the faculty of mind, and the deity moon, and the object fancy resulting in desire. Skin, membrane, flesh, blood, fat, marrow, and bones. These 7 substances are the products of the combination of the elements, earth, water, and fire, while prana is a product of the combination of akasa, water, and wind. The indriyas are the products of Rajaguna. The objects of the senses, like sound, are the products of Tamasahamkara. Manas is the abode of all feelings and emotions. Buddhi is of the nature of rational understanding. I have thus described to you the gross body of the Lord, having 8 layers of covering, consisting of the 5 elements, Ahamkara, Mahatattva, and Prakriti. Different from this gross form of the Lord described above, is his subtle form behind the gross one as its cause. It is subtler than all the subtlest aspects of Prakriti, is unmanifested to the senses, beyond ordinary powers of speech and mind, and without any beginning or end. Both these forms of the Lord I have described are the projections of his power. The wise ones, therefore, do not accept them as final, but go beyond them. The Lord, who is both active and actionless, assumes the form of Brahman and projects beings as ideas, as entities, and as performing different functions. O King, some of his manifold creations are Prajapatis, Manus, Devas, Rishis, Pitris, Siddhas, Charanas, Gandharvas, Vidyadharas, Asuras, Guhyakas, Kinnaras, Apsaras, Nagas, serpents, Kimpurushas, reptiles, Matris, Rakshasas, Pitachas, Pretas, Bhutas, Vinayakas, Kushmandas, Unmadas, Vaitalas, Yatudanas, Grahas, birds, animals, cows, trees, mountains, snakes. In fact, all creatures that can be classified as moving and moving are also as born of womb, born of egg, born of moist heat, and born of earth. All these creatures, high and low, are all created according to the effects of their past karmas. According to the dominance of the three gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas in them, these beings can be classed as suprahuman, human, and subhuman. O king, each of these classes is again divided into three classes by the mutual action of gunas on one another. The Supreme Being as Bhagavan Mahavishnu is the support of all the worlds. He sustains and augments these worlds by assuming the role of incarnations among devas, men, and subhuman creatures. And at the time of dissolution, assuming the forms of death, fire, and Rudra, he destroys these worlds created from himself, even as the wind disperses a mass of clouds. The Supreme All-Perfect Being is thus described in his manifestation. But the wise ones see him not as this manifestation, but as the transcendent being. The Supreme Being has no birth and works. Their description is meant to deny actual agency to him, as all these cosmic activities are performed by his Maya, they being only attributed to him. I have spoken of the Mahakalpa, in which the projection of the creation of the 24 categories, beginning with Mahatattva, takes place, as also the intermediary kalpas that take place within a Mahakalpa. The order of creation in one kalpa is the same as in the others, each Mahakalpa having within it intermediary kalpas, which are concerned only with living beings. The transformations of time, the characteristics of a kalpa, the differences in the intermediary kalpas, etc., will be discussed hereafter. Now I shall describe the events of the kalpa known as Padma. Saunaka said, O Sutta, you told us earlier that Vidura, the great devotee of the Lord, having abandoned all his relatives, a difficult feat for anyone to accomplish, went about visiting various holy places in the country, and that he attained spiritual enlightenment by contact with Maitreya. Where did the conversation between Vidura and Maitreya take place? What spiritual instruction did Maitreya give to Vidura in reply to the questions he put? Tell us all about Vidura's movements, why he first left his relatives, and why he returned to them afterwards. Shuta said, Listen, I shall tell you what Shuka said to Parikshit when the latter put these very questions to him.
Vijaya Skanda Samapta Hari Om Tat Sat. Tritiya Skanda Atha Pratamo Jaya Shri Sukha Uvacha.
Vidura and Uddhava, their meeting. Sri Shuka said, after having left his home of plenty for the life of a hermit in the forest, Vidura put these very questions to the sage Maitreya. When the Supreme Lord Krishna went as the emissary to your forefather, to Duryodhana's court, he rejected the latter's invitation to his palace, and preferred to stay in Vidura's house, as he deemed it his own house. So holy and inviting was the home which Vidura now abandoned to stay in the forest. The king said, O great one, when did Vidura meet Maitreya? When did the conversation between them take place? Please describe all of this to me. The question put by the pure-minded Vidura to so great a personage as Maitreya must necessarily be of great significance and fit to receive the serious attention of good and holy men. Shuta said, the most learned Sukha, on being thus questioned, began to reply, highly pleased. Shuka said, when the Raja Dhritarashtra, bent on supporting his wicked sons by any unrighteous means, attempted to burn the helpless and orphan sons of Pandu in a house of lac, the noble-minded Vidura may be said to have left the place in disgust. When the Raja Dhritarashtra cared not to prevent the most despicable act of his son Dusasana in dragging by the hair into the assembly Panchali, the queen of the Kurus, who was to him like his own daughter-in-law, while she shed copious tears flowing down her breast, dissolving the kumkum powder she had applied thereon, then may Vidura be said to have left that place. When Yudhishthira, the most righteous and truthful one, who was defeated in foul play at dice, returned from exile in the forest according to stipulation, and demanded the restoration of his kingdom, and Raja Dhritarashtra failed to comply out of greedy infatuation, then may Vidura be said to have left the place. When the hapless Dhritarashtra would not give ear to the very acceptable and cordial message of compromise delivered by the world-honored Krishna, deputed by their messenger by the Pandavas, then may Vidura have said to have left his house for the forest. When his brother Dhritarashtra once called him, noted as a wise counselor, to advise him on some matter of great importance, Vidura gave him a piece of advice that has become famous among thoughtful counselors as Vidura's counsel. It is as follows. Give back his ancestral portion to Yudhishthira, who is even now behaving with infinite patience in spite of the offences you have committed against him. Offences at which his brother Bhishma is hissing like a provoked serpent and causing you immense terror. Bound to the sons of Pritha as his own, there still resides in Dwaraka Bhagavan Krishna, the leader of the Yadavas and the master of the Devas and holy men, and the conqueror of all the rulers of the world. An embodiment of evil and a denouncer of God, Duryodhana resides in your house, hostile to Krishna and so deprived of all goodness, you are culturing this essence of evil, regarding it to be your son. If you desire the good of your clan, drive away that center of evil from your home without more ado. Irritated by this speech of Vidura, paragon of virtue, Duryodhana stood there with his lips quivering in anger. Along with his friends Karna, Sakuni, Dusasana, and others, he insulted the virtuous Vidura. He said, "Who has introduced this fellow here? A rogue, a slave girl's son, treacherous to those who have fed him till now. He has turned antagonistic to them, and is allying himself with their enemies. Push him out of the palace. Let us hear the fellow howling." Though thus struck with fierce wordy shafts at vulnerable spots, Vidura departed peacefully without any hatred in his mind, throwing his weapons at the door of the palace, and looking upon the whole affair as the mysterious working of the Lord's Maya. Vidura, who was a blessing for the clan of the Kurus, thus departed from Hastinapura, and for the securing of the Lord's grace, travelled on pilgrimage to all the sacred spots on earth, sanctified by the different manifestations of Mahavishnu, the washing of whose feet formed the sacred river Ganga.
He visited all alone holy cities like Mathura, glades like Vrindavan, hills like Govardhana, bathed in the clear waters of rivers and lakes, and worshipped at shrines dedicated to multiform images of the Lord. Pure and disciplined in his ways of life, bathing in holy waters, lying only on the bare ground, unmindful of bodily needs, dressed scantily like an avaduta, and unrecognized by any of his own people, he traveled from place to place, observing vows pleasing to Sri Hari. Traveling all over the land of Bharata in this way, he reached Babasa by the time Yudhishthira had begun to rule the land, having brought the whole country under one army and under one regal umbrella. There he happened to hear about the total destruction of his clansmen, all of whom were near and dear to him, through the fratricidal war, even as a bamboo forest is reduced to ashes by the conflagration caused by the violent friction between the constituent bamboo trees. Sad and silent, he walked towards the source of the river Saraswati. Along that river, he resorted to holy regions associated with Trita, Shukra, Manu, Prithu, Agni, Asita, Vayu, Sudasha, cows, Guha, and Shraddha-deva. Many were the other holy places he visited in that region, all temples of the Lord Vishnu, founded by great rishis and devas, and having copulae with the markings of the Lord's discus Sudarshana and the like, which help one to keep up the remembrance of Sri Krishna. He travelled afterwards through the prosperous lands of Saurashtra, Savira, Matsya, Kuru, Jangala, and others until in course of time he reached the region of the Yamuna, where he happened to meet the great devotee Uddhava. When they met each other, Vidura held him, the serene disciple of Brihaspati and devoted follower of Krishna, in his warm embrace. Then he began to question Uddhava about the men and women of his own clan, as also of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Vidura said, "Are not Krishna and Rama, who incarnated on the earth at the request of Brahma, living happily at the house of Surasena after having accomplished the good of the world? Dear one, is not Vasudeva, a very valued ally of us Kurus, living happily? Like his own father, he behaved generously towards his sisters, meeting all the needs of themselves as also of their husbands. How is Pradyumna, the commander-in-chief of the armies of the Yadus? He was Kama in his previous life, and was born of the Bhagavan in Rukmani, who worshipped holy men for the birth of a son. I hope Ugrasena, the king of the clans of the Satwatas, Vrishnis, Bhojas, and Dasarhas, is living happily. It is well known how Sri Krishna restored him to his throne from the exile into which he had banished himself for the safety of his very life." What about the topmost Ka warrior Shamba, who is the son of the Lord and his peer in all respects? He is verily Guha, born once of Parvati, now come to be born of the womb of pious Jambavati. How is Satyaki, who received instructions in all the secrets of archery from Arjuna, who had always the privilege of serving the Lord, a privilege which even Paramahamsas do not get? How is Akrura, the great devotee who has taken shelter in the Lord, and whose exuberant devotion to him made him roll in the dust of Vrindavan marked with the footprints of Krishna? How is Bhoja's daughter, Devaki, equal to the mother of the Devas, who bore Sri Krishna in her womb as the Vedas bear the Yajna? How is Aniruddha, a veritable yield of plenty to you, the Sattvatas, whom the wise ones identify with the presiding deity of the mind, who is also the revealer of the Shastras? I hope all the others like Hridaka, Charudeshna, and Gada, who serve the Lord with single-minded devotion, are living happily at Dwaraka. Is Yudhishthira, who evoked the fierce jealousy of Duryodhana by the prosperity of his kingdom, now ruling the land according to the ideals of the statecraft, assisted by Arjuna and Krishna like two arms? Has Bhimasena, the great wielder of the mace, under whose feet the battlefield would tremble, has he, like a snake, derived satisfaction by wreaking his long-standing vengeance on Duryodhana and others, who had wronged him and his brothers repeatedly for long? Is Arjuna, the most noted Ka warrior and the wielder of the bow Gandiva, whose clouds of arrows, covering Maheshwara in his assumed role of a hunter, evoked Maheshwara's admiration for him unknown to himself, is he ruling victorious with all his foes destroyed? The twins among the Pandavas, Nakula and Sahadeva, who are protected by their brothers like the eyes by the eyelids, are they living happily, having snatched away in war their patrimony from the enemy, as Garuda took away Amrita from Indra? Alas, it is a wonder how Pritha, the mother of the Pandavas, sustained her life for the upbringing of her infant children after the death of her husband, the noble and heroic King Pandu, the master archer and victor over the four quarters, with no second to help him except his bow. Oh dear one, I am indeed sorry for Dhritarashtra, who has been degenerating day by day. See how he has been persecuting his own dead brother by the persecution of his children. See how he has towed the line of his own sons, however heinous their conduct might be, and see how he has driven me away from home, though I am the best of his well-wishers. By the grace of the Lord, who has been mystifying all by his human role as the incarnate, I am going about incognito, finding nothing surprising in any happening, as I discern the mystery of the Lord in everything. The Lord put up with the sins of the Kurus for long only as a step in affording relief to the good and holy ones by destroying all the kings who were proud and haughty with their wealth, power, and blue blood, and under the constant march of whose armies the earth itself trembled. The embodiment and works of the unborn and the actionless are only for the destruction of the evil ones and the protection of the worlds from such persons. Even a jiva who has overcome the gunas and the bondage of karma is free from body. So how can the Supreme Being be embodied except for the reason stated? O friend, give me in detail all news about that eternal one, who has been born among the Yadus as Krishna, for the help of the deities presiding over the destinies of the world, and for the good of those who follow his commandments and take shelter in him. Atha Dvitiyo Adhyayai. Shishuka said, being thus questioned about the dearest of his dear ones, the great devotee, Uddhava, was unable to speak for some time, owing to the surging emotion that overtook him as he thought of his Lord and Master. This Uddhava, even as a young boy of 5, had refused to take his breakfast when the mother called him, because he was then immersed in his boyish play of the worship of the Lord's image. He is now an old man, having spent a whole lifetime in the service of the Lord, thinking as he was about that dear Lord and Master continuously, how could he now answer this question put to him about the great personage? Inebriated with the nectar of bliss emanating from Krishna's lotus feet, he stood for a while silent, caught up in the powerful sentiment of God love, with horripilation all over the body, with tears flowing from half-open eyes, and with the flood of God love overpowering. Uddhava looked like one who had attained the supreme object of life. Slowly descending from divine consciousness to the human level, Uddhava wiped away the tears in his eyes and began to reply, remembering the Lord all the while. Uddhava said, "What am I to tell you about the welfare of those friends and relatives of whom you have inquired? When the sun of Krishna has set, and the python of time has swallowed our clans, when thereby we have been reduced to mere non-entities in the world. This is a misfortune for the world at large. It is all the more so for the Yadus. As the fish do not recognize the glory of the moon so long as they see the reflection of it in water, taking it to be only one amongst themselves, so did the Yadus fail to realize that Sri Hari himself was still then staying with them. He in whom all the worlds reside was regarded only as a Yadava chief by the members of the Yadava clan, in spite of their being clever in understanding people's minds, of possessing high status as citizens, and of living together for long with the Lord. Those devotees whose minds are absorbed in Sri Hari, the Supreme Spirit, are never confused by the words and attitudes of those who, under the influence of the Lord's Maya, look upon him, some as a relative, some as a clansman, and others as their enemy. Revealing till now that charming form of his, even to persons without much austerity or devotion to their credit, he has now withdrawn that form, insatiably attractive to persons viewing it, and disappeared from their midst, taking away their eyesight as it were. The body that he assumed by his yoga power for his sport as a human being was astonishing to himself, as it represented the acme of beauty, surpassing all that decoration can achieve. Seeing at that Rajasuya sacrifice of Yudhishthira that form of the Lord so delightful to the eye, all the people felt that Brahma had exhausted all his skill in making that body. The women of Raja stood, forgetting to complete their domestic duties, as their minds were entirely drawn by their eyes that pursued his loving smiles, sportive action, and entertaining glances. Just as fire manifests in the few, he, the Lord of all, of what is high and low, assumed an aspect of his own Maya, and was born in the world, overcome by pity at the sight of his fierce creations persecuting the mild ones. Even I am puzzled to find how he, the unborn omnipotent, should take birth in a prison cell in which Vasudeva was incarcerated, should hide himself in Raja as if in fear of his arch-enemy Kamsa, and should run away from his own city of Mathura for fear of Kala Yavana, as it were. I feel extremely pained at heart whenever I think of his making obeisance to his parents and apologizing to them thus: "O father, O mother, owing to fear of Kamsa, we have been forced to be ungrateful to you by not doing our duties towards you. Please pardon us for the same." Whoever has even once smelt that fragrance of the dust of his lotus feet can forget him, the mere frown of whose brows proved to be the god of death, to relieve the earth of a burden of evil men. All of you had seen how, and the Rajasuya of Yudhishthira, even Shishupala, the king of the Chedis, who insulted Krishna, attained salvation, which yogis aspire for by performing many severe yogic practices. How can one bear the separation from such a personage? Similarly, Krishna's realm was attained by all these kings who died in the field of battle, seeing the smiling, fascinating face of Krishna before them as they felt purified by the shafts of Arjuna. He is the control of even Trimurti. He is self-satisfied with the enjoyment of his inherent bliss. There is none equal to or greater than him. At his feet, all the protective deities of the quarters bow down their crowned heads with their offerings. Yet, with what great humility, befitting a faithful servant, did he stand before King Ugrasena and make submissions before him, as the latter sat on his high royal throne. We, the dependents of the Lord, are struck with sorrow to think of this humble role of a servant adopted by the Lord. In whom else will we take refuge, except in him, the most merciful one? For lo, think how even that evil woman Putana attained to that high state to which his mother also is eligible for having suckled him, though in the case of the demoness, the suckling was with the intention of killing him.
I consider as devotees even those asuras and wicked men whose mind attained to concentration on Krishna due to antagonism towards him. For in the field of battle they saw, as they fell, the Lord himself attacking them, discus in hand, and seated on his eagle vehicle, desiring the good of the world, and prayed to by Brahma, the Bhagavan incarnated himself in the prison of Kansa as the son of Vasudeva by his wife Devaki. Next, afraid of danger from Kansa, his father took him to the cowherd settlement, where he stayed along with his brother incognito, hiding his divinity till his 11th year. Herding calves, accompanied by the cowherd boys, he spotted in the thinly wooded pastures on the banks of the Yamuna, having trees full of chirping birds. Possessed of a lion cub's majestic demeanor, he delighted the inhabitants of the cowherd settlement by his charming looks, by his boyish pranks, and by his cries and laughter. As he grew up, he delighted with the strains of his flute. His friends, the cowherd youths, who accompanied him as he tended the numerous white cows and bulls of that prosperous settlement of cowherds. The many asuras with magical powers and capacity to assume many forms, whom Kansa sent against him, were all destroyed by him with ease as dolls by children, reviving the calves and cowherds boys from the effect of the poisonous water of Kalindi that they had drunk. He punished the serpent Kaliya and dismissed him from those waters, which he freed from their poisonous nature and made drinkable by an act of his will. For the proper use of the increasing wealth of the cowherd settlement, he made Nanda, the head of the settlement, perform many sacrifices for the benefit of the cows, with the help of Brahmanas. O friend, when Indra, enraged and smarting under insult, began pouring incessant rain, he protected the terrified inhabitants of the cowherded settlement by playfully holding the Govardhana mountain as an umbrella over them. In the moonlit nights of the autumn sun, he filled the place with the sweet strain of his flute, as he sported in the midst of women, enhancing their joy and praiseworthiness. Uddhava said, afterwards, for the liberation of his father, he, along with Balarama, went to the city of Mathura and killing his enemy Kansa by throwing him down from a lofty throne, he dragged his body over the ground. He mastered the Vedas with his auxiliaries by once hearing it from the Rishi Sandipani, and as farewell gift for him, he restored his son to him by tearing open the stomach of the Panchana, who had devoured him. Many were the kings assembled, attracted by the beauty of Rukmani, the very embodiment of Shri, all anxious to win her as wife. But Krishna, as if he were the only eligible person invited, took her away as his rightful possession, administrating a king on the heads of all the suitors, and married her by the Khandavar right. Winning in the contest of controlling a team of powerful bulls without nose strings, he won as wife Satya, the daughter of Nagnajit. Then, without sustaining even a single wound on his body, he, in confrontation with those heavily armed but stupid kings, destroyed them who, in spite of failure and disappointment, still desired to get that girl. He, the Lord of all, like a common worldly man, appeared to be prompted by his wife Satyabhama to get for her a branch of the Kalpataru from heaven. Indra then rushed in great anger to recover it. Lo! Indra is but a playful animal of his womenfolk. Naras, Narakasura, who covered the sky with his arrows in battle, was killed by him with his discus Sudarsana. Requested by Naraka's mother, the earth goddess, he returned his kingdom and properties to his son, and then entered the inner apartments. These inner apartments were full of young Kshatriya girls from Naraka had taken by force from their homes. On seeing Krishna, they all stood up and received him with looks in which joy, bashfulness, and love were mingled. Though they were all living in different apartments, he held the hands of all of them in wedlock simultaneously, taking forms suited to each by the power of his Maya. In each of these women he begot 10 offspring equal to himself in order to demonstrate his mysterious power. Kala, Yavana, Jarasandha, and Salva, who besieged his city of Mathura, where their armies were killed by him through the instrumentality of others. He killed Sambara, Dvivida, Bana, Mura, Balwara, Dantavaktra, and the like, and caused many others to be killed. Afterwards, he managed to destroy all those enemies that had gathered in the field of Kurukshetra, causing rumblings of the earth on the sides of the sons of your two brothers. He was not satisfied, even after the total destruction of the Kaurava armies, along with Duryodhana, whose good fortune and lifespan were all forfeited because of his succumbing to the evil advice of Karna, Dusasana, and Sakuna, and who died on the field with his thighs broken in battle. Only a small part of the burden of the earth has been relieved by the destruction of 18 Akshahinis of troops by Drona, Bhishma, Arjuna, and others. There still remain the large armies of the Yadus, having invincible prowess, being led by Pradyumna and others born of me. There is no way to their destruction except that they be made to drink to total forgetfulness, to quarrel and fight among themselves, and thus to bring about mutual destruction. My resolution in this regard will automatically take effect. Resolving thus, the Lord had Yudhishthira installed on his ancestral throne and lived in his capital city, exemplifying the way of piety and bringing joy to the minds of all friends and relatives. The line of Puru was saved by Abhimanyu, begetting an issue in Uttara. But that issue was destroyed in the womb itself by the weapon of Ashwatthama. It was revived by the all-powerful Lord. He helped Yudhishthira perform 3 Ashwamedha sacrifices, and Yudhishthira reigned with the help of his brothers, always depending on Krishna. And Krishna, though he was the Lord of the world, yet following the way of the world and of the Vedas, lived in Dwarka amidst all sense enjoyments, but ever detachment from them and established in spiritual awareness. He delighted in all this world, especially the Yadus, by his charming and smiling face, by his most attractive words, by his righteous and beneficent actions, and by his most auspicious presence in their midst. At nights he gave some time to his wedded wives for love sports in his company. After many years spent in this way, he lost interest in the householder's life. Observing this example of the Lord, no one that approaches the Lord of Yoga through any path of spiritual communion would put faith in worldly enjoyments which are with us today and gone tomorrow. One day, the young men of the Yadus and Bhojas who had played insulted some sages, who, being thus provoked and angry, pronounced a curse which was in accordance with the wish of the Lord also. Some months later, as destiny would have it, the clansmen of Vrishnis, Bhojas, and Andakas went in a joyous mood to Prabhasa in the chariots. After bathing in the holy waters there, they performed worship of devas, rishis, pitris, and made gifts of excellent cows to Brahmanas. Presenting various gifts to Brahmanas, gold, silver, beddings, clothes, deer skins, wrappers, vehicles, elephants, and lands, and treating them to feasts with many varieties of food, etc. In a spirit of offering to the Lord, these heroes of the Vrishni clan made low prostrations on the ground. Destruction of the Yadus. Uddhava said, after these Yadus took their meal, then they drank intoxicants. Losing their wit thereupon, they began to abuse one another in the most offensive manner. By sunset, the effect of intoxicants made them completely senseless and drove them into violent physical conflict like bamboos in a bamboo grove. The Lord, seeing his Yoga Maya in operation, bringing about the destruction of his clan, purified himself in the Saraswati and sat under the shadow of an Ashwatha tree. The Lord, redresser of the sorrows of those who take refuge in him, had told me even at Dwaraka, at the time of at the time he resolved to bring about the destruction of his clan, that I should go to Badari. Even after knowing the plans of the Lord, I, unable to bear separation from him, continued to follow his footsteps. Going after him, the abode of Shri, I found him, my dear master and lord, sitting alone on the banks of the Saraswati, absorbed in the consciousness of the Atman, blue in complexion, absolutely pure and calm, with serene eyes and tinged red, distinguished by his forearms and yellow cloth, having his right leg placed over the left thigh, leaning against a small banyan tree. I found him seated, absorbed in the Atman, after abandoning all worldly enjoyments and paraphernalia. Just at that time, there arrived by chance the sage Maitreya, a great devotee and a close friend of the sage Vyasa, in the course of his peregrinations all over the world. While that great sage stood there with his head bent in devotion and joy, the Lord spoke to me with a smiling face and loving looks in the hearing of that sage. The Lord said, being the resident of the hearts of all, I have understood all that you have in mind. I bestow on you that illumination of consciousness which people without devotion can never have. For in your previous birth, you, a Vasu, worshipped me in a great yajna performed by Prajapatis and the Vasus. with a view to attain me. This birth of yours, in which you have become an object of my grace in its fullness, is your last birth in this cycle of births and deaths. That, moved by the highest devotion, you have been able to follow me and see me in solitude at this time when I am about to leave the world of men, is a rare piece of good fortune for you. In the Padmakalpa, at the time of creation, I imparted to Brahma, who occupied my navel lotus, that spiritual knowledge which reveals my supremacy. Learned men call it the Bhagavata. I shall reveal that to you. Hearing these words of the Lord, I, who am anxious to have his continuous grace, said in faltering words, with horripilations all over the body and tears flowing from the eyes out of excessive devotions, O Lord, for those who adore thee, which of the four ultimate values of life, dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, is difficult to attain? But, O Lord, I see none of these, as my interest is solely in serving thee. Even the knowing ones are puzzled about thy conduct, thy actions, whilst thou hast no sense of agency, thy birth whilst thou art beyond samsara, thy flight before the enemy, whilst thou art the time spirit that consumes everything, and thy involvement with thousands of women, whilst thou art ever immersed in thy innate bliss. O Lord, my mind loses its bearings in wonder when I think how, in the deliberations on the affairs of the state, thou who art the all-knowing and uninhibited consciousness, used to seek my advice with great earnestness, as if thou wert an ignorant, unsophisticated person. O Lord, that knowledge which thou didst impart to Brahma, by which one overcomes the travails of transmigration easily, be thou gracious to reveal it to me, if thou considered me fit for it. To me, who had thus conveyed my heart's desire, the Lord imparted the highest knowledge about the Atman. Having received instruction on the supreme truth from him who is the object of the worship of all, I prostrated before him, circumambulated him, and came over here with a heart aching because of separation from him. I, who am both overjoyed for having met the Lord at the last moment and received enlightenment from him, and sorry because I had to part from him forever, am now going to Badara Rik Ashrama, which is very dear to my Lord. There the Lord Narayana and the Rishi Nara, intent upon the good of the world, are performing tapas, beneficent in effect and intense in nature, lasting till the end of the kalpa.
Sri Shuka said, Vidura was very much grief-stricken on receiving the unbearable news of the death of all his friends, but by his power of discrimination he controlled that sorrow. Vidura thereupon said as follows in great confidence to the highly devout Uddhava, one of those whom Krishna had made his own, and who was now on his way to Badari. Vidura said, Please impart to me that supreme knowledge about the Atman, which Krishna, the Lord of Yoga, revealed to you. For devotees of the Lord like you go about only to benefit others who resort to them. Uddhava said, It is the Rishi Maitreya who is ordained to impart the knowledge of truth to you. Before the Lord passed away, while I stood by him, I heard him commanding the Rishi in that wise. Thus Uddhava spent that night on the banks of the Yamuna, as if it were a moment, engaged in conversation with Vidura, thus assuaging the heat of separation from the Lord, by speaking about him and his nectarine excellences. The king said, While all the leaders of the armies of the Vrishnis and the Bhojas thus perished, and while even Hari, the lord of the Trimurtis, had to leave his human body, how is it that Uddhava, one of the chief of the Vrishni commanders, alone survived? Sri Shuka said, when the Lord destroyed his own clan by his irresistible destructive power under the guise of a Brahmana's curse, and was himself about to depart, he must certainly have thought in this wise: when I have left this world, then Uddhava, the best of the spiritual men of this time, will alone be left as a competent recipient of the supreme knowledge concerning me. Uddhava is in no way lesser than myself, for he is never perturbed by the objects of the senses. So let him remain in the world to instruct man in the knowledge of my real nature. Directed accordingly by the Lord, who is the teacher of all the worlds and the revealer of all scriptures, Uddhava went to Badrika Ashrama and communed with the Lord in Samadhi. Thus Vidura heard from Uddhava all about the Lord, how with the body he had assumed for his playful manifestation, he achieved many great and glorious things, how he gave up that body as a worthless trifle, an act which gives encouragement to men of discrimination, but gives only fright to worldly and animal-like men with minds full of desires, and how he remembered him in his last moments on earth. Remembering all this, Vidura cried aloud in a paroxysm of divine love after Uddhava had departed. Vidura, who was thus blessed by the Lord, left the region of the Yamuna, and within a few days reached the place on the banks of the Ganga where the sage Maitreya lived. Atha Panchamo Dhyaya. Sri Shuka said, Vidura, who had attained great purity of mind by devotion to Krishna, being highly attracted by the adorable personality of Maitreya, approached that great center of spirituality at his residence in Haridwara and put to him the following questions. In this world, people do various actions. From these, they neither get perfect happiness, nor are they able to get over all those conditions that produce unhappiness. On the other hand, from one set of actions, only new causes of unhappiness are found to arise. Therefore, you, an all-knowing personage, should please tell us what is best for man to do in life. Misery is the fate of those who, out of the evil deeds of the past, are indifferent to the worship of Krishna, and consequently become unrighteous in conduct. It is for affording relief to such persons in misery that great devotees of the Lord like you move about in this world. O holiest of holy ones, tell us about that noble path by which those who worship the Lord and have their hearts purified by devotion get enlightenment and knowledge of the eternal truth, inspired by the Lord who resides within them. Tell us how the Bhagavan, who is ever free and is the controller of even Maya, assumed forms for as incarnations, how he, who is without any desire, created this world, and how he brought about settled conditions in it with means of livelihood for everyone. Describe to us how he, the one existence, whose blessings even the greatest of sages seek, enters into the created world and assumes diverse forms, and afterwards, at the time of dissolution, withdraws everything into the sky of his heart and remains without any modifications. In his various incarnations for the welfare of the world, what are the sportive actions that he enacted? Our mind is never satiated by hearing about the actions of that one of exceeding holiness. What are those categories from the primeval stuff of which the Supreme Lord formed the regions within the cosmic sphere and the realms beyond it, wherein are found all species of conscious beings, including deities residing over the various spheres? Besides, describe also how the self-one creator Narayana brought about differences in the nature, actions, forms, names, etc. of various creatures. I have heard many a time about the duties of the various orders in society from the mouth of Vyasa. Enough of all of that. I no longer desire to hear anything concerning the worldly life. I long to hear only about the excellences of the Lord. He whom sages like you praise and worship in Shastras. What man would be satiated by hearing about him and his excellences, which, entering through the ears of man, completely erase his worldly tendencies, leading to repeated births and deaths? Your friend Vyasa, too, desiring to describe the glories of the Lord, produced the Mahabharata, where, as a means to draw man's mind gradually to pure devotion, he has adopted the method of describing matters connected with the worldly good of man at first. The mind of man who hears or reads about the excellences of the Lord with deep faith and attention will, along with the growth of devotion, cease to have attachment and attraction for worldly objects. He who has developed delight in the thought of the Lord will be freed from all sorrows and sufferings. I feel extremely sorry for people who, due to their own sin, have no opportunity to hear about the Lord's excellences, and all the more so for those who, in spite of such opportunity, are indifferent to it. The lifespan of such people who indulge in and talk of only worldly matters is consumed by the unwinking spirit of time. Their lives are indeed lived in vain. O friend of the afflicted, so describe to us the essence of his sanctifying deeds and excellences, extracting it as honey draws the nectar from flowers for our benefit. Narrate to me whatever actions of superhuman worth the Lord performed in his descent when he assumed his divine power for the creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe. Sri Shuka said, that divine sage Maitreya, on being thus questioned by Vidura for the spiritual good of the whole world, replied thus, with due deference to him. Maitreya said, O Holy One, you have put the right question. It will benefit all the world, and it will contribute to the fame of you who have dedicated your heart and soul to the Lord. Take up a mentor.
This is no matter of wonder in you, who had your origin from Vadarayana, and who have by your wholehearted devotion almost kept it Hari in your heart. Yama, who administers punishments to all beings for their sins, was cursed by the sage Mandavya to be born in the world of men. You are that Yama, born of Vyasa in a Sudra woman, who was a concubine of his brother. You are certainly beloved of the Lord and all his devotees, for at the time of his departure from the world of men, he remembered you and commanded me to impart to you the knowledge that gives spiritual enlightenment. I shall tell you one after another the sportive activities which form the expression of his Yoga Maya, resulting in the creation, maintenance, and dissolution of the universe. In the beginning, the Lord alone existed. He was the essence of all, and he was all. He, the pure spirit, was a master of himself. All that is called the many was by his will dissolved in himself. This non-dual and self-revealing seer saw no object then. When power and its manifestations subsided, and the seer alone remained, the spirit thought of himself as non-existent. What is called Maya is the power of the witness of the seer. It has got the dual nature of being in the states of cause and effect. It is that by which the all-powerful One manifests the whole universe. The Lord, possessed of the power of consciousness and manifesting as Purusha, cast his seed in his Maya, whose constituents of the three gunas are agitated by the power of time. Out of that inchoate state of Maya, prompted by time, came into being the Mahatattva, the all-comprehending entity, Mahatattva, which is self-conscious luminosity, dispelling the covering of darkness, and revealed the universe which was existing in himself. That Mahatattva, which consists of the Lord's part, the gunas of Prakriti and time spirit, being subject to the Lord's look, desired to create and transformed himself into another condition. Evolved from the Mahatattva, came into existence the I category, Aham Tattva. The I category manifested as elements, organs, and minds, which form the physical Adibhuta, psychical, Adhyatma, and spiritual Aditaiva aspects. The I category has three aspects: Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Out of the Sattva aspect, mind and the presiding deities of Indriyas who illumine objects arose. The Indriyas, organs of knowledge and actions, are formations of the Rajasa aspect of I category. The Tamasa aspect of I category originates the subtle element Bhuta Shushma of sound. Out of that sound came the element Bhuta, Akasha, sky, which is considered the body of the Lord. Akasha, according to the will of the Lord, generated the sense of touch. Touch, transformed under the influence of time. Maya and the divine will became air. The powerful element air, supported by Akasha, generated the Tanmatra of Rupa, of form and color. From that came the element fire, which is, as it were, the eye of the world. Fire with air as its proximate category transformed itself by the will of the Lord into water, with taste as its property. Under the influence of time, Maya and the divine presence, water with fire as its proximate categories, evolved by the Lord's will, and with the help of time, Maya and the divine presence producing earth having the quality of smell. O Vidura, in regard to these elements beginning with Akasha, those that succeed retain all the qualities of the earlier ones because of their having intimate connection with them. Thus, Akasha has sound as its quality, Vayu, both sound and touch. Fire, Tejas, form, touch, and sound. Water, taste as also sound, touch, and form. And earth, smell, and also taste, sound, touch, and form. The presiding deities of all these elements, all parts of Vishnu, though endowed with the capacities of change, projection, and movement, could not bring the elements to mix into various combinations and produce the universe. So they prayed to the Lord, saluting him. The deity said, O Lord, thy holy feet constitute a veritable umbrella to the weary travelers seeking shelter from the heat of samsara. By so seeking shelter at thy feet, the spiritual seekers cross the ocean of samsara with utmost ease. To the lotus feet of that Lord, our salutations, O Father and Lord of all. In this sphere of transmigratory existence, the jivas, distressed by the triad of miseries, are not able to attain to the inherent bliss of the Atman unless they seek shelter at thy feet, which stimulates spiritual illuminations. We seek shelter at those feet. The sages, striving for thee in solitude along the path of knowledge, resort to the Vedas, which are like birds coming out of their nests constituted of thy face lotus. As the cause of the birds can guide a person to the nest, the path of knowledge taught in the Upanishads guides a person to him. We, devotees, however, seek shelter at thy holy feet, from which flows the Ganga, the all-purifying stream. As a stream takes one to its source, the path of devotion and self-surrender taught in the Bhakti Shastra also leads one to the same Lord as the path of knowledge taught in the Vedas. We seek shelter at those feet of thine on which sages of subtle understanding meditate with hearts purified by faith and by love generated by the hearing of devotional texts, by which they attain to the highest form of renunciation and intimate knowledge of thee. We take shelter at the feet of thee, who dost manifest thyself as various incarnations for the creation, preservation, and destruction of the universe, by meditating on whom thy devotees attain to the fearless state. Though thou residest within all beings, and art thou closest to them in the real sense, thou art in practice the remotest entity for whom so long as they feel deep-rooted identification with this impermanent body and all its appurtenances, like home and the rest. O all-perfect being, our salutation to thee, O Supreme Lord, those whose minds are captured and carried away by the senses, which delight in enjoyment of degraded objects, never get the opportunity of association with holy men who have been sanctified by the touch of thy sacred feet. For interested as they are only in sensual enjoyments, they scrupulously avoid such contacts with saintly ones and thereby deprive themselves of all chances of spiritual regeneration. O Lord, those who become purified and endowed with abounding devotion to Thee by listening to the recitals of Thy holy accounts and excellences attain simultaneously to intense dispassion and knowledge, and thereby to the imperishable state. There are others who by their own effort conquer the powerful whole of nature through the practice of communion, through samadhi, and attain to Thee, whom the devotees too attain following the path of devotion. But the method of the former is fraught with great difficulties, but not so that of those who practice love and service to Thee. Desirous of creating the universe, Thou didst project us, categories, and the deities, presiding over them out of the three gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas. Now we find ourselves remaining in this junction without the power to come into combinations required for the formation of the universe, which is to be the field of all thy sportive manifestations. It is only when at the beginning of creation these worlds are formed that we could make our offering to thee, namely, provide thee with the field of thy spot of manifestation. We too could get our food through the offerings of men, only after the worlds are formed. It is only then that these beings can have a fixed center from which they could make offerings to thee and ourselves, and themselves take their food. Bestow on us, therefore, the power and understanding that would help us form the worlds out of the categories. Thou, the undecaying and eternal being, art the original source of us all, the categories and the devas. It is thou, the eternal one, that didst bestow on thy Prakriti the womb of gunas and actions, the seminal impulse which expresses itself as a collective soul, Mahatattva. O Lord, we the categories and their presiding deities have been brought into existence by thee in order to combine together the categories into various worlds and their resident beings. Bestow on us, who depend solely on thy blessings, the power and intelligence for taking up this work of creation. Ashashtodhyaya, the Virat Purusha, cosmic being. Maitreya said, seeing this condition of his powers, the categories, disjoined and incapable of evolving the universe latent in them, the omnipotent Lord assumed his power called time and entered simultaneously into these 23 categories. Having entered those disjoined categories as a power of mobility and awakened the karmic tendencies of the jivas latent in them, he helped them to come together into meaningful combinations. The 23 categories were the karmic tendencies awakened and directed from within by the Lord, generated the form of the cosmic being, Virat Purusha, out of parts of their own substance, by the stimulation of the Lord who entered into them. These cosmic categories vibrated in their paths and combined together, thus forming the basis for the whole universe of moving and unmoving beings. That cosmic being, brilliant like gold and containing all created beings in all potentiality, lay in the causal waters for 1,000 divine years, enfolded in the cosmic shell, Brahmananda. This cosmic being is endowed with three potencies: Deva Shakti, power of consciousness; Kriya Shakti, the power of action; and Bhoktri Shakti, the power of the enjoyer. He divided himself on the lines of these powers into groups of 1, 10, and 3. The Deva Shakti is the one divine spirit functioning through everything. Karma Shakti is a group of 5 pranas and the 5 forms of functioning. And Bhoktri Shakti consists of the group of 3, the Adhyatma, the Adidaivika, and the Adibhautika. Thus Virat, or cosmic being, is the soul of everything. He is a part of Paramatma and his first incarnation, for he is said to have entered into it. In him, all living beings are created. The Virat has 3 aspects: in association with the Indriyas, Adhyatma; in association with deities, Adidaiva; and in association with body, Adibhuta. In association with prana, he functions as 10. In the heart, he functions as 1. Remembering the prayer of the various categories and the deities for being allotted places and functions, he activated the Virat for the accomplishment of this. When he thought like this, appropriate locations for these deities became available. Hear from me about them. The first to develop when the Virat thought in this wise was the mouth, which became the residence of the guardian deity of the quarter, Agni. along with his power, the organ of speech. For that mouth, the capability of speech is produced. In the region of the palate that was formed in the Virat, Varuna, with his power of tongue, took his place. For the tongue, people know taste. In the region of the nose that was formed in the Virat, the Aswans, along with the power of smell, took their place. For the nose, smell is felt. In the region of the eye that was formed in the Virat, the sun, the ruler of that region, with his power of sight, took his place. For the eye, forms are perceived. In the organ of skin that was formed in the Virat, air, the ruler of that region, with his power of touch, took his place, spreading all over the body. For the organ skin, all feel touch. In the region of the ear, formed in the Virat, the Dik deities took up their abode along with the power of hearing, for that all hear sounds. In the organ of skin, formed in the Virat, plants in the form of hair took their place. From that itching is experienced. In the region of the reproductive system that formed in the Virat, Prajapati, with his power of copulations, took his place. For that sex enjoyment is had.
When the rectum was formed in the Virat, Mitra, who holds sway over the world, took his place there with his power of excretion located in the anus. With that function of excretion is performed. When hands were formed in the Virat, Indra, who holds sway over the heavens, took his place in them along with his power of dexterity. With that, all earned their livelihood. When legs were formed in the Virat, Vishnu, who rules the worlds, took his place there, along with his power of walking. With that, all go to their destination. When the heart was formed in the Virat, the moon with his power of mind took his place in it. With that, all feel and imagine. When the eye sense was formed in the Virat, Rudra, with his power of will to do, took his place there. With that, all perform ego-centered works. When intellect was formed in the Virat, Brahma took his place there with his power of rational thought. With that, all gained knowledge. The head of the Virat is the heaven, the feet constitute the earth, the navel the middle region. It is in these that all beings born of the three guna, divinities, men, animals, and birds, live. Because of excess of sattva, some are devas inhabiting the heaven, men with rajas dominant, and other creatures associated with them live on the earth. Because of the dominant tamas, the bhutas forming the attendants of Rudra occupy the region between the earth and the heaven, forming the Virat Purusha's navel region. O chief of the Kurus, out of the face of the Purusha, the Vedas originated. From the face also came the Brahmana, who is the chief of the Varnas and the teacher of all. Out of the hands of the Virat arose the art and functions of protection, and also the Kshatriyas who follows it as his duty. A power of the Lord, the Kshatriyas, protects all from thieves and other evildoers. From the thighs of the Virat Purusha arose agriculture and other industries which bring prosperity in this world. The Vaisyas, who generates wealth for the good of all, also arose from his thighs. The occupation called service arose from the feet of the Lord for the accomplishment of Dharma. From his feet also arose the Shudra, by whose duty of service Hari is much pleased. He from whom all the Varnas thus originated, each with its special duty, that Supreme Being, Sri Hari, their father and teacher, do they all worship, with their duties performed with faith and devotion for their self-purification. O Vidura, who can even conceive the idea, not to speak of accomplishing it, of describing this cosmic form of the Lord, brought into existence by the power of his mysterious Maya, which includes the efficiencies of time, karma, and nature. Even though it be so, in order to purify my speech, rendered impure by talking about worldly matters, I shall speak on the glorious excellences of the Lord, according to my capacity and according to what I have learnt. Wise men say that the only advantage that man derives from his power of speech is that he can utilize it for describing the glories of the supremely holy being, and that his gain in having ears is that they can be dedicated to the hearing of the glorious accounts of him, about him, sung and narrated by pious devotees and scholars. How much could even Brahma understand of the Supreme Being, even after struggling for 1,000 divine years with his intelligence that was perfected by the practice of concentrated meditation? The mysterious power of the Lord stupefies the mind of even the greatest yogis. The extent of the power of his yoga maya cannot be determined even by himself. How then could others do? Therefore, salutations to the Lord, from whom words along with the mind fall back unable to comprehend, whom even deities presiding over the categories cannot understand. Chapter 7, Visarga of Secondary Creation. As if to please Maitreya, who concluded with the above remark, Vidura, the offspring of Vyasa, said as follows. Vidura said, O great sage, how can attributes and actions be compatible with the Supreme Being, who is of the nature of pure consciousness, changeless, and devoid of the three guna, even if it be in a supportive sense, even if it be in a sportive sense. A child can have a natural desire to sport, or it can be induced by others to play. In the case of the Lord, being ever self-satisfied, how can there be any desire in him, even to play? And pray, how can anyone else induce him, when there is none else beside him? Let it be that the Lord creates the world by his power of Maya, constituted of the three guna, and that by it alone he sustains and dissolves it afterwards. The spirit, which is of the nature of unerasable consciousness, unerasable by space, time, or eternal conditions, how can he fall into ignorance? It is the Bhagavan alone who abides in all bodies as the Jiva, the living spirit. How can he be subject to loss of bliss and to sufferings due to works? O learned one, my mind is agitated by this problem of Ajnana. Deign to eradicate this great doubt of mine. Sri Sukha said, being thus questioned by Vidura, the enquirer after truth, the sage Maitreya who was totally devoid of pride, said, remembering God in his mind and wearing a smile on his face. Maitreya said, Maya, or the mysterious power of the Lord, is indeed that which brings about bondage and misery to the free and lordly spirit against all principles of rational understanding. Just as in a dream a person can have the irrational experience of his own head being cut off, the Atman, can experience a change of his nature without that change being factual. Just as the movement and other qualities of water are seen only in the reflection of the moon in water and not in the moon itself, so also it is only the Atman, the reflected self, that is, the self as identified with the body, that is subject to the defects of the body. This defect is gradually removed by the practice of devotion, by the dedication of all one's actions to God, and by the grace of Vasudeva, the soul of all souls. When the powers of the mind and body get concentrated and absorbed in the Supreme Being, Sri Hari, who is the seer in all bodies, then all miseries felt hitherto by one will cease, as in deep sleep. Even the hearing of the excellencies of Sri Hari is capable of assuaging the miseries of life. Then, what to speak of the state of a man who has attained to the state of loving devotion to and delight in him? Vidura said, O Great One, like a sword, your words have cut asunder the thread of my doubt. My mind is now well established in the understanding of both the nature of Ishvara and of the Jiva. It has been well stated by you that the cause of the world lies in Maya, the mysterious power of the Lord. Apart from the Lord, it has no independent existence, and apart from him, it cannot be understood at all. Those who are given absolutely to physical life and do not think of anything higher, those who have gone beyond the buddhi and obtained the intuitive understanding, both these are happy. The sufferers are those who stand in between these two extremes. Though objects contrary to the Atman are experienced, we shall discern their hollowness through discrimination and with the help of your worship, and thus renounce them completely. By the worship of devotees, I shall attain to the state of intense delight and attachment to the feet of Him, the Lord of all, and the changeless being. By means of such attachment to the Lord, all sorrows are overcome. The service of holy men devoted to Mahavishnu is indeed difficult to get for those devoid of great austerities, to their credit. It is only in the company of such holy men that you hear constantly about the Lord and his excellences. The Lord first projected all categories, beginning with Mahatattva up to the Indriyas and Bhutas, and out of them he manifested the Virat, into whom he then entered. The Virat, with countless heads, arms, etc., the support of all the discrete worlds, is his first manifestation. You describe to me how in the Virat there came into existence the triad of the Indriyas, their objects, and the presiding deities, besides the 10 kinds of pranas, or vital powers, and the various varnas. Now describe to me the further manifestation of his powers. Tell about his power of manifestation by which the world came to be filled with people related to each other as sons, grandsons, clansmen, etc. Who are the Prajapatis that Brahma, the master of all Prajapatis, created? What creations, intermediate creations, and Manus, or the lords of the period of time called Manvantara, did he create? O son of Mitra, tell me about their lineage and the histories of those belonging to those lines, as also about worlds that exist beyond and below the earth. Describe their location and their dimensions, as also the differences in creation and formation of various kinds of creatures, animals, men, devas, serpents, birds, and the like, who can be classified as born of womb, sweat, egg, and earth.
Describe the noble might of Mahavishnu by which he assumed the role of the three Gunavantaras, Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara, for creation, preservation, and dissolution. Describe also the division into varnas and ashramas on the basis of form, conduct, and character, the birth and actions of the rishis, and the diversions of the Vedas into several branches. Tell us about yajna and its performance, about yoga and jnana, along with their source, the Sankhya, and about the Pancharata, which has its origin in the Lord Himself. Speak about the evils of atheism, about the retrogression of social order, and about the paths along which the jivas go in the hereafter, according to their karma. Explain how the pursuit of the four aims of life, dharma, artha, kama, and moksha, can be made compatible, and what are the rules laid down about the Vaishya's duty of practicing trades, of the Kshatriya's duty of the use of force, and the Brahmana's duty of scriptural study and teaching. Tell about the funeral obsequies, the origin of the Pitris, about planets, stars, and galaxies, and about the wheel of time. Describe what are the fruits of charity, of austerities, and of performance of ritualistic and philanthropic works, and what constitutes the duties of man living far away from home or in dangerous situations. What is the way of securing the grace of God, and to whom does He become gracious? Revered Sir, it is said that noble minded teachers instruct their faithful students and sons even on matters on which they have not raised any questions. So, speak to me, even on questions which I have not explicitly raised. How many types of dissolution of elements to their original state are there? In the state of cosmic dissolution, what are what all entities will go into abeyance with the Lord? Who all will attend on him? Speak about the nature of the Jiva and of Ishvara, of the knowledge revealed by the Upanishads, and of the nature of, the nature of the relationship between teacher and disciple. Tell me about the means of acquiring that knowledge recommended by great teachers. Can men get knowledge, devotion, and renunciation by themselves, or is the need of a teacher inescapable? Rendered spiritually blinded by the power of the Maya, eager to know about the Lord and His works, I am putting all these questions to you, considering you as a close and dear friend of mine. Please Speak to me on all these matters. The study of all the Vedas, performance of yajnas, charity, austerities, etc., cannot give even a little of that saving knowledge to one who seeks shelter from the travails of samsara. Only instruction by a competent teacher can do this, Sri Sukha said. Being thus questioned about the teachings of the Puranas by that leading member of the Kuru clan, the great sage was mightily pleased to have had an opportunity to speak about the Lord, his doings, and his excellences, and replied as follows with a gracious smile. Atashtamo Dhyayaha, the dawn of creation. Maitreya said, the royal line of Puru will certainly receive the approbation of all good men, because great devotees like you are born in it. For the questions like this, you are every time reminding one, and thereby renewing the memory of the glory of the Lord. I shall begin the narration of that text concerning the Lord, which he himself narrated to Sanaka and other rishis, and which has the power of assuaging the terrible sufferings which men undergo in the process of pursuing petty enjoyments. Sanat Kumara and other rishis once went to Patala and approached Sankarashana, the original being and the one of unhindered knowledge residing there, and questioned him with a view to know about Vasudeva, the Tattva still superior to him. Sankarashana, whose mind was absorbed in blissful contemplation of Vasudeva, the foundation of his being, now opened his indrawn lotus-like eyelids a little to bless the rishis. He whose 1,000 hoods shed all around the luster of the gem-studded crown on them, whose lotus feet were being worshipped with numerous offerings by serpent damsels praying for suitable husbands. That Shankarasharana's feet now received the contact of the matted locks of the rishis, sanctified by the holy waters of the Ganga, as they prostrated themselves before him while praising him. The Bhagwan Shankarashana revealed the Bhagavata to the rishi Sanat Kumara, who had taken to the life of asceticism. Sanat Kumara imparted it to the Sankhyayana, who was living an austere life. The rishi Sankhyayana, who was foremost among the order of Paramhamsas, imparted it to my teacher, Parasara, who was attending on him as a disciple, desirous of knowing about the glories and the excellences of the Lord, as also to the sage Brihaspati. Parasara, at the suggestion of Pulatsya, and out of his benevolence, imparted this best of the Puranas to me. I shall now impart it to you, dear one, who have been attending on me. At the end of the creative cycle, the whole universe was plunged into the cosmic waters in the state called Pralaya, the dissolution of all effects into their causal state. Then he lay on his serpent bed all alone, his eyes closed, his activities suspended, and himself absorbed in the blissful self-awareness of cosmic slumber. With the subtle efficacies of all gross entities held in abeyance in him, and his forward time commissioned to wake him up at the due time, he lay in the cosmic waters in complete absorption in his own supreme state, with his powers indrawn, just like fire in wood when it is not aflame. When he had thus spent a period of a thousand Chatur yugas in that slumber of self-awareness, his power of time, as commissioned by himself, stimulated his suspended power of action into operation, whereupon he saw within himself the whole universe in its ideal form, lying in dissolution in his own being. When he thus viewed the universe in latent condition in himself, those efficiencies burst out through his navel under the stimulation of the power of Rajas, which was under the regulation of time. All these efficiencies took the form of a lotus bud, and as it came out with its root in him, it illumined the expansive cosmic waters, just like the rising sun. Into that lotus, illumining all things, the all-pervading being entered. Thereupon, there appeared in the lotus the creator Brahma, who is called the self-born and the embodiment of the Vedas. Sitting in the center of that lotus, he saw nothing before him. So he scanned the sky all around, whereupon he developed 4 faces. One face turned in each direction. Brahma, who found himself in the lotus which had risen from those waters that were being beaten into a succession of waves by the winds attending the world's dissolution, did not understand anything about himself or the lotus holding the worlds in a germinal form. Who am I having my residence in this lotus? Whereupon has sprung this lovely entity, this lotus amidst these waters? Where is it based? It must certainly have a basis. Thinking thus, he tried to go into the depth of the waters through the central hollow of the stalk of the lotus, but found no end, even after going down very far. In that darkness of ignorance, Brahma searched for his origin for a vast period of time, the rolling wheel of the Lord, which terrifies all embodied beings by consuming their span of life. Defeated in his purpose, Brahma abandoned his quest outside and resumed his seat in the lotus. Then he controlled his vital energies, drew his mind inward, and entered into the state of concentrated absorption. For 100 years, Brahma, in that state of spiritual communion, and in his mind that was now well concentrated, dawned the truth of the Lord as the indwelling spirit, which he had failed to realize by his earlier quest outside. He found him, the sole existence, lying on the bed constituted of the huge body of the serpent Adishesha, of sparkling whiteness, whose 1,000 umbrella-like hoods, with their luminous glow of the precious stones on them, dispelled the gloom of cosmic darkness overcasting the waters around. He found him far transcending the glow and grandeur of an emerald mountain, his yellow wearing cloth excelling the orange-red evening clouds covering the mountains, his diademed head, the glowing peaks of it, his floral wreaths and ornaments, the waterfalls, vegetation, flower, precious stones, etc. on it. His arms, the bamboo groves, and his legs, the trees. He saw that form of the Lord, which includes within itself the whole universe, but which could assume any size according to his will, which is resplendent with numerous divine ornaments and clothes, and which can assume other forms and decorations according to the need of the devotees. Those following pure scripture ordained ways of spiritual disciplines for the fulfillment of their various desires, find a wish, yielding cow of plenty in his lotus feet, whose petals are constituted of his toes having nails that are resplendent like the moon. He saw him whose smile removes the sorrows of the world, and whose face is beautiful by shining ear ornaments, and by the reddish tinge lent to it by the reflection of his ruby-like lips, as also by his comely nose and well-set eyebrows. He saw the Lord wearing a yellow cloth resembling the filament of a kadamba flower, and having a beautiful waistband, and wearing a priceless necklace matching well with his chest bearing the Sri Vatsa mark. He saw the deity like a great sandalwood tree, having arms with diamond-studded armbands for the branches, his unmanifested infinitude for the root, and Adisesha, the serpent, as the vine entwining its branches. He saw the mountain of the Bhagavan, which had all living creatures as its inhabitants, the cosmic waters as the ocean surrounding it, Adidesha as the serpent harboring on it, the numerous diadems at its peaks, and the manifest Srivatsa as the quarry of precious stones in it. He saw the Lord from whose form was covered with the floral wreath, symbolic of its own glory and having the Vedic chant as the numerous honeybees hovering around it, who is impenetrable to the sun, moon, fire, and wind, and whose weapons, like Sudarshana, spread their dazzle throughout the three worlds, rendering him difficult of approach. Simultaneously, he saw also the lotus coming out of the lake of the Lord's navel, with himself sitting in it, as also the causal waters, the wind, and the sky. Nothing more did Brahma, bent on his work of creation, see. Having seen this much, Brahma was filled with the spirit of Rajas, who was desirous of bringing various species of beings into existence, whose mind was set on the creative act, and who was intensely contemplating on him of mysterious way, now addressed a hymn of praise to him.
Chapter 9, Brahma commissioned to create. Brahma said, O Lord, after practicing meditation for long, I have at last come to possess some understanding of thee. This is the common deficiency of all embodied beings, that they have no knowledge of thee. Nothing exists besides thee. O all-powerful being, the many that seem to exist are not really separate from thee as independent existences. They are only the products of thy power Maya, whose guna are manifested as the world of multiplicity. This form of thine, the expression of consciousness, bliss devoid of every trace of the darkness of ignorance, has been assumed by thee for the blessing of thy devotees. This, thy original descent, is the source of several others, of which I, sprung from thy navel lotus, am one. O Supreme Being, I find nothing higher than this form of thine, which is constituted of pure bliss, which is changeless, and which is of unobstructed brilliance. Thou art the one existence and the creator of all. Its instrumental cause and its material cause, constituted of elements, senses, and other cosmic categories. And yet thou art the pure spirit in whom the world manifestation makes no change. The world's well-wisher, the form thou revealest to us, thy votaries, in meditation is verily this form, here lying in cosmic waters. Only men corrupted by evil, contacts and heading towards hell will reject it. My salutation to thee again and again. The winds of holy scriptures convey the sweet fragrance of the lotus of thy holy feet to the ears of thy votaries, and through them to their hearts, being held by them in the lotus of their hearts by the power of supreme devotion. Thou dost never leave them, thy devoted servants. So long as man does not seek absolute shelter at thy feet, he will be dominated by the vile sense of I and mine, the root cause of all suffering, and as a consequence, he will be subject to grief, desires, humiliation, and intense greed, as also to sorrows on account of wealth, properties, and friends. Those who feel a constitutional repugnance to devotional associations centering on thee have indeed their intelligence stricken by their evil destiny. Afflicted by greed and seeking satisfaction of their trivial lustful urges, these miserable men engage themselves again and again in sinful actions. I shudder to visualize the miseries of beings that are going to be created, miseries arising from the affliction of hunger, thirst, disease, heat, cold, storms, floods, mutual strife, fiery lust, and insatiable anger. So long as man is entrenched in separateness, this samsara, which is the expression of the power of the Lord's Maya, as senses and their objects, will not cease to afflict him. Karmas and their effects continue as a meaningless and endless succession of cause and effect, producing a series of experiences involving sufferings and enjoyments. O Lord, even rishis, learned in philosophies and sciences, are bound to go round and round the cycle of birds and bats, if they are indisposed to contemplate on thy deeds and glories. For, toiling all through the day, they tire themselves out. At night, the agitation of mind caused by innumerable desires disturbs their sleep, and the failure of their worldly plans and ambitions due to the stroke of destiny engulfs them in disappointments. O Lord, discernible through the discernible through the descriptions of thy glory in the devotional scriptures, thou abidest in the heart lotus of devotees purified by loving devotion for thee. O thou whose glory is being sung everywhere, thou dost manifest for the blessing of thy devotees in whatever form they contemplate on thee. Thou who art the friend of all beings and the indweller in everything, dost never feel so highly pleased with complicated ritualistic worship, be it performed even by devas with a plethora of offerings, if the performer's mind is loaded with selfish desires, as thou art pleased with universal benevolence. Works which unregenerate and unholy men without any devotion to thee can never obtain. Works of every kind, whether they be elaborate Vedic sacrifices, charitable gifts, mortification, or observance of spiritual disciplines, all become meaningful and worthwhile if they are offered as worship unto thee. For only offerings made unto thee never perish. Thou, in the luminosity of whose essence there is no place for the infatuation of separateness, thou, whose intelligence consists in total and undivided awareness, thou, who art the highest of all beings, thou, whose sport consists in creation, preservation, and destruction of the universe, to thee, the Lord of all, my salutations. By chanting whose holy names and remembering whose attributes and activities in his various incarnations, even if this is done in a state of distress and depression, dying men, purified of all their long acquired sins at once, attain to truth unveiled. In that birthless being I take refuge. Thou, who interpenetrating Prakriti, thy own Shakti, based in thee, didst manifest as the three main stems consisting of me, thyself, and Maheshwara for purposes of creation, preservation, and dissolution, as also as innumerable branches from them, to that being who thus stands as this mighty spreading tree of the universe, my salutation. As long as men are intent on unethical action and are negligent in respect of thy great teaching that all works should be done as offering unto thee, so long wilt thou, as time, cut off their powerful longing to live on by inflicting death on them without warning. To thee, the winkless spirit of time, my salutation. Even I, Brahma, though established in Satyaloka, which excels all other realms and has a duration extending over a vast period of time and marked by two parardas, am still afraid of thee as time, and therefore engage myself in prolonged tapas for the attainment of thy fearless state. To that being, the bestower of the fruits of all yajnas, my salutation. Salutations to thee, supreme and transcendent being, who, though devoid of all desires, dost yet sport, manifesting thyself as incarnations in various species of beings like gods, men, and brute creations, out of thy own free will for the preservation of thy law. Though unaffected by ignorance with its modifications, thou dost wrap thyself in yogic slumber, lying on the serpent bed in the causal waters, which are stirred into mighty waves, with all the worlds gathered within thy being, so that all jivas might thereby enjoy rest from the continuous sufferings of samsara. He by whose grace and from whose navel lotus I have come into existence as the creator of the worlds, to thee, O worshipful one, who holdest all the worlds latent in thyself, and whose lotus eyes are half open as thou wakest up from yogic slumber, I offer my salutations. He, the one universal spirit, the friend of all the worlds, the protector of those who take shelter under him, by whose power of enlightenment all beings derive joy, may he, by the same power, enlighten me and endow me with the capacity to create the worlds on the same lines as in the previous kalpas. Engaged as I am in the creation of the various spheres, and which are to be the venue for the sportive manifestation of thee and thy spiritual counterpart, Rama, may I, through remembrance of thee, the bestower of grace on all devotees who surrender to thee, remain unaffected by the stain of attachment incidental to this work. Out of deep navel lotus of the great being of infinite puissance, lying recumbent on cosmic waters, I, his power of creative wisdom, have sprung up. When I engaged in the creative work of the diversifying his cosmic form, may I not be forgetful of the Veda, thy revelation that can make one mindful of thee. O thou ancient being, O Lord of infinite mercy, may thou with eyes like a lotus in blossom and a smile brimming with mercy and love, arise from thy serpent bed for the good of the worlds and the spell of our ignorance by thy sweet words of supreme wisdom.
Maitreya said, having realized him, his source by the power of tapas, worship and samadhi, and having sung his praise to the limits of his capacity, Brahma now stopped, as if saddened by the thought of his own incapacity to recount the Lord's excellences adequately. The Lord, who found Brahma lacking confidence to undertake the work of creation and thoroughly confounded by the condition of utter chaos prevailing, said to him in a deep and sonorous voice words that were calculated to remove the depressed state of mind. The Lord said, O embodiment of the Veda, do not get depressed and despondent. Begin the work of creation. What you are now seeking of me has already been granted to you earlier. Practice concentration and communion with me again, and you will find the worlds within in their ideal form, with all obstructions removed. When your mind has thus got concentrated and filled with devotion, you will then see me as interpenetrating the universe and yourself. And you will also see all the worlds and all the jivas resting in me. When aspirants see me as residing in all beings, as the one fire in all pieces of wood, then only they overcome delusion. When the Atman, rid of his association with the material elements, Indriyas, mind, and the gunas of Prakriti, realizes his pristine nature as inherently related to me, then he attains to his original state. You will never be affected by any kind of impurity or infatuation while engaged in the creation of countless creatures according to the tendencies deposited in them by their works. The gunas of rajas, which is the cause of all sin, no doubt dominates creative activity. But as your mind will be dedicated to me, even when you are engaged in creation, you, the first of all the rishis, will not be affected by it. You have now come to know me, though I am very difficult for any embodied being to understand. For I am pure spirit, unconnected with elements, senses, and mind. You have now come to know me as such by my blessing. While you were searching through this lotus stalk for me, the support of the lotus down below in the water, in the belief that the support is outside, I revealed to you myself, not as outside, but as within. That you have been able to address so superb a hymn to me, everywhere, marked by the depiction of my excellences, as also that you have been able to obtain such steadiness and concentration in introspection. All this is due to my blessing. I am much pleased with you. May you prosper. For the good of the world, you have described me as both Saguna and Nirguna. Whoever daily worships me, reciting this hymn, I, the bestower of all desirable things, shall soon become propitious to him. All who are votaries of the supreme truth know that whatever men achieve through charitable work, austerities, yajnas, gifts, yoga, or samadhi, all that is achieved only through my grace. O Brahma, I am the soul of the souls of all, and as such, I should be the dearest of all the dear for all. Therefore, one should feel delight in me, in place of wasting it on the body and things connected with it. You are the embodiment of the Veda and are born of me. Without the aid of anything extraneous, you proceed as in the previous cycles to create all beings that have become latent in me. Maitreya said, the Lord Padmanabha, who is the master of Pradhana and Purusha, nature, being clarified, the way of creation to Brahma disappeared from his vision. Atha Dashamodhyaya. Brahma at the commencement of creation. Vidura said, what did Brahma, the progenitor of the worlds, do after the Lord disappeared from his vision? How many types of beings did he bring forth from his body and mind? For removing my doubts, answer all my questions, one after another. Suta said, Maitreya was highly pleased on being thus questioned by Vidura. He began to answer all these questions, of which he had already a clear understanding in his mind. Maitreya said, as instructed by Mahavishnu, the self-existent one, endowed with all divine majesties, Brahma concentrated his mind on the Supreme Being himself for 100 divine years. Brahma, the lotus-born, found that his seat, the lotus, and the waters on which it appeared were being violently agitated by the winds that characterized the time of chaos. He therefore consumed that wind and water, being endowed with great spiritual strength due to concentration and loving communion with the divine. Brahma now saw his lotus seat as filling the whole sky and recognized that he could create out of the lotus itself all the worlds as they were lying in latency in it. Brahma, who had been commanded to work for the Lord, now penetrated into that lotus bud and divided it into 3, though it was capable of being divided into 14 and more. It was divided into 3 because these constitute the spheres into which jivas transmigrate for the enjoyment of the fruits of their action, while the still more exalted regions, like Satyaloka, the sphere of Brahma, are attained only by the devotion and dedicated action by those eligible for Krama Mukti. Vidura said, you spoke of time, an aspect of Hari, whose multifarious forms and sportive activities are so unique, O Holy One. Describe all about it to us. Maitreya said, time in itself is without modification and insubstantial, without beginning and end. But it gets a form or expression when it causes the stirring of the gunas of Prakriti at the beginning of a creative cycle. It forms the basis of the Supreme Being for his sport of creative manifestation, when at the end of the cosmic cycle, the Lord's power has absorbed the whole universe into himself. It is with time, that unobservable and the insubstantial, that the Lord of all beings, all entities into existence as a separate manifestation once again. This universe existed as it is even before Pralaya, and it will exist so hereafter too, after the Pralaya is over. Its projection takes a ninefold form based on its total and internal modifications. The dissolution of the universe takes three forms based on time, Dravya, and on gunas. The first is called Nitya Pralaya, or daily dissolution based only on time, when man goes to sleep. The second is called Naimitika, is when Brahma goes to sleep. Then the cosmic fire dissolves everything up to the world of Brahma. And the third Pralaya, or Prakriti, is when all categories go into total dissolution into the ultimate cause, Prakriti. Of the 10 aspects of primary creation, the first is that of Mahatattva. Mahatattva is Prakriti. This is what Prakriti becomes when first stirred by the divine will. The second is the projection of Ahankara, which diversified into its three aspects relating to substance, attributes, and action. The third is the creation of Tanmatras, or Bhutasukshmas, which are the subtle aspects of elements capable of evolving into the gross elements. The fourth aspect of creation is the projection of the 5 organs of knowledge and the 5 organs of action. The fifth is the formation of the mind and the presiding deities of the organs from the guna of sattva. The sixth aspect of the creation is the projection of avidya, ignorance, which clouds and distorts the minds of living beings. These 6 aspects of creation are said to be Prakrita. Now hear about those that are Vaikrita. This is the sportive manifestation of the Bhagavan, who has assumed the limitation of Rajas, and contemplating whom one could destroy one's involvement in samsara. This, the 7th aspect of creation, is the bringing into existence of the 6 types of unmoving beings. The 6 are plants that bring forth fruits without flowers, the vegetation that is destroyed when the fruits are destroyed, creepers that spread on supports, the family of bamboos, creepers that stand without support, and trees with flowers and fruits. They are all characterized by these features. They draw their nourishment upwards. They look insentient. Their reactions are internal. They are infinite varieties. The 8th creation is of brutes. They are the 28 species. Their common characteristics are they cannot think of the morrow. Tamas is so dominant in them that they cannot understand anything beyond food and other such physical needs. It is chiefly through smell they understand what is favorable, and they are without reasoning capacity. Among them, the cloven-hoofed ones are 9: cow, goat, buffalo, Krishnamrika, pig, yolk, ruru, sheep, camel, ass, horse, Asvatara, Gauramrika, Saraba, Chamari. These have a single hoof. Now hear of creatures with 5 nailed feet. These are dog, fox, wolf, tiger, cat, rabbit, porcupine, lion, monkey, elephant, tortoise, alligator, and iguana. Thus, there are 28 of them moving on the earth. There are 28 creations flying in the sky, some of them being heron, vulture, crane, kite, basa, bolaka, peacock, swan, waterfowl, chakravraka, ruddy goose, crow, and owl. These move in the air. Ninth creation is the human species. All members of it are characterized by the food they eat going downward. They are dominated by Rajoguna, addicted to desire-prompted work and prone to think of what is misery as happiness. These last three, the seventh, eighth, and ninth creation, are included in Vaikrita, or internal modifications. The creation of the Devas also comes within the Vaikrita, but the origin of the presiding deities of the organs have, however, been amongst the Prakrita creations. The creation of the Sanaka and the Kumaras is classified as both Prakriti and Vaikrita.
The species of the Devas, or superhuman agencies, are of 8 kinds. They are Devas proper, Pitris, Asuras, Gandharvas and Apsaras, Bhutas, Pretas and Pisachas, Siddhas, Yakshas and Rakshasas, Chanaras, Vidyadharas and Kinnaras. These are the 10 types of creation that Brahma brings out at the command of Mahavishnu. Thus, at the beginning of every cycle, Sri Hari, whose will is never failing, himself assumes the form of the Rajas dominated Brahma, the creator, and sportively projects this world out of himself, the material and the instrumental causes of it being none other than he himself. Next, I shall speak to you about the subject of Vamsa and Manvantara. Adhikadashodhyaya, Skanda 3, chapter 11, time in all its dimensions. Maitreya said, a Param Anu or ultimate material particle is that terminal particle before any type of combination has come into being and before the succession of cause and effect has started. It is necessarily many in number and can be conceived only as an irreducible unit. It gives man the false idea of a combined substance apart from them. When a combination is not seen as a combination, but in the nature of its original condition as its ultimate particles, it is the highest view of it. It is simple and persisting always. Like substances, time is also inferred to exist in 2 forms, subtle and gross. In itself all powerful, time, a Shakti of the Lord Himself, is imperceivable, but it becomes perceivable when it is seen as engulfing everything that exists. The period required for the sun, the indicator of time, to pass a paramanu, which constitutes the basic building block of the material universe, is called a particle of time, paramanu kala. And the period required for the sun to embrace the whole of existence, composed of all these particles, may be called Mahakala, or mass of time, the unit of which is a year, the time required for the sun to pass through its 12 rashis. With this as the unit with this as the unit is calculated the vast periods of time known as Yuga, Manvantara, Dviparada, etc. An atom or anu is a combination of two ultimate particles. When three such particles join together, it is called Trasarenu. The same name is applied to a unit of time for sunlight to cover it. A Trasarenu is seen as a particle floating in a sunbeam coming through a window slit. The time required to cover three Trasarenus is called a Truti. 100 Trutis of time makes a Veda. These Vedas make one lava. 3 lavas make one nimisha or moment, and 3 such moments one kshana. 5 kshanas make a kashtha, and 15 kashthas one lagu. It is said that 15 lagus make one nadika, 24 minutes, and 2 such nadikas a muhurta. 6 or 7 nadikas make one prahara or yama. A nadika of time is ascertained in this way. Make a copper measuring cylinder of 6 palams and a measuring capacity of 1 prashtha. Make 4 holes in the middle with a golden needle of 4 angulas and weigh 4 mashas. The size of the hole must be such that if 1 prashtha of water gets into it, it will sink. Put it in water, and the time required for it to sink is called a nadika, 24 minutes. 8 yamas make a night and day for man. A fortnight is 15 days and nights. There are 2 fortnights, one white and the other dark. These 2 fortnights, constituting 1 month, is a day of the Pitris. 2 months together form a season. 6 months make one solstice of the sun. There are 2 such solstices, one dark and the other bright, and these 2 forming 1 year constitute 1 day of the gods. 12 months constitute 1 year for men, and 100 such years have been considered as the lifetime of a man, abiding in the circle of galaxies, stars, and planets. The sun, who is the Lord as time, circles round the whole world of 12 rashis in a period of 1 year. Samvatsara, Parivatsara, Idavatsara, Anuvatsara, and Vatsara are the names of several periods of time covered by 1 year. Let us adore that Narayana, manifest as the luminous Surya, who is perceived as the fivefold combination of the year, and whose power, time, stimulates the creative power in the causes to manifest as effects, yields the fruit of their actions to those who work with desire, and travels along his course in the sky to remove all infatuation from the minds of men. Vidura said, "You have spoken to me about the lifespan of men, Pitris, and Devas. They are all included in the universe. Tell me about those highly evolved souls who are beyond the universe of the 3 worlds. An all-knowing person like you knows everything about time. Great men have that yogic vision before which everything is clear. Maitreya said, Krita, Treta, Dwapara, and Kali are the 4 ages. These, together with their Sandhi and Amsa, cover 12,000 divine years. The duration of the 4 yugas, beginning with the Krita, is said to be 4,800, 3,600, 2,400, and 1,200 divine years, respectively. The theoreticians of time have given the name of Yuga to the middle period between the Sandhi and the Amsa in the Krita age. Men observed Dharma with its 4 divisions in completeness. As the forces of evil advance in the succeeding ages, Dharma gets eroded by 1 division in each age. For the Brahmaloka and the other realms outside the universe, a day's time comprises 1,000 Chatur yugas. A night also is of equal duration. Brahma sleeps during that night period. Brahma's creation starts from his waking at the end of his night, and it goes on during his whole daytime, which is divided into 14 manvantaras, or periods of Manu. Each Manu rules for his lifespan of 71 and odd Chatur yugas. The age of each Manu has its own distinctive set of Manus, Manu, Putras, Saptarshis, Devas, Indras, Gandharvas, etc., who appear with the Manu gradually. What has been said till now is about the daily creation of Brahma, who is the maker of the 3 worlds. In these worlds of his creation, Devas, Pitris, men, and brutes are born according to their karmas. In each Manvantara, the Lord incarnates in bodies of pure sattva material and helps the Manu with his power in promoting the progress of the world. When the Brahmic night comes, assuming a little tamas, he stops all activities, dissolves everything in himself by the power of time, and sleeps. When the cosmic night begins, following the yogic slumber of the Lord, all the universe with its suns and moons disappear from view. When all the 3 worlds are burnt in a fire coming from the mouth of Shankarsana, a Shakti of the Lord, then Bhrigu and other great ones living in the Maharloka, outside of the universe of 3 lokas, begin to feel that heat and move to Janaloka, which is still further beyond. At this stage, the oceans swell up due to the work of the forces of dissolution, and stirred by the violent storms raging on their waves, swallow up the 3 worlds. The Lord Mahavishnu, with eyes closed in Yoga Nidra, and with the sages from Janaloka singing his praise, would now lie recumbent on his bed of Adishesha in the midst of the water of that cosmic deluge. By this passing of time, marked by the succession of day and night as described before, the lifespan of Brahma, lasting for 100 divine years, gradually ebbs away. Half the lifetime of Brahma is called a Parardha. The first Parardha of the life of the present Brahma is now over, and the second is on. The period comprising the first Parardha of his life is called Brahmakalpa. The Brahma known as Shabda Brahma had his origin in that Kalpa. The second Parardha, called Padma Kalpa, started at the close of the earlier Brahma Kalpa, and it is called so because at the start of that period, the world manifested as a Padma, lotus, blossoming from the navel of Sri Hari. In the beginning of this second Parartha took place what is called Varaha Kalpa, famous for the fact that Sri Hari incarnated himself in it as the cosmic ball. This period of time, comprising two Pararthas, and therefore called a Dviparartha, may be conceived as the winking time of Mahavishnu, who is the substance and support of the worlds, who is never transformed, and who is without a beginning and without an end. This idea of a Dviparartha being a winking in the case of Mahavishnu is only a supposition and not a fact, because time calculated from a momentary particle to Dviparartha has no application to him, for time regulates only beings who are entrenched in the consciousness, I am a body, I am the owner of the houses, etc. Thus Brahmanda, which consists of the 8 special modifications and 16 effects of Prakriti, has a dimension of 50 crores of yojanas within and is surrounded without by the layers of the 5 elements, the layer of each element being 10 times the dimension of the internal dimension of the preceding shell. All this is only like an atomic particle in Sri Hari. In him there are countless other shells like this, all of which altogether even is like a few atomic particles for him. All scriptures and illumined ones call this all-comprehensive aspect of Sri Hari as Akshara Brahma, the cause of all causes and the supreme state of Vishnu, the highest of all beings.
Atha Dvadashodhyaya. Brahma dissatisfaction with the creation of evil. Maitreya said, O Vidura, I have now described to you the Lord's power called time. Now hear how Brahma proceeds with the work of creation. He created at first 5 modifications of ignorance. These are tamas, not having knowledge of one's own nature; moda, the association of the sense of I with the body; mahamoha, keen desire for enjoyments; tamsira, anger at the obstruction of enjoyments; anda ta misra, feeling of total loss of oneself, is the loss of objects and enjoyments. Brahma felt dissatisfied with himself for having brought into existence these sinful creations. So he brought into being the 4 sages, Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatana, and Sanat Kumara, who were contemplatives, established in Atman consciousness and in unbroken continence. He then said to these offspring, O children, generate more and more offspring, but being devoted to spiritual disciplines and established in total surrender to Vasudeva, they were averse to do so. Brahma felt insulted by the disobedience of his own offspring and tried to control the unbearable anger he felt on account of this. Though he tried to control it by his distinctive faculty, it came bursting out from the middle of from Brahma's brows as a boy with a mixed complexion of blue and red. This was Bhagwan Rudra, the first among the deities to be born. He cried out, O Father of the worlds, give me names and places of residence. Acceding to his request, Brahma said, Do not cry out. All you ask will be given. Oh, first among deities, as you cried like a frightened boy, people will call you Rudra. I have assigned to you, even before asking, the following 11 places as your seats: heart, senses, prana, the 5 elements,
the sun, the moon, and tapas. O Rudra, you will have as names Manu, Mahinasa, Mahan, Shiva, Ritadha, Ritadvaja, Ugra, Retas, Bhava, Kala, Vamadeva, and Vritavrata. And as wives, I give you Dhi, Vriti, Usana, Uma, Niyut, Satpi, Ila, Ambika, Iravati, Sudha, and Diksha. Accept these names, these seats, and these wives, and go on multiplying issue, and be a progenitor without parallel. Commanded thus by his father Brahma, Rudra began to generate offspring equal to him in strength, form, and nature. The creations of Rudra soon became so numerous and their aggressiveness became so threatening that Brahma became very much concerned at the situation. So he said to Rudra, O best of deities, enough of these creations of yours. Their ferocious look threatens to burn everything in all directions, including myself. Perform tapas. It will be for your own good and for the welfare of the world. By tapas, you will obtain the power to create the world anew. It is by tapas that one quickly attains to the Supreme Being, the light of lights, who dwells in the hearts of all, but is beyond the ken of the senses. Maitreya said, being thus ordered by Brahma, Rudra saying yes, circumambulated him, the lord of Saraswati, and went away to the woods for tapas. Next, Brahma, energized by the Lord, was contemplating on how to multiply his creation when he generated 10 sons capable of this task. These 10 were Marichi, Atri, Angiras, Pulatsya, Puhala, Kratu, Brigu, Vashishta, Daksha, and the 10th, Narada. Of these, Narada was born from his lap, Daksha from the thumb, Vashishta from his prana, Brigu from the skin, Kratu from the eyes, and Marichi from the mind. From his right breast was born the rishi Dharma, whose offspring was to be Narayana. From his back came Adharma, which is the seat of death, the terror of the worlds. From the heart came desire, from the eyebrows, anger, from the lower lips, greed, from the mouth, speech, from the urinary system, ocean, and from the anus, the evil spirit, Niriti. From his shadow was born the powerful Kadamba Prajapati, the husband of Devahuti. In this way, everything was created from the body and the mind of Brahma. O Vidura, I have heard that Brahma was stricken with passion for his own daughter Vak, of great beauty, who herself had no such reciprocal feeling towards him. His sons Marichi and others, seeing their father's unethical intentions, said to him with all affection, though you are all powerful, you are, out of uncontrolled passion, doing something unprecedented and unworthy, namely that of having sex relationship with your own daughter. O Lord of the worlds, even though you may be an extraordinarily powerful person, this does not become you, for it is the example of great ones that this world will follow. He who has brought into manifestation this multifarious universe of unimaginable proportions latent in himself, he has the duty of being the guide in preserving Dharma. Salutations to you. Placing his sons, the Prajapatis, in front, Brahma got ashamed and abandoned that body of his. The courtiers took up that discarded body of Brahma, and wise men say that it is this that appears as mist covering all the quarters. Brahma continued to think that he would now create beings following the parallel of the previous cycle of time. From the four faces of Brahma, thus contemplating, the four Vedas emerged. The ritual known as Chaturhotra, performed by four sacrificial priests, the yajnas, with all their elaborate details, the subsidiary Vedas, logic, and dharma, with its four supports, all came into existence. Vidura said, "O great ascetic, you said that Brahma, the lord of Prajapatis, brought out all the Vedas and other things from his faces. Please tell what things he produced from which face." Maitreya said, "With his four faces oriented to the east, south, west, and north, he gave out the four Vedas, Rik, Yajur, Sama, and Atharva, respectively, as well as the four functions of the sacrificial priests, Sashtra, Ilja, Shruti Stoma, and Prayashchita, respectively. He also created from his eastward looking and other faces Ayurveda, Dhanurveda, music, and architecture. He, the all-knowing one, created the Itihasas and Puranas, consisting the fifth Veda with all his faces. He created the Vedic yajnas thus. From his eastern face, he created the yajnas known as Shodasi and also Ukta, those known as Purishi and Agnishtoma. From the southward face, those known as Aptoryama and Atiratra from the westward face, and those known as Kosava and Vajapeya from the northward face. The four parts of Dharma, namely learning, charity, austerity, and purity, as well as the four ashramas, starting with Brahmacharya, he created from his eastward looking and other faces. Brahmacharya or continence is the following kinds. Savitra or the 3 days, observance of it after initiation in Gayatri. Prajapatyam or 1 year's observance of it. Brahma or observance of it till the end of the study of the Vedas. Brihat or that for the whole life. The ways of livelihood for the householder are also of four kinds. Bharata, or agriculture and industries conducted on righteous lines. Sancharyana, or officiating or sacrifices. Salina, or livelihood not involving begging. Siloncha, or collection of grains fallen in fields after harvest. The vanaprasthas are also of four kinds. Vaikantan, Vaikanasas, or those who live on what they get without themselves, undertaking agricultural work, etc. Balakilyas, or those who abandon the old when something new is got, that is, who do not accumulate. Odumbaras, or those who live on the fruits they get from the first direction in which they walk in the morning. Penapatas, or those who live on whatever fruit they get. The sannyasins also are of all kinds. Kutichaka, or one who lives in a place and follows
the rules of life and disciplines laid down for him. Bhavoda is one who lays importance mainly on knowledge as against rites and observances. Hamsa is one established in the presence of Jnana, and Nishkriya, or one who has realized the Atman. The four types of knowledge relating to moksha, dharma, kama, and artha, as also the vyahritis, bhuh, bhuva, stuva, and maha, came out of Brahma's eastward face, etc., in order. The pranava om came from the space in the heart. From Brahma's hair, the Vedic meter Pushnik arose. From his skin, the meter Gayatri. From his flesh, the meter Trishak. From his snayu, the meter Anushta. And from his bone, the meter Jagati. From his marrow, the Vedic meter Pankti arose. From his prana, the meter Brihati. The letters from Kah to Ma, called Sparsha, also arose from his jiva, and the swaras beginning with ah from his body. The four letters called ushmas, sa, sha, sha, and ha, are called the senses of Brahma. The letters called antasta, ya, ra, la, wa, are considered to be his strength. The seven musical notes are said to be his movements. For Brahma, who is of the form of Shabda Brahma, which has two aspects as Vaikari and Pranava, the Supreme Being shines as he is himself, as also the various deities.
After abandoning his form of mist, Brahma took another form and thought of applying himself to the work of creation. Finding that the creative work of the very powerful rishis was not progressing, he began to think, it is inexplicable how, in spite of my constant application to the work of creation, the numbers of offspring are not increasing. It looks as if providence is against me. While he was thinking thus and hoping that the divine favor would come to his help, his body got divided into two parts. The body is called Kaya because Ka means Brahma, and that which belongs to him is Kaya. The two parts into which his body was divided became a man and a woman. Of these, the man was Swayambhuva Manu, who had knowledge inborn in him. The woman was his wife, Satarupa. From that time onwards, the increase of created beings was by the mating of the male and the female. Swayambhuva Manu himself begot 5 children in his wife, Satarupa. These children were 2 males named Priyavrata and Uttanapada, and 3 females named Akuti, Devahuti, and Prasuti. Of them, Akuti was married to the Prajapati named Ruchi, Devahuti to Kardama Prajapati, and Prasuti to Daksha Prajapati. In days to come, the world was to be filled with their issue. Athatrayodashodhyaya. Skanda 3, chapter 13. Incarnation as the causal form. Sri Shuka said, O king, Vidura, after hearing Maitreya's description of the sportive actions of the Lord, was eager to hear more, and so questioned the sage. O sage, Vidura said, O sage, what did Swayambhuva, the great ruler and the dear son of the self-born Brahma, do after getting Satarupa as his wife? O Holy One, please narrate to me, who is possessed of faith, the doings of that saintly king, the very first of rulers in the world. He was one who had resigned himself to the Lord. The fruit of spiritual disciplines practiced for long consists in hearing about the doings of the great devotees of the Lord, who have his feet always in their hearts. Sri Shuka said, to Vidura, who was all humility and devotion, who was veritably a footstool of the Lord, Maitreya, on being thus prompted to bestow his attention on the Lord's playful activities, began to narrate the same with horripilations all over the body. Maitreya said, when Swayambhuva was united with his wife Satarupa, he bowed down before Brahma and said, being the generator and nourisher of all beings, you alone are their father. Yet with the limited capacity at our disposal, in what ways could your children serve you? Our salutations to you. By serving you, we shall attain jnana in this world and gain higher evolution in the next. Brahma said, I am much pleased with you. May you be happy. You have with a true heart offered your services to me, saying, what service can I do? Command me. The behests of parents should be accepted and fulfilled by children, free from jealousy and indifference, and according to their capacity. This is how children should honor their parents. Beget in her, Satarupa, children equal to you in all respects. Protect the earth according to the sacred law, and worship the Lord by the performance of yajnas. O king, this is the best service you can do to me. The Lord, who is the inner controller in all, will also be pleased with you for offering protection to people, which is your duty as a king. If Janardhana, the worshipful one, is not pleased with a person, his work is a mere toil without any worthy objective. Moreover, he himself cannot obtain self-satisfaction by such work. Swayambhuva Manu said, O destroyer of sins, I shall certainly fulfill your command. Allot to me and my following the stations we are to occupy. The earth, which is the residence of all creatures, is now lying submerged in the waters of the cosmic deluge. O Lord, first let us see her uplifted. Maitreya said, then Brahma, seeing the earth submerged, thought as follows for long about the ways and means of lifting her up, while the work of the creation is going on. Strangely enough, the earth has gone down to the level of Rasatala. What am I, with the responsibility of creation, to do in this connection? May he, of whom I was myself born, solve the problem for me. Out of the nostril of Brahma, who was thus thinking, emerged a mini ball of the size of a thumb. While Brahma was looking at it, wonder of wonders, the tiny creature rose up in the sky, up to the size of a huge elephant. Brahma, together with the Kumaras and Marichi and others, wondered at the sight of the ball and made many guesses about its identity. Who could this divine being, who could be this divine being that stands before us in the guise of a ball? It is a joke that it came out of my nostrils. A moment before it was only the size of a thumb, and now it looks like a huge rock. My mind is very much perplexed at all this. Could it be the Lord himself, who is of the form of Yajna? While Brahma and his offspring were thus cogitating, the boar, who was none but the Lord manifested in that form, grew into the proportion of a huge mountain and broke out into a wild boar. The all-powerful Lord thus gladdened the hearts of Brahma and his offspring by his roar, which reverberated through the quarters. Hearing the grunting roars of the divine appearing as a boar, the rishis abiding in the Jana, Tapa, and Satya realms were delighted and responded with chants from the sacred Vedas. He whose form is described and glorified in the Vedas was pleased to hear the chants of those sages recounting his attributes, and in appreciation roared again. For the good of all, he then entered into the water of the deluge like an elephant for water sports, with tail uplifted, moving in the air, hard as rock, with trembling manes, having skin with rigid and sharp bristles, shattering the clouds with his hoofs, the white and sparkling tusks, and with brilliant eyes. The Lord shone there in his role of the uplifter of the earth. Though the Lord of sacrifice, yet smelling his way to the earth like a boar, though fierce with his tusks, yet kindly in the look of his eyes, he viewed the sages hymning him and entered into the waters. When he took his plunge into the ocean, the force of the impact made by his massive and mountain-like body seemed to split the belly of the ocean, who in mortal pain seemed to be crying out for mercy with uplifted wavy arms. The Yajna embodied one dived into that water, limitless in expanse and in depth, shattering it with his sharp hoof, and in the depths of that water in Rasatala, he came across the earth through the support of all beings, whom he had once sheltered in his abdomen at the time of deluge. While the Lord stood there in his glory, lifting up the earth on his tusks from Rasatala, he was confronted by Hiranyaksha of irresistible power, armed with a mace in hand. Fierce like his own Sudarshana, the Lord slaughtered the Asura effortlessly as a lion and elephant, and with his face and neck reddened with the blood of his antagonist, he himself looked like an elephant in rut, covered with the red earth of a mountainside it had split. With the hands held in salutation, Brahma and the sages began to chant hymns similar to Vedic mantras in praise of him, as he now appeared before them with the gait of an elephant, and the earth held up on his white tusks against the background of his huge blue body. The rishis said, Hail, hail unto thee, O unconquerable one! O thou, the one adored by all the yajnas! The Vedas constitute thy body manifest. Here is the boar shaking off the water in all directions. All sacrifices are latent in thy pores. To thee, O causal boar, our salutations. The Vedic meters are thy skin. The sacrificial grass is thy hair. The ghee pot is thy eyes. The four sacrificial priests are thy legs. No sinful person can see this form of thine, which is identical with the sacrificial rite. O Lord, the Shuk is thy facial extremity, Shruva is thy nose, Ida is thy stomach, Chamasas are thy ears, Prasitra is thy mouth. The Agnihotra sacrifice is thy mastication of food. The sacrifices called Diksha are thy repeated manifestations. The sacrifice Upasana is thy neck. The sacrificial rites Praya, pra, Prayaniya and Udaniya are thy two molars. The rite called Pravargya is thy tongue, and the Sabhya and Avasthaya fires are thy head. Avasthya fires. The Soma is thy semen. The Samanas are thy seed. The various forms of sacrifice are thy dhatus. All the shastras, all the satras are thy joints. In thee are comprehended all sacrificial performances that are classified as yajnas and yagas. Salutations to thee, who art manifest as all mantras, all the celestials, all the ingredients of worship, nay, as the entire system of sacrifices and forms of worship. Salutations to thee who art that state of enlightened consciousness attained through renunciation, devotion, concentration, etc., and the universal teacher who confers that enlightenment. O support of the world, the earth resting on the ends of thy tusks shines like a lotus lifted with its cluster of leaves on the tusk of a mighty elephant emerging from the waters of a lake. Just as a great mountain becomes more majestic by clouds resting on its peaks, so does this form of thine, boar-like in appearance, but really the embodiment of the Vedas, shine before all with the earth resting on thy tusks. May thou be pleased to establish this earth, who is thy consort as well as the mother and abode of all living beings. Thou art the father of all. Our salutations to thee in the company of thy consort, earth. As the fire stick is endowed with fire potential in it, so didst thou instill thy potency in the earth, as a result of which all this creation has evolved out of her.
O Lord, who except thou can even conceive such an idea as lifting up the earth sunk into Rasatala? But it is no matter of wonder in thee, who art the most unique among wonders, in so far as thou hast thy power created this universe, which is unthinkably wondrous. We, the residents of Chanaloka, Tapoloka, and Satyaloka, have been wetted and thereby purified by the very holy water drops that come from the tip of thy manes, as thou shakest off the water on thy Veda constituted body in all directions. Verily, the man who seeks to find out the limits of thy inexhaustible excellences and divine activities is indeed a man of little understanding. His intellect is clouded, along with that of all the world, by the infatuating power of thy Yoga Maya. Do what is auspicious for all. Maitreya said, preside in this way. Those rishis versed in the Vedas, the Lord fixed the earth at a place, scooped out for her by the pressure of his hooves. Thus, after lifting up the earth from Rasatala as if in play, and fixing her in the water, he, the protector of the worlds and the destroyer of all obstacles, disappeared from the visions of Brahma and the others. The Lord bestows his grace quickly on those that devoutly hear or narrate the holy account of this incarnation of Sri Hari, the possessor of unheard of powers and the reliever of the sorrows of creatures. What is not attainable if he, the master of all gifts and boons, is pleased with one? But who cares who cares for these boons, these insignificant attainments? To those who worship with intense and motiveless devotion, he reveals himself as his own accord, of his own accord. There is no blessing higher than that, except a beast of a man who, having discrimination and a true sense of life's values, would desist from consuming the nectar of the Lord's doings, selected from ancient tradition, if he had but once drunk a little of it with the cup of his ears and come to know.
of its delectables. Ata Chaturtashodhyaya. Sri Shuka said, Vidura, who was wholly devoted to spiritual disciplines, was not satisfied by hearing Maitreya's account of Srihari's incarnation as the causal bow, and therefore questioned him again with respectful salutation. Vidura said, O great sage, we have understood from your account that Hiranyaksha, the first of all Titans, Daityas, was destroyed by Sri Hari, the embodiment of Yajna. What was the reason for such a conflict between that Titan and Sri Hari, who lifted the earth with his tusks as if in sport? Maitreya said, I congratulate you on putting this question, which relates to Sri Hari's incarnations, by hearing accounts of which man is unable to overcome the bondage of death-inflicting samsara. It was by hearing Sri Narada's hymns on Sri Hari's attributes that the son of Uttanapada was able, as it were, to kick away death and attain to that state of Sri Hari. About the subject on hand, there is a tradition which I heard from Brahma as he narrated it to the Devas. O Vidura, it seems Diti, the daughter of Daksha Prajapati, desirous of progeny and gripped by a sexual urge, once approached her husband Kashyapa at eventide. At that time, Kashyapa was seated in the hall of Agnihotra, with the mind indrawn and concentrated after having poured libations of milk to Srihari in the sacred fire. Deity said, O learned one, I am under the powerful attack of Cupid, with this bow in hand, driving me to the fulfillment of my passion for you. I am helpless in his hands, like a plantain tree in the trunk of an elephant. It behoves you to satisfy me, who am burning with jealousy at the wealth of children which my co-wives have got. While a woman becomes worthy of fame by winning the esteem of her husband, she becomes all the more so when she gets an issue, a prototype of the father from a worthy person like you. In times of old, our loving father Daksha Prajapati asked each of us, his dear daughters, whom we wished to have as husbands. Knowing our inclination, our father, who desired families with numerous children, gave 13 of us in marriage to you. Therefore, O handsome one, fulfill my desire. The prayers of people in distress addressed to men of your greatness never go in vain. Consoling her, who was so pitiable and so voluble under the stress of his powerful passion, Kashyapa said to her, I am certainly going to fulfill your desire. Who is the virtuous man that will not fulfill the desire of a wife who enables him to attain the three ends of life? The householder's ashrama is like a ship crossing the ocean. One in that state caters to the needs of all the other ashramas, and such service becomes the means for him to cross the ocean of samsara. O good lady, she who is designated as half of the body of a good householder, she on whom he places the yoke of his household affairs, and then rests in peace. She with whose aid a householder easily conquers his enemies, the senses, just as the commander of a fort does his enemies. To her, the wife, no adequate recompense can be made by us or any well-wisher. I am certainly going to fulfill your desire for progeny, but I would request you to wait for a while till this eventide Sandhya is over, as I would otherwise caught the criticism of all good men. Besides, thus Sandhya is an extremely awe-inspiring time. It has the time of people of terrific disposition. The Bhutas, who are the emissaries of Rudra, roam about at this time. Rudra, too, riding on his bull and surrounded by bands of demigods, is making about all the time of Sandhya. None can escape the notice of Rudra, your brother in law, who has the sun, the moon, and the fire for his eyes, whose hair, tawny with the ashes of the cremation ground, is blown about by the winds, and whose silvery body is smeared all over with sacred ashes. From him there is no distinction between people as friends and strangers. He looks upon none as more acceptable and none as despicable. We all pray for the blessings of his power of Maya, like prosperity and enjoyments, which are only what he has kicked away with his feet. His faultless deeds are praised and followed by those who are afraid of the threat of numerous effects of avidya. Though he is the goal of all holy men, and there is none equal to nor greater than him, still he moves about like a wild demigod. But sinful people who look upon their body as the self and decorate and beautify it, although it will be the food of jackals in the course of time, laugh at him without any understanding of his state of absorption in the self and his intention of teaching renunciation through his conduct. He whose dictate is the law that Brahma and others maintain, who is the cause of the universe, for whom Maya is only an attending maid, is his observance of the ways of a goblin is only a guise put on. Maitreya said, all this wise counsel for her husband has lost on her was lost on her. Moved by that burning passion, she lost all self-control and, like a loose and shameless woman, pulled away the cloth of that Brahmashri. Finding his wife's persistence is a prohibited act, he made salutations to the Lord and entered with her into privacy. Afterwards, he purified himself with water, performed pranayama, withdrew his senses, meditated on the Immaculate Spirit, and made repetition of the Gayatri Mantra. And Diti, now feeling ashamed of her reprehensible conduct, stood before Rishi Kashyapa, hanging her head in shame, and said, O Great One, let not Rudra, the Lord of demigods, destroy the fetus within me. I have done him a wrong. Salutations to Sri Rudra, terrible towards hearing ones, gracious to those who pray to him for favors, and granter of bliss to those who serve him without any desires. He is my brother-in-law, being the husband of my sister Sati. He is also very gracious in blessing devotees. Would he not be gracious and forgiving to us women, to whom even the wild hunters show some consideration? Maitreya said, the Prajapati, having finished his Sandhya rites, said to his wife, who, in her anxiety for the welfare of her offspring, was shuddering out of fear of Rudra, Kashyapa said, O perverse and intemperate woman, due to the impurity of your mind, due to the impropriety of time, due to the disobedience of my words, and due to the offense done to Rudra and his emissaries, you will have two sons as a perverse nature. They will be the terror of the three worlds. During their domination, we and innocent people will be killed. Women's modesty will be outraged,
and holy men will be harassed. Then the Lord, the Master and Protector of the universe, will be roused to anger, and incarnating himself, he will destroy them as Indra shattered the mountains. Diti said, I welcome death for my sons at the hands of the Lord Mahavishnu, whose arms hold the formidable discus Sudarshana. But let them not meet with with their end by the curse of any angry Brahmana. For those who have been destroyed by a Brahmana's curse, or who are noted for their cruelty and tyranny towards all beings, will not get sympathy or help from any one of the succeeding birth or even from the occupants of Naraka if he happens to be with them. Kashyapa said, there are certain extenuating circumstances about your conduct. You have soon begun to repent. Immediately after your offense, you have begun to discriminate about its proprietary and impropriety. You have evinced your devotion to the Lord. You have expressed your regard and respect for Rudra and for me. For these reasons, one of your grandsons will become a noted devotee who will command the respect of all good and pious men, and whose fame will be sung along with the Lord's glory itself in devotional circles. Just as the impure gold is purified by melting it in fire, men will, following his example, purify their minds and hearts by abandoning enmity and other passions.
He whose manifestation this world is, he by pleasing whom this whole world is pleased, he the Supreme Lord, the self witness, will be immensely pleased with him because of his unswerving and one pointed devotion. Great in his love of God, high souled, large hearted, greater than all great men, he will establish the divine in his heart, purified by the practice of a wholehearted and one pointed devotion. He will be above body consciousness. He will have no interest in worldly enjoyments. He will be the seed of all good habits and virtues. His joy will consist in seeing others happy and joyous. He will share in the sufferings of all. He will have no enemies. Just as the moon gives relief from the heat of summer, so will he be a source of relief for all sufferers from the miseries of life. This grandson of yours will behold within the and without the lotus-eyed Lord who is stainless, who assumes forms in consonance with the wishes of devotees, whose face is adored with shining earrings, and who is the auspicious mark of on the forehead of Lakshmi and goddess of auspiciousness herself. Maitreya said, Diti was overjoyed to hear that she would have a great devotee as her grandson, and being a high-minded lady, she took comfort in the knowledge that her two sons would meet their death at the hands of the Lord. Atha Pantadashodhyayah. Maitreya said, afraid of the potential harm to the Devas, Diti bore for 100 years in her cell that fetus of fierce potency derived from Kashyapa Prajapati and possessing a power of aggressive darkness that would efface any brilliance. That power of darkness put at naught the brilliance of the sun and the moon illumining the quarters, as also of the guardian deities who complained about it to Brahma. The Deva said, O all-pervading being, you know already of that darkness which has put us to fright.
Nothing is hidden from you, whose knowledge is not limited by time. O God of gods, O supporter of world, O thou great creator and the master of all power holders, you know the thought of those who lived in the past as also of those who are yet to come. Salutations to you, whose power is knowledge. You have assumed this form out of your Maya. Salutations to you, who, taking on the quality of Rajas, has become the cause of this manifest world. No defeat overtakes perfect yogis blessed by you and having single minded devotion to you who interpenetrate the universe, who are both the cause and effect of the worlds as well as the transcendent reality, and who promote the welfare of the jivas. We salute you, the superior of all beings, to whom all creatures offer the tribute of offerings, being pulled like cattle by the nose string of Vedic injunctions. O Great One, owing to perpetual darkness, all the Vedic rituals have ceased to be performed. Do something to save the world. We who seek shelter in you deserve your merciful consideration. The fetus begotten by Kashyapa in Viti is developing with the ferocity of fire in fuel, spreading the gloom of apprehension all around. Vidya said, O mighty armed one, Brahma, who was thus addressed by the Devas, replied with a smile to the Devas in charming words. Brahma said, your elder brothers, by my mind-born sons, Sanaka and the others who had abandoned interest in worldly life from the start, could travel all over the universe through the sky. Once they went to Vaikuntha, the realm of Mahavishnu, which is an object of adoration for all. All the residents of that realm, resembling Mahavishnu himself in appearance, had attained to it as the result of observance of Bhagavata Dharma without any self centered motives. The Supreme Being, possessed of all powers and auspicious attributes, the embodiment of Dharma, and the subject of revelation for the Vedas, abides there in a body of pure sattva without any touch of rajas for the blessing of his devotees. There they went where spreads the woodland of Mishriyasa, full of wish yielding trees ever in blossom, as if they were the state of moksha taken shape. There move about devotees in aerial vehicle with their womenfolk fanned by winds, bearing the stimulating fragrance of flowers blooming on the surface of the lakes. Though the environment is sufficient to stimulate the passions in the heart, these devotees are oblivious of all that in their absorption in singing devotional hymns about their Lord. Thus, when the hovering bee makes its loud and sonorous sound, as if it were singing the glory of God, the chirping of the numerous birds, the pigeon, the cuckoo, the crane, the chakravaka, the chataka, the swan, the parrot, the peacock, and the partridge, stops for a while, as if they were all attending to the bee's devotional hymn. There, the numerous varieties of sweet scented garden flowers subordinate themselves to the holiness of the tulsi leaves, though the latter be of unrefined fragrance, seeing that they found favor with the Lord who has given a wreath made of them the most important place in his decoration. There the place was covered with a vast number of golden pavilions studded with precious gems of various kinds, residences which could be had which could be had through nothing but devotion to the feet of Sri Hari. The devotee residents, they, with their mind immersed in Krishna, were insensitive to the exquisite charms of the large number of beauties present there. Present there. They, reflected on its crystal walls lined with gold, could be seen the unique figure of Sri Devi, as if she was sweeping the floor with the play lotus held in her extended arms, while she moves about, producing the murmuring sound of the anklets on her feet. And this is the Shri for whose grace all gods and men labor. On the banks of the coral bedded lakes with sparkling and cool water, Shri Devi, while worshipping the Lord's image with tulsi leaves, finds in these waters the reflection of her own face with high nose and curly locks, and realizes that it is the kiss of the Lord that has imparted all this beauty to her face. Those who avoid hearing about the activities and excellences of the Lord that destroy sin and purify the mind of man, but in place of it are interested only in other matters of a vulgar and polluting kind, destructive of one's mind's higher susceptibilities. Such persons get no access to that region. Alas, these evil tendencies they have acquired drive them helplessly to regions of darkness. They indeed are the casualties of the blinding power of the Lord's Maya, who fail to cultivate devotion to the Lord even after having got this human birth, wherein dharma and jnana can be achieved. Even I and other divinities long to get this opportunities of a human birth to this exquisite place go the devotees of the Supreme Being, the pure and immortal ones, who have overcome the sway of Yama, the god of death, and attained to a state higher than mine. Their eyes streams with tears, and their bodies are covered with horripilations, owing to the overpowering emotions that well on up in them as they converse among themselves about the deeds and excellences of the Lord. By their spiritual power, the Kumaras, with minds brimming with joy, once arrived at this Mahavishnu's realm of Vaikuntha, which, being above all material spheres, outshines them all, which is filled with the mentions of numerous divine beings, and which is a unique wonder compelling the adoration of all. The Kumaras quickly crossed the first six gates of Vaikuntha. When they reached the seventh, they found there two handsome divine beings of the same age and form, armed with maces and bedecked with valuable ornaments like armbands and fish-marked earrings, entwining their bodies and resting on their chest between their four bluish arms was a massive wreath of tulsi leaves, whose fragrance invited numbers of honey bees to hover about. Their faces bore a somewhat angry look, as indicated by their arcing brows, um, quick breath, distended nostrils, and reddish eyes. Just as they passed through the 6 gates made of gold and diamonds, these sages, who were established in even-sightedness and accustomed to travel everywhere unobstructed, entered the 7th gate also without taking any permission, while the two divine personages were looking on. These four Kumaras wore no dress. Though ancient, they looked like boys of 5 years. They were personages established in the knowledge of the Atman. Seeing them entering the gate, these gatekeepers obstructed them with their words and batons and mocked at their prowess. Although these sages were persons worthy of respect, and although such conduct towards them was contrary to the at- attitude of the Lord towards devotees. When the gatekeepers of the Lord thus blocked their way in front of all the devas there, these ascetics who were worthy of the highest respect felt frustrated and angry at the obstacle put in their way of seeing their dear Lord and spoke with an agitated look. The sages said, in this sphere, where only persons who have for long practiced the devotional disciplines and served the Lord intensely can find a place, how is it that perverse ones like these have come in?
The Lord is the embodiment of peace, and devoid of all enmity and antagonism. How can you suspect that anyone with evil intentions against such a one will come here at all, unless you yourself possess these qualities within you in abundance, making you feel the same with regards to others too? In the Lord, who holds the whole universe in himself, wise men see no difference, as one part of the sky is not found to be different from another part. Such being the case, how has fear, which is the result of seeing difference, arisen in you, making you feel the need of protecting the Lord? Therefore, we have decided to reform you. You are no doubt the servants of the Lord, but are possessed of a poor and impure intelligence. You are excommunicated from this realm because of your separatist outlook and are condemned to occupy inferior regions which are under the domination of the evil passions like sexuality, anger, and greed. The attendants of Sri Hari, recognizing in these ominous words the irresistible and irremediable curse of a Brahmana, now fell at their feet in great fright and repentance. The attendant said, what you have done is only to inflict a deserving punishment on sinners. We have nothing to say against the infliction of it, as it will destroy our sin of disobeying the Lord's command. But though we are doomed to a precipitous fall from our present state, grant that we may not, by virtue of your sympathy and goodwill towards us, be deprived of our mind's capacity to remember Him always. Description of Mahavishnu's form. The Lord, who is dear to all good souls, coming to know about the high-handedness of his attendants against holy men, hurried to the spot, with his consort Shri, moving on his holy feet, which are the quest of great sages like the Paramhansas. The sages now saw standing before their eyes him whom they were in the habit of meditating upon in the heart. His attendants had brought all his paraphernalia. They held 2 swan-like chowries on his side, and over him a moon-like ceremonial umbrella, with dangling pearl filaments on the fringes, which released cool drops of water under the influence of a gentle breeze. His benignant face pleased all, the sages and the attendants. All auspicious qualities and excellences seemed to be centered in him. The sweetness and benevolence he cast by his looks touched the hearts of all. Was Shri, shining on his broad chest, bluish in complexion, he rendered luminous his abode of Vaikuntha, which is the crest jewel of the universe. His sumptuous waist was covered with a yellow cloth, held in position by a brilliant waistband. He had on his chest a floral wreath, attracting large numbers of humming bees, and of his 2 arms bedecked with precious bracelets, one was placed on the neck of Garuda, his eagle vehicle, and the other held in it a play lotus which he twirled about. His cheeks and high nose were smooth enough to reflect the radiance of his fish-marked earrings, splendorous like lightning. His diadem was studded with numerous precious gems. Between his arms, on his chest, were necklaces of precious pearls, and on his neck he sported the jewel known as Kaustuba. His devotees found in him a revelry of beauty that humiliated the pride of Indira, Lakshmi, to be the center of all beauty. Seeing this form of the Lord revealed for the worship of all, including myself, Shiva, and all your devotees, the sages continued to look at him with unsatiated eyes and then prostrated themselves before him in the fullness of joy. The fragrance of the tulsi leaves offered by the votaries mixed harmoniously with the devotional stimulant of the pollen of his lotus feet, and when he entered the hearts of these sages through their noses, even their minds and bodies were overcome with devotional sentiment, in spite of their being poised in the Akshara, the changeless Absolute. After viewing to their satisfaction the Lord's blue lotus-like face lit with a smile, revealing his jasmine-like teeth, they then looked at and contemplated on his feet with their red, ruby-like nails. Then the sages recited a hymn of praise to that revelation as Purushottama, who is the object of quest for all who thread the path of yoga, whose form is blissful to the eye and commands the adoration of all, and who is naturally endowed with various yogic powers which it is difficult for others to possess. The hymn of the Kumaras. The Kumaras said, O infinite being, thou who, though present in the hearts of all, art not experienced by evil-hearted persons, has readily appeared today before our very eyes. This perhaps is not to be wondered at, since thou hast entered into our hearts much earlier through our ears, which we received instruction from our father, Brahma, about thy mystic glory. We know that it is thou alone, who art the Supreme Spirit, that has taken this form of pure sattva, generating infinite joy in the hearts of devotees. Thou art realized as such in the hearts of sages, who are endowed with renunciation, and the knots of whose hearts have been cut asunder by the firm and devoted practice of the disciplines of bhakti, which thou thyself hast revealed to mankind out of thy grace. O beloved Lord, thou worshipful one, thy devotees who have taken shelter at thy feet, and who are intelligent and sensitive enough to understand and feel the incomparable sweetness of thy excellences, as revealed through thy creative and redemptive activities, reject even moksha, considered as thy highest gift in preference to thy service. How little will they then care for boons that bestow joys of the perishable world, which come and go at the movement of thy brow. Let us be born in any state of misery, due to our misdeeds. We do not care for the suffering of it, if our minds would even then delight only in thy feet, as honeybees do in flowers. If our ears would always be filled with nothing but the sounds conveying thy excellences, and if, like the humble tulsi leaves, our words will derive any worth solely due to their connection with thy feet. O Lord, O thou, the all-renowned, thy form, now revealed to us, can never be seen by impure minds. The revelation of it has brought to us the bliss of spiritual fulfillment. We salute thee, the Supreme Being, who, though imperceptible to man without self-control, has been pleased to reveal thyself to us out of thy infinite mercy. Skanda 3, chapter 16. Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakasipu, final settlement of their fate. The Lord, on his relationship with holy men, Brahma said, pleased with the words of the hymning sages of great spiritual attainment, the Lord, who has manifested himself in Vaikuntha to bless his devotees, said as follows. These two attendants of mine, Jaya and Vijaya, have misbehaved towards you in disregard of my command, O sages. What you, who follow my ideas and intentions, have pronounced as punishment for insulting holy men, I accept the validity of it fully. As I look upon holy men as objects of worship, may I please you by asking your pardon for what my attendants did to you by way of insult. I deem it as done by myself. When a servant does something wrong, the world attributes it to the master, and the disrepute that one gets that way erodes one's good name, as leprosy erodes one's skin. It is because of you, holy men, that the holy waters of my name and excellences have come to possess that extraordinary sanctity by virtue of which even one dip in it can purify the lowest of the low. That being the case, I will destroy anyone who works against you, even if it be the devas protecting the worlds who are to me like my right hand. From the holy men contacting them have my feet derived their sanctity, and I have come to possess immeasurable excellences and the power of destroying the sins of all. For the same reason does Sri Devi cling to me, though I am utterly indifferent to her. Sri, for a favorable glance from whom all gods and men perform austerities, the rich ghee-soaked offerings of the masters of sacrifice in the sacrificial fire are not consumed by me with the same relish as the morsels of food I consume through the mouths of holy men, who perform all their actions in dedication to me and eat their humble fare with relish. The water flowing from my feet is supposed to purify the whole world, including the moon-crested deity Maheshwara. Even then I, possessed of the unlimited powers and the excellences of my yoga mind, carry the foot dust of holy men like you on my crowned head. Who will not bear with beings of such transcending holiness? The holy men, cows and the poor and the fallen, are as dear to me as myself. Those who view them as different and persecute them, such people who are blinded by their own sins, will be torn into shreds by my eagle-like emissaries who are as ferocious as serpents. If, even in the face of insult by a holy man, a person, seeing my presence in him, remains joyful at heart and puts on a smiling face, and speaks to him words full of love, as they would do to me or to children, by such a person am I attracted. For their overbearing conduct towards you, these two, who are my servants and who have acted against my ideas and intentions, have got a fitting punishment. Let them undergo the same immediate and come back to me afterwards. May you, O sages, be pleased that this period of separation of my servants from me is made as brief as possible. This is a favor and a blessing which you can easily grant. The Kumaras, apologizing to the Lord, Brahma said, hearing the charming auspicious and mantra-like words of the Lord, the rishis, though agitated by anger, relished it so much that they still felt unsatiated with it. Though they heard and thought long of it, they were not at first able to understand the true significance of the Lord's words, as they were brief, noble, meaningful, and not easily yielding their real import. Coming gradually to know of the Lord's approval of their conduct, they began to speak with voices excited with joy and hair standing on end to the Lord, whose form marked the summit of his Yoga Maya's achievement in a manifestation of divine glory. The rishis said, O Lord, we are puzzled to receive a request from thee, who art master of everything, for a favor and a blessing to thee from us. Holy men are, as it were, the objects of worship to thee who art devoted to them. And to holy men who are honored even by my devas, thou art their innermost spirit as well as their object of worship. The eternal religion has come out of thee, and thou art its protector too. Thou, the eternal, esoteric, and changeless being, art its end. It is by thy blessing that spiritual aspirants cross this veil of death. Then, how then couldst thou seek another's blessing? He was ever served with love and attention by Sridevi, at whose feet all boon seekers prostrate. He, at whose feet Sridevi is competing for a place with the royal honeybees who suck the nectar of the flower wreaths placed thereon by devotees. He, who, out of his absorption in communing with saintly devotees, neglects even Sri, who is engaged in loving service. Oh, to speak of him who bears the mark of Sri Vatsa as seeking purification with the dust of the feet of holy men. It is all only for the instruction of the world.
O thou who manifested thyself in all the three ages by thy wish fulfilling and pure sattva manifestation, thou dost ward off the influence of rajas and tamas, which destroy the sattvika qualities like tapas, purity, sympathy, and truth, and then restore these aspects of the Lord's dharma for the benefit of holy men, the devas, and others. If thou dost not, O Lord, protect by thy sweet words and favorable actions, and that preserve lives that preserve the holy traditions, then the paths of spiritual fulfillment laid down by thyself in the Vedas would go out of vogue and be forgotten. Thou, who art an embodiment of sattva, would certainly not like this, as thou art ever trying to check the growth of adharma through kings and other such agencies who are expressions of thy power. By saluting and showing respect to others in order to set an example to the world, thou who art the master of the whole universe would suffer no loss of dignity. It is all just a sport for thee. O Master, we accept with our whole heart whatever thou commandest, whether thou punishest us or givest us a higher place than what we now occupy, or metest out a proper punishment to us for having pronounced a curse on innocent people. Final settlement of the fate of the attendants. The Bhagavan said, these attendants will soon be born in the species of asuras noted for their antagonism of devas. There they will develop intense antagonism towards me, and as a consequence, their mind will get concentrated on me. They will then have communion with me through confrontation, which will help them to come back to me very quickly. Know that you know that you happened to curse them because I willed so. Brahma said. Then the sages, overjoyed at the blissful experience of the Lord and of his transcendental and self-effulgent abode of Vaikuntha, circumambulated the Lord, prostrated before him, and went away with their heart saturated with joy, glorifying Mahavishnu and his spiritual splendor all the while. The Lord then said to his attendants, "You may now go, but have no fear, good will come out of all this. Though I am capable of warding off the power of the curse of these sages, I do not do so, because their action is only an expression of my will. This punishment has been awarded to you even long back by Rama, even long back by Rama, Shri Devi, as you once obstructed her from entering my abode when I was in yogic slumber. By communion with me through confrontation, exhaust quickly the evil effect of offending the holy men and come back to me within a short time." Saying thus to his attendants, the Lord went back to his abode of striking splendor and towering structures. Those two heavenly residents, because of the irremediable effect of the curse of these holy men, were hurled down from Vaikuntha, deprived of their spiritual glory and their high self-esteem. Dear child, great was the consternation among the divinities assembled when they witnessed this downfall of these two attendants of the Lord from the realm of Vaikuntha. It is these two attendants of Shri Hari that now entered into the womb of Diti through the fierce virility of Kashyapa. It is by the effulgence of these Asura twins that your luster has been eclipsed. This is the will of the Lord, the Supreme Being, who is the master of creation, preservation, and dissolution, whose irresistible power of will cannot be overcome by even very great yogis, that Bhagavan, the Lord of even the Trimurti, will work for our good at the proper time. What can we achieve by merely speculating on it? अथ सप्तदशोऽध्यायः Skanda 3, chapter 17. Evil potency or evil potence at the birth of the Asuras. Maitreya said, understanding from the words of the Brahma the reason for their difficulty, the Devas returned to their heavenly abode with a clear and easy mind. Meanwhile, the faithful wife Diti was much concerned to learn from her husband's words that her offspring would be enemies of the Devas. After 100 years of gestation, she gave birth to two twin sons. At the time of their birth, many portents of a frightening nature were seen in heaven, the middle world, and on the earth. There were earthquakes in mountainous regions. Strange fire appeared in the quarters. Showers of meteors fell to the earth, and comets, portending evil, appeared frequently. Powerful winds with whirlwinds as their army and clouds of dust as their flags swept over all, roaring the uprooting huge trees. Heavy rain clouds with peals of thunder as their laughter appeared in the sky, hiding the sun and the moon and covering the quarters with utter darkness. Like one stricken with grief, the ocean, stirred to its depth, seemed to wail, throwing up its wavy arms, while dried up lakes with turbid waters and shrunken lotuses presented a scene of the utmost distress. Eclipses became frequent, and the disks of the sun and the moon seemed to be surrounded by a circular penumbra. There were thunderclaps without any cloud in the sky, while caverns seemed to give out terrific reverberations like the rubble of chariots. Through the heart of villages, vixen ran vomiting fire, while their cries mixed with those of foxes and owls seemed to portend evil. The village lions, stray dogs, standing here and there with uplifted heads, bowed in a way that seemed sometimes to be crying, sometimes singing. As the asses ran about hither and thither in their herd, as if they were mad or intoxicated, braying loudly and kicking the earth violently. The wild brayings of the asses startled birds from their nests. Herds of cattle began to perch and urinate unusually both in the pastures and in their pens. The cows began to tremble in fear and yield blood in place of milk. The clouds began to rain excreta. The images of deities began to shed tears. Trees got uprooted even without any wind. The inauspicious planets began to outshine and then to drive out the auspicious one. And by their contrary movements, they seemed to fight with the latter. Seeing all these ominous portents. All ignorant people, except Sanaka and the other Kumaras, were agitated with fear and even thought that the time of the deluge had come. The adventures of the Asuras. These two archetypal demons revealing their inherent might, grew soon into mountainous proportions, with bodies as hard as rock, with their crowns almost touching the skies and spreading luster in all directions, wearing brilliant armbands and wristbands that put the brilliance of the sun to shame. They walked about with the earth trembling at their every step, according to the order of their birth. From himself and their mother's womb, the Prajapati gave the name of Hiranyakashipu to the first of the issue from himself, and Hiranyaksha to the first to be born from the mother. Of these, Hiranyakashipu, with the support of the inherent strength of his arms and helped by Brahma's boon, making him free from the fear of death, easily brought all the quarters together with their guardian deities under his control. His younger brother Hiranyaksha, dear to him and cooperating with him always, went to the heavenly region with mace in hand, eager to give battle. Quick in movement, armed with a mighty mace, adorned with loud sounding anklets and a priceless necklace, unrestrained and fearless and proud because of his consciousness of the inherent strength of his body and mind, which was fortified with the power of boons obtained. He struck terror into the hearts of the Devas who fled away like serpents before Garuda. Finding that Indra and the Devas had disappeared from their place on account of fear of his might, that lord of Asuras roared several times intoxicated with pride and self-esteem. Then returning from that expedition, the mighty Asura, desirous of having some water sport, entered into the extensive and deep waters of the ocean like a huge elephant in rut. When he entered into the ocean, Varuna's following, consisting of all the ocean dwelling creatures, got frightened by his might and energy, although he did not kill or disturb them in other ways, and fled in all directions to far off places. For 1,000 years, that mighty Asura ranged through the ocean, rising huge waves by his breath and smashing them into minute particles with his iron mace. Finally, he entered into Varuna's famed city called Vibhavari, challenge to Varuna. Then meeting Varuna, the master of all aquatic creatures and lord of Patala, the Asura with the derisive laugh, made a sarcastic and mock prostration at his feet, as if to ridicule him, and said, Sir, come for a bout with me. Are you not the Lord of Lords? Who you are the master of all guardian divinities of the various spheres, a famous personage indeed. You are also said to quell the pride and power of perverse men whose egos know no bounds, proclaiming that you have conquered all daityas and danavas. You are, O Lord, reputed to have performed a Rajasuya sacrifice also in days of old. Though thus ridiculed and provoked by the Asura, in his overweening pride, the Lord of the ocean somehow controlled his anger by his discriminative power and said to him, O dear one, I am now on the path of peace. I have totally given up war.
I do not find anyone in the whole universe who can be a worthy contestant to satisfy an all-round warrior like you, except the Supreme Lord Mahavishnu himself. O Lord of Asuras, many a hero like you, it is said, went to fight with him at first, but remained to pray afterwards. In order to humble persons made with overweening pride and haughtiness like you, and protect the good and the holy ones, he has taken several forms as incarnations. You go to him for a fight, and soon will you be lying on the battlefield, with your pride humbled and a pack of dogs surrounding your body. Atashashtadashodhyaya, Skanda 3, chapter 18, Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu, the fight of the former with Vishnu. The Asura's challenge to the incarnate bowl. Maitreya said, rejecting the suggestions of Varuna, that heroic Asura, in the pride of his might, transported himself rapidly to Rasatala to search for Sri Hari, as directed by Sri Narada. There he saw the Lord in the form of the cosmic ball, gigantic like a mountain, with the earth uplifted on his tusks, and having red eyes whose glare seemed to absorb the life energy of the Asura. Seeing him, the Asura laughed out in ridicule, saying, It is indeed wonderful. Is Hari, after all, a wild animal? He further said, O stupid fellow, come for a fight. Release the earth. The earth belongs to us, the inhabitants of Rasatala, into whose region it has come by itself in the deluge, sent to us as it were by the Creator. O scoundrel of a deva, hiding in the form of a ball, you shall not escape with life, carrying this earth so long as I am present here. You have indeed been made into a fattened ball by our enemies, the devas, to destroy us, but the result now will be the opposite. It will be a step to your own destruction. By foul means you have been killing Asuras, having failed in face-to-face battle with us. After killing you, who have but little strength and courage, but plenty of deceit and cunning, I shall assuage the grief of my kinsmen and wipe their tears. When your head has been smashed to smithereens by the stroke of my mace, the rishis and others who will gather there to perform your funeral of obsequies will perish themselves like rootless trees, as you, their root, would be dead by them. Though pierced with the shafts of the enemies of abusive words, the Lord bore it patiently. Seeing the frightened earth on his tusks, he came out of the water, just as an elephant playing in the water with its females will do when attacked by a crocodile, rather than fight his enemy then and there. And as the crocodile would come rushing after the escaping elephant, the asura too, with its fierce teeth and golden head, ran after the Lord as he came out of the water, and shouted in his thunderous voice, "You are running away. What is there that shameless scoundrel will not do?" The Lord now placed the earth at the top of the waters in a visible place, and charged it with his own power so that he might not sink again. As the enemy was looking on, Brahma recited a hymn in praise of the Lord, and the Devas showered flowers on him. The Lord's mocking response to that asura who was advancing from behind with mace in hand and a coat of gold protecting his body, was bedecked with golden ornaments and showering abusive words that cut to the quick. The Lord, now roused to the height of anger, said, laughing, "True, we are wild animals, but we hunt villain lions, dogs like you, detestable fellows. Heroes do not care to reply to the meaningless blabberings of those who are in the noose of the god of death. We who have come to steal the property of the occupants of Rasatala know for certain that we will be smashed by your uplifted mace, but having courted the enmity of my mighty personage like you, we have no option but to put up some fight for a hazy chance of saving our life. You are the leader of all of an army. Without any hesitation, do proceed to defeat us, and having killed us, wipe the tears of your kith and kin, as vowed by you. A person who breaks a solemn vow has no place in an assembly of honorable men. The fight between the asura and the Lord. Maitreya said, being thus insulted and mocked by the Lord in a fit of anger, Hiranyaksha became furious and violent, like a king cobra teased for sport. Violently agitated in body and mind by the fury of his anger and breathing hard and deep, he rushed at the Lord and delivered a heavy blow to him with his mace. Just as a great yogi can evade Yam, the great Lord sidestepped the stroke aimed at his chest. The Lord now took a mace and, biting his lip in anger, rushed at the asura, who was whirling his mace round and round. He aimed his blow at the enemy's right brow, but the master of mace warfare that he was, Hiranyaksha, parried it with his own mace. Thus Hiranyaksha and the Lord began to exchange blows with their mighty maces, each enraged and bent on victory. With their bodies injured by the blows of the heavy maces, roused to great heights of anger by the smell of blood, and making various kinds of feints according to the signs of mace fighting, their fierce combat in this contest for the possession of the earth resembled that of a pair of aroused bulls for the possession of a cow. Ocean of the Kuru clan, Brahma, surrounded by rishis, arrived at the scene of this conflict over the earth between the asura, Hiranyaksha, and the Lord incarnated as the cosmic ball, whose bodily parts constitute the various limbs of the Yajna. Seeing the asura infatuated with pride in his strength, fearless, revengeful, and possessed of irresistible might, Brahma, the leader of all the rishis, said to the Lord Narayana, embodied as the primeval bull, having obtained a boon from me, this Asura is proving a thorn in the side of the world. He is harassing and terrorizing the holy men who have taken shelter at thy feet, and also cows and other harmless creatures. He is roaming the worlds in search of an antagonist, finding himself without a rival. O Lord, do not play with this Asura like a child playing with a snake, pulling its tail. He possesses many hallucinogenic powers. He is overweening in pride, unprincipled, and evil-minded. O Lord, it behoves thee to kill this monster of sin by thy prowess before the onset of night, which is the favorable time for the Asuras when their power is augmented. The time of Sandhya, awesome and destructive, is near at hand. Quick action is needed to bring victory to the Devas. The auspicious time called Abhijit is about to end. Before it ends, for the good of thy devotees, deign to kill this invincible Asura. According to the boon given at the time of the curse, he has by good fortune been led to thee, at whose hands he is to meet with death. Exhibiting thy might, deign to destroy him and render the world happy. Atai Korna Vasho Dhyaya. Skanda 3, chapter 19. Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu, destruction of the former. The further development of the fight, Maitreya said. With a side glance from the corner of his eye, and with a smile, the idea of prescribing an auspicious time for him who is time itself, the Lord accepted the suggestion conveyed by Brahma in sincere and pleasing words. The incarnate bull, the nose born of Brahma, seeing the Asura fearlessly moving about in front of him, now sprang at him and struck a terrific blow at his lower jaw with his mace. But wonder of wonders, that mace, parried by the Asura's mace, fell down from his hand, whirling. The Asura now got an opportunity for a decisive attack against his disarmed opponent. But he did not do so, as it was against the code of ethics governing mutual combat to attack a disarmed opponent, thus provoking the Lord by his observance of Dharma. When the mace fell from the hand of the Lord, cries of "Ah, ah" arose everywhere, showing the dismay of the onlookers. Honoring as it were the Asura's regard for the rules of combat, he thought of his Sudarshana discus for rearming himself. When the Devas and other divinities saw from the skies that the Lord was now armed with his all-destructive Sudarshana, they, in their ignorance of the antecedents of the Asura, began to cry aloud in their impressive voices, "Hail unto thee! Destroy him quickly!" But little did they know that this cruel son of deity, confronting the Lord, was none but a principal attendant of his. As he saw standing before him the lotus-eyed Lord in the form of the boar, armed with a discus, his anger knew no bounds. All his faculties turned into a tremendous wave of anger, and he began to hiss out deep breaths and bite his lips. Gnashing his teeth and burning everything as it were with his ferocious and cruel look, he leaped at Srihari and struck him with his mace, shouting, "You are dead with this." As the enemy was looking on, the Lord, as if in play, warded off that fast advancing mace with his left leg and said to the Asura, "Take your weapon again and defeat me." Thereupon the Asura again flourished his mace at the Lord with a loud roar. Remaining firm on the spot, the Lord caught hold of the mace with the utmost ease, just as Garuda would a snake. When he found that his might was of no avail, the Asura felt dispirited and refused to take back his mace, which the Lord wanted to restore to him. Now he took a three-pronged trident, eager to consume his opponent like a blazing fire, and aimed it at the Supreme Being standing before him as a bow, even as a sorcerer hurls his incantations at the knower of Brahman. That valiant Asura's Messiah, which was emitting rays of light and shining in the sky, was cut to pieces with the utmost ease by Sri Hari with his sharp-toothed discus, as if it were a feather cast by Garuda. When his trident was thus cut to pieces by Sri Hari's discus, the Asura, filled with an uncontrollable anger, rushed towards him and delivered with a raw and mighty punch at Sri Hari's chest, which is the residence of Sri Hari herself, Sri Devi herself. He then disappeared from view. O Vidura, struck in this way, the Lord as primal bow did not even take notice of the blow, which was like a mere flower striking an elephant. Fight with magical devices. The Asura now tried various feats of magical warfare against him, who is the master of the divine Maya. The phenomena he created by his magic was so terrific that all thought that the world was coming to an end. The fierce winds began to blow, and clouds of dust spread darkness everywhere. Stones rained down on all sides. Torrential rains of urine, feces, bones, blood, and hair fell, and heavy clouds with lightning and thunder hid all the luminaries of the sky. O pious one, mountains were seen to release weapons in all directions, and naked Rakshasa females went about with tridents in hand and hair disheveled. Many tribes of titans and throngs of ogres of malevolent type moved about, spreading terror by word and deed. Thereupon the Lord, the embodiment of Yash, released his favorite discus, Sudarshana, to disperse these effects of the Asura's magic. At the time, as a foreboding of a son's end, Diti remembered her husband's words. She got palpitations in her heart, and blood began to ooze from her breasts. Death of Hiranyaksha.
When his magical stratagems failed, the Asura again made his appearance before the Lord, and in great anger attempted to crush him in an embrace. But he got out of the Asura's clutches and again stood before him. Then the Asura began to rain cuffs on the Lord with his iron fists, whereupon the Lord delivered a mighty blow to the Asura with his hand at the base of the ear, even as Indra struck at Britra. When the Lord, master of the worlds, thus struck him in a light blow, Asura's body trembled, his eyes shot out, and with hands and feet outstretched, he fell like a tree uprooted by the wind. Brahma and others approached him, lying dead on the ground, with his hero's brilliance yet unfaded, and his terrific fangs and closely set teeth adding to the grimness of his appearance. They all cried out, "Oh, how fortunate he is to meet with his death at the hands of the Lord! He on whom the yogis desiring salvation meditate continuously with concentration in solitude for overcoming the subtle body, which is rooted in ignorance. I'll kick off his foot and seeing his face before him, as this Asura met with his death. These attendants of Hari, who have become Asuras due to the curse of the Rishis, will go back to the Lord after a few more births here. Hail, hail unto thee, the support of all yajnas, and the embodiment of pure sattva. Fortunate it is that this scourge of the world has been killed. Devotion to thee fills our hearts with joy. Maitreya said, Hari, who incarnated as the primal boar, thus destroyed Hiranyaksha, returned to his eternal abode of light, while Brahma and the Devas sang him hymns of praise. O Vidura, in accordance with what I heard from my teachers, I have narrated to you how Sri Hari incarnated himself and killed the powerful Hiranyaksha in a battle that was no more than for, a play for him. Sutta said, O Brahmanas, the great devotee Vidura was overjoyed to hear this account of the Lord's deeds from Maitreya. People are delighted to hear the accounts even of famous holy personages. How much more will they be delighted to hear of Mahavishnu, the Srivastra Marked One, he who quickly came to the rescue of the lordly elephant, who on being seized by a crocodile and failing to be rescued by his wailing females, began to contemplate his lotus feet. What man with a sense of gratitude would not worship such a being, who is easy to be pleased by sincere men with wholehearted devotion, but who cares not for the adoration of immoral and unrighteous persons? O Brahmanas, whoever hears this wonderful account of the destruction of Hiranyaksha by the Lord of the causal boar, he is free from the effects of even heinous sins. O dear one, those who hear this extremely holy and sanctified narrative will be blessed with wealth, fame, longevity, the respect of others, courage in battle, strength of body and mind, and other blessings they desire. Those who are desireless will obtain mukti in the end. Atha Vinchodhyaya. Sonaka said, O Sutta, what were the means adopted by Manu Swayambhuva to bring out into manifestation all these jivas who have become latent in Ishvara during the pralaya? Vidura was a devotee of great attainments and had a deep personal devotion to Sri Krishna as a friend. He was so devoted to Krishna that he abandoned his brother Dhritarashtra and his sons because they behaved in a manner insulting to Krishna. The son of Vyasa and not much inferior to his father in greatness, he had surrendered himself wholeheartedly to the Supreme Being and was ever devoted to the service of the Lord's devotees and to pilgrimages to holy places. We would like to know what further questions this great devotee put to sage Maitreya residing in Kusavarta. O Sutta, just as the all-purifying Ganga proceeds from the feet of the Lord, so also with the meeting between these two great devotees, there must have been a continuous flow of sin-destroying and purifying conversations about the Lord. Tell us what they talked about, those excellences of the Lord which always form the subject of talk and song among devotees. May you fare well. Who, with a bit of devotion, could ever feel satiated with hearing about the Lord's activities and excellences? Being thus questioned by the rishis of Devisharyana, the Sutta Ugrasvas, the son of Roma Ashana, said to them with his mind concentrated on the Lord as follows. Now hear what I say on the subject. Sutta said, hearing how, by assuming his mysterious power of Maya, the Lord took the form of a boar, lifted the earth up from Rasatala, and as if it in sport destroyed Hiranyaksha with the utmost ease. Vidura was ecstatic with devotion and said, "What did Brahma, the father of all Prajapatis, do in his creative role after he had created the Prajapatis? Tell us about these esoteric subjects of which you have full knowledge. How did Marichi and the Brahmashis and Manus like Swayambhuva proceed to create at the bidding of Brahma? In the creative work, they did they the creative work, did they function alone or in cooperation with their wives? Or did all the offspring of Brahma jointly create? Maitreya said, by virtue of the most mysterious potency of the past karmas of Jiva's lying latent, by the will of the Supreme Being, who is the master of Prakriti, and by the power of winkless time, the root matter Prakriti became agitated, and from that emerged Mahatattva, which evolved into Ahamkara, having three aspects, each dominated by Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. 5 types of categories were now in manifestation. Ahamkara, subtle elements, organs of knowledge, organs of action, the deities presiding over them. In their discrete condition, they were not able by themselves to come into combination and produce the universe. Then the power of the Lord enabled them to produce the golden shell. For 1,000 years, the golden shell lay in cosmic waters, insentient and unmoving. The all-powerful Lord dwelt in it. And it took the shape of Narayana lying in cosmic waters. Out of the navel of Narayana was generated the world lotus, having the luminosity of 1,000 suns, and containing in potentiality all the jivas in it. In the midst of that lotus, the Supreme Being himself appeared in the vested of Brahma. Permeated by Narayana, who lay in the cosmic waters, Brahma created the worlds, making names and forms discrete, as in previous creations. Out of his own shadow, Brahma created the 5 forms of ignorance, Tamisra, Andamisra, Tamas, Moha, and Moha. Not being pleased with this creation and the forms of ignorance, he abandoned the body with which he performed this creation. Yakshas and Rakshasas appropriated that body of the form of night, which is the origin of hunger and thirst. Tormented by hunger and thirst, these offspring of night approached to consume Brahma himself, saying, "Don't leave him, eat him up." Then Brahma cried out to them, "Do not eat me up, save me, O Yakshas and Rakshasas. You are my children. How can you destroy me? Whatever you created by his body of luster, they were the Devas, and they took up his body of day when he had abandoned it and rejoiced. From his hips he created the Asuras, who were given to excessive sexuality. Out of the sexual urge, they approached him with the intention of consorting with him. And these Asuras, who thus approached him, Brahma at first laughed. Then, when they persisted, he became angry with them. And when he found them determined, he got frightened and took to his heels. He approached Srihari, who removes the sufferings of his devotees, and who assumes different forms for the blessing of such devotees. And he said to him, "O Lord, protect me." At thy behest, I started this work of creating different kinds of beings. Now, these sinful creatures of mine are threatening me with sexual molestation. Thou art the one who can remove the suffering of people in trivial, and thou art also the one who inflicts on them various kinds of sufferings until they take refuge in thee. The Lord, who knows the hearts of all, saw the pitiable conditions of Brahma and advised him to abandon his lust-infested body. And Brahma did so. That body, rejected by Brahma, appeared as a female of exquisite beauty, with anklets producing a murmuring sound, with eyes heavy with inspiration, with silk draperies round her waist, held in position by a waistband studded with precious stones, with high and well-developed breasts, with a well-proportioned nose, with pearl-white teeth, with a charming smile and playful glances, with blue and curly frontal locks, and adjusting her clothes, always as if to cover up her body, in a show of pretend modesty. O Vidura, the Asuras were infatuated with the sight of this female figure. They exclaimed, wonderful is her beauty, wonderful her youth and courage too. See how she walks unconcerned without any emotion amidst us who are moved by sexual passion. With many expectations, those evil-minded asuras showed every form of courtesy to that Sandhya in human form, and said to her as follows, expressing their love for her. They said, O beautiful lady, who are you? Whose daughter are you? Why are you here? By the display of your feminine beauty, which is an object for sale and purchase, but for which we are too poor to pay, you are making us very uneasy. O good lady, what is the good of asking about your antecedents? Whoever you may be, it is a rare piece of good fortune that we have met you. Our minds are deeply stirred to see you playing at home. O praiseworthy one, it is enchanting to see the quick movements of your feet as you move about to strike again and again, the ball rebounding from the floor. It seems that under the weight of your heavy bosom, your slender waist is bending. Your clear eyes, with the expression of lassitude, and your luxuriant hair are equally charming. Then the dull-witted asuras took possession of Sandhya, taking her to be a woman of enticing beauty.
Next, with a smile of deep significance, Brahma created the Gandharvas and Apsaras with beauty of narcissistic type. He then abandoned that body of his, brilliant and pleasant, like moonlight. Viswavasu and other leading Gandharvas adopted that body. Brahma now created out of his lassitude demigods like Bhutas and Pisachas. Seeing them stark naked and disheveled, he closed his eyes. That sheath of lassitude, which Brahmas abandoned, characterized by yawning and sleep, was adopted by Bhutas and other demigods. Sleep is the state in which the senses relax and the bodily fluids flow out uncontrolled. When men are thus polluted, they are subject to the attacks of the Bhutas and Pisachas. Such attacks go under the name of nightmares. Assuming now an energetic mood, Brahma created the Sadhyas and the Pitris, who have invisible forms. The Pitris and Satyas adopted as body that mood of Brahma from which they were born. So those who perform rituals offer Havya and Kavya to the Satyas and the Pitris, respectively. He created the Siddhas and Vidyadharas by his power of invisibility. He gave them this body of his with the power of invisibility. He created the Kinaras and Kimpurushas out of his own reflection, which he gazed on and admired. They took over the form that Brahma now abandoned. So they came together and sang his glory in unison at the morning ceremonies. Finding that even with all this, creation was not progressing, Brahma felt worried. He lay down in anger, throwing out his hands and legs, and gave up that body. From the scattered locks of that body of Brahma, snakes came out, and from his outstretched limbs, cruel serpents with large hoods and great speed emerged. When, after all this, Brahma considered himself self satisfied and became peaceful, there emerged from his mind the Manus capable of populating the world. Brahma gave his own man-like body to the Manus. All the prior creatures congratulated Brahma on having created the Manus in the form of man. They said, "O creator of the world, you have done well in creating the body of man. In this body, which is capable of collecting all the materials for sacrifices, like the Agni Hotra, and of performing the sacrifices, we shall all reside and enjoy the parts of the sacrifice due to us." The Brahma assumed a mood in which he was fully established in self control, tapas, spirituality, yoga, and samadhi, and in that mood he created his most favored creatures, the rishis. To each of them, Brahma gave parts of that body, which was constituted of samadhi, yoga, nobility, tapas, worship, and detachment.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsayam Samhitayam 30th Skande Vingsho Adhyaya. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the reading for the day. We are live streaming from a small little town called Lenasia in South Africa, the School of Practical Philosophy, Gauteng, South Africa. The day has been blessed with some gentle rain, and with that we bring the procedure to a close, and we recommence tomorrow at 6 a.m. South African time. Now, for all that has transpired this day, we surrender it to the Paramatma. Paramatmane Namah. Iti. Om Tat Sat. Thank you.